Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 1, I am a murderer. Ding. Like dewdrops falling on a calm lake, the clear mechanical sound that rang in Kyajuke's mind sent ripples through his eyelids. As he gradually regained consciousness from his coma, the first thing that came to mind was a searing headache, like that of a crazed drunk. His body felt as heavy as if it had been injected with leaden water. The taste of rust spread through his mouth, a taste Kyajuk was all too familiar with. It was the metallic flavor of blood. The spinning scene before him gradually stabilized. In the next second, his eyes suddenly flew open. A locked, enclosed van. Cracks like spiderwebs covered the windshield, making it impossible to see the car in front. And the source of the weight on his body, the woman who had fallen on top of him. Kyajuk wanted to push her away. He moved his fingers slightly and felt a hard, sticky sensation on his hands. Only then did he notice he seemed to be holding something. Using all his strength, he pushed the woman off him toward the driver's seat. Finally, he saw her condition clearly. The woman's death had been quite brutal. Her neck, chest, and abdomen were riddled with stab wounds. Her beige t-shirt was soaked in blood, looking like a vicious painting in the dim light. The hard sensation he'd felt had come from the handle of the dagger embedded in her abdomen, and the sticky, wet feeling had naturally come from the blood around it. It was clear the woman had been stabbed to death with a dagger. He recalled her collapsing on him just as he woke up and the dagger still lodged in her abdomen as he lost consciousness. Kyaju's heartbeat also began to quicken. For someone who had seen many dead bodies, the sight before him was shocking, but less disturbing than realizing he was now in an unknown place. Where am I? He wondered. Who was this woman? Why am I still alive? He couldn't understand why he was here when he should have been dead. There was no memory of killing the woman in front of him. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of police sirens in the distance pulled him out of his daze. He realized a serious problem. No matter how unfamiliar the scene is, if others see this, they'll probably assume I killed this woman. Just then, translucent blue text appeared before his eyes along with the mechanical voice that had sounded in his mind. Options system has been linked. Beginner gift pack, Japanese, S, native level language proficiency. The system will issue corresponding rewards based on the choice made by the host. The van is a closed space. The woman has been stabbed multiple times. The sirens are getting closer. What will you choose to do as the presumed killer? 1. Do nothing. Wait silently for the police to arrive. Then turn yourself in and admit you killed the woman. Reward: Recovery card X1, can restore the host's injuries. 2. Do nothing. Wait quietly for the police to arrive, but deny that you killed the woman. Reward: Trait card X1, permanently gain a random character trait. 3. Escape. Reward: Physical attribute +3. 4. Before the police arrive, do everything possible to cover up the evidence of the murder and avoid responsibility. Reward: Skill card X1, permanently gain a random character skill, the terrible headache and dizziness from just waking up still lingered in Akaikawa Kyajuke's mind. Although his thinking was severely impaired, the translucent blue text and the mechanical voice in his mind made him quickly understand his current situation. Sure enough, I've time traveled. Something like this really does happen. The beginner's gift includes Japanese, so does that mean this is Japan? Akaikawa Kyajuke still had many questions about this so-called system, but he was obviously not in a situation where he could study the perks of being a time traveler. He didn't know how long he could remain conscious. At first glance, there are 4 options, but option 3 is too outrageous. How could I escape with this body? Simply pushing the woman off him had already drained much of his strength. He had no doubt that if he did any strenuous exercise in this condition, his extremely weak body would collapse immediately like a stack of blocks. The option to escape was ruled out, and as for the 2 options of waiting quietly, Akaikawa Kyajuke had not inherited the memory of the previous owner. And even if he had no interest in taking responsibility for the previous owner's mistakes. The risk of denying is also very high, because currently, it seems highly probable that the original owner killed this woman. In this case, there's only one choice left. Akaikawa Kyajuke made his decision and turned to look at the woman in the driver's seat beside him. The first case occurred on August 2nd. A note with numbers was left beside the deceased, said a girl with short, wavy black hair, speaking with a smile to the man pinned to the ground by 2 detectives. The second case happened a week later, on August 9th. A note with numbers was also left next to the deceased, she continued. They stood near a residential building beside a highway in Tokyo. Next to the girl was a grade schooler wearing a red bootie and large, round glasses. The third case happened a week ago, and another note with numbers was left beside the third victim. At that point, I was sure this was a premeditated series of murders, the girl went on. After investigating the background of the 3 victims, I found they had nothing in common. The numbers on the notes left at each scene were a trick to make unrelated deaths appear as if committed by the same person. Thinking about it this way, the numbers on the note are easy to decipher. The number minus the date is the precise date of the crime, she concluded. The man pinned to the ground raised his head, looking in shock at the rather delicate-looking high school girl before him. Who? What are you? My name is Saramis Yumi, and I'm a detective. With a proud smirk, Saramis Yumi glanced at the young boy beside her. Conan opened his mouth slightly, looking at her with a mixture of surprise and irritation. She had not only stolen the spotlight but also his line. Finally, he held back his urge to complain. Thank you, Ms. Sarah. Yes, thank you, Ms. Sarah, said the 2 detectives in the room, expressing their gratitude. It's fine, it's fine. As for the perpetrators in the 3 previous cases, just ask him. Sarah told the detectives, instructing them on what to do next. Conan, standing beside her, glanced out the window towards the highway blocked by a noise barrier. Just as the suspect was apprehended, a car accident had occurred on the highway. Although it was likely just an accident, Conan couldn't shake an uncomfortable feeling. After all, the timing of the accident coincided too closely with the events of the serial murder case here. Kid, let's go. Saramis Yumi, having finished her instructions regarding the case, said goodbye to the beautiful detective Hueco Sato, who was detaining the suspect and answering a phone call. She lightly nudged Conan, who was still staring out the window in a daze. Conan snapped back to reality, nodded, and followed her. I'm Sato. Yes, there was just a car accident on the highway in front of my apartment. Detective Sato's voice was heard answering a call. Then, in the next moment, Detective Hueco Sato's suddenly elevated voice made both Conan and Saramis Yumi stop in their tracks. Eh? What did you say? I'll be there immediately. A new book from a newcomer. I hope all readers will collect, vote for, and read at Chapter 2, covering up murder evidence. After a brief period of observation, Akaikawa Kyajuke realized that the current situation was not good for him. The blood staining the clothes is still bright red, indicating that the oxygen content in the blood is still high. He thought. The life reactions around the wound are also very clear. She definitely died from a stabbing. The bright red color of the blood meant it hadn't been exposed to the air for too long. The life reactions near the wound also proved that the woman was still alive when she was attacked. The car was locked, and the windows were closed. The suspicion that the car's original owner might be the killer rose sharply. As long as the blood hasn't turned black, or if the body hasn't shown rigor mortis, there's still room to manipulate things. Now that it's obvious this woman hasn't been dead for long, there's no way to reduce the suspicion. The blood would begin to turn black, and rigor mortis would set in, indicating that the deceased had been dead for a while. As long as the time of death could be delayed, or the police were kept from discovering the body for a longer period, there were many ways to manipulate the situation. However, now that sirens could be heard, it was inevitable that he would be considered the main suspect. Since it's inevitable that I'll be suspected of being the killer, what I need to do now is not to eliminate the suspicion that I'm the murderer, but to make sure the evidence left at the crime scene isn't enough to directly prove that I am. Uchiha Kyujuk looked at the clothes on the woman's abdomen. The part that wasn't soaked in blood had obvious marks left by him pushing her with his bloody hands. He extended his right hand and gently rubbed the woman's clothes next to him with the knuckles of his middle and index fingers. Cotton clothes, so my fingerprints will be covered in blood. Fingerprint detection mainly relies on the oil and sweat from the fingers, but blood can cover these residues. The coverage varies depending on the material of the clothing. Once absorbent cotton clothing, like that of the woman, is stained with blood, it becomes difficult to detect the original oil or sweat. Uchiha Kyujuk carefully grabbed the clothes with his fingerprints, brought it close to the wound, and pressed down. Suddenly, blood started to flow from the wound, and the part of the clothing became bright red. This way, everything, including the bloody palm prints from Uchiha Kyujuk, was covered in blood. He repeated this process twice. After soaking the entire piece of clothing with his bloody fingerprints, he looked at the dagger stuck in the woman's abdomen. When I woke up earlier, I was holding this dagger tightly. Now I can basically conclude that this is the murder weapon that caused the woman's death. But at this point, there's no way to get rid of the weapon. Regardless of whether the original owner killed the woman or not, once the police saw the dagger he had touched, his situation would worsen. Unfortunately, there was no way to get rid of the weapon. If I can't get rid of the weapon, I can only cover up the traces of me having touched it. Uchiha Kyujuk grabbed the blood-stained hem of the woman's clothing again and carefully wiped the dagger's handle with the blood-soaked fabric. He didn't choose the part that wasn't soaked in blood because, under normal conditions, it would be impossible to completely remove the blood. Many inexperienced murderers think they can hide their crime by cleaning the blood. But they don't know that even if the bloodstains are wiped away completely with a cloth or paper towel, there will still be traces of cleaning. Once the police use luminol to search for bloodstains, any attempt to hide the blood will be exposed. After thoroughly wiping the dagger's handle with the woman's blood-soaked clothing, Uchiha Kyujuk used the blood from the woman's abdomen to soak the piece of fabric he had just touched. However, this was not enough to remove the traces of him having touched the dagger. Any detective with a brain would guess that he was trying to cover up his fingerprints with blood after seeing the blood on the knife handle. I must completely sever any contact with this dagger. Uchiha Kyujuk carefully lifted the woman's blouse and examined the wounds on her abdomen and chest. As expected, most of the wounds were not perpendicular to the woman's body but slanted towards the passenger side, where he was sitting. Right-handed. The driver's seat was on the right side, and the wounds slanted towards him, perfectly matching the logic of a right-handed person attacking the woman. Even experienced agents or murderers would find it difficult to conceal their dominant hand in an emergency. Let alone in a situation where a woman is sitting in a car seat. It would be much more difficult to make the knife enter her body vertically than if she were lying on the floor. After identifying the murderer's dominant hand, the next step became clear. Uchiha Kyujuk pressed his right hand firmly against the storage compartment in front of the seat, then lifted his foot and stomped down on his right hand. With a sharp click, a searing pain shot straight into his brain. Uchiha Kyujuk bit his lip to prevent any sound from escaping. Before finishing his work, he couldn't risk attracting attention. If someone discovered that his car was locked, all his efforts would have been in vain. He didn't have time to care for his right hand, which was bent in an impossible arc. He leaned forward and pressed the unlock button with his knuckles. After hearing the sound of the car door unlocking, Uchiha Kyujuk finally relaxed. Although there are many ways to lock the car after the killer leaves, with me as the main suspect, the police will never consider that possibility. Once it's determined that the car was in a locked room state, it will be impossible to argue against it. After relaxing, a feeling of fatigue and dizziness hit Uchiha Kyujuk's brain. Only then did he realize something. Although his mind was extremely depressed, his breathing and heart rate were still so fast that it scared him. The sound of his violent heartbeat was deafening. Amid the thumping bang, bang, Uchiha Kyujuk also caught the buzzing sound of the engine. I thought it was just dizziness from blood loss, but it turned out to be carbon monoxide poisoning. Uchiha Kyujuk had been so focused on handling the original crime traces that he completely ignored another major threat that often occurs in car accident scenes, carbon monoxide poisoning caused by incomplete gasoline combustion due to engine damage. But by the time he realized it, he had completely lost the ability to move his body. However, this situation didn't cause him any panic. Before his consciousness faded into darkness, Uchiha Kyujuk's lips moved slightly, and he whispered words barely louder than a mosquito, "God, help me." Chapter 3, There's no doubt, it's murder. Conan and Saramashimi followed Detective Hueco Sato to the national road in front of the apartment where they had been earlier. This was the site of a car accident that happened while they were arresting a suspect. Yumi. Hueco, you got here so fast. The beautiful traffic police officer Yumi Miyamoto ran up to Hueco Sato, greeting her. As soon as she saw Conan and Saramis Yumi stepping out of Hueco Sato's police car, a very surprised expression appeared on Yumi Miyamoto's usually serious face. Is this little brother Conan and Ms. Sara? Hello, Officer Miyamoto. Conan greeted her sweetly with a childlike voice. Meanwhile, Saramis Yumi crossed her arms and stroked her chin with her other hand, looking at Yumi Miyamoto with interest. So, this is the Miss Miyamoto who captivated Hideyoshi. She's really beautiful. Yumi Miyamoto was taken aback by the pure gaze of Sara. She shifted her gaze back to Hueco Sato, her elegant crescent-shaped eyebrows furling slightly. Hueco, have you already informed the detective about the situation? Unless they were facing a case difficult to resolve, the Metropolitan Police Department typically wouldn't allow outsiders to intervene in a case. Hueco Sato had brought the detective as soon as she heard it was a murder case. If the truth got out, wouldn't it seem like the Metropolitan Police Department was incompetent, consulting a detective immediately at the first sign of trouble? No, Officer Sato didn't reveal any details of the case. We asked Officer Sato to bring us here. Conan answered Yumi Miyamoto's question with his innocent voice before Hueco Sato could speak. Eh? Yumi Miyamoto was stunned. She didn't understand why they had followed them, especially since Hueco Sato hadn't disclosed any information. From an outsider's perspective, shouldn't this just be a regular traffic accident? The Officer Sato is from the 1st Investigation Division, responsible for homicide cases. Since Officer Sato is here, there's a high likelihood that a murder occurred. Conan, sensing Yumi Miyamoto's doubts, spoke with a smile. Could it be that they called Hueco just because she was nearby? If this were a normal incident, there would be no need to trouble someone from the police department like Officer Sato for a special trip. Hueco Sato, the beautiful police officer from the Metropolitan Police Department, was the assistant in the department, and her police rank was surpassed only by the head of the Magure police station. For a case like this, normally, only inspection officers like Takagi Wataru or Chiba Kazanobu would have been sent. Eh? Yumi Miyamoto turned to Conan with a suspicious look on her face. How do you, a grade school student, know so much about the Metropolitan Police Department's situation? It's what Miss Sara told me. Realizing he might have said something unnecessary, Conan quickly threw the blame on Saramis Yumi. Yumi Miyamoto didn't have any doubts about this. After all, Saramis Yumi was also quite a famous detective. Don't waste time. Yumi said someone was stabbed to death. What happened? Hueco Sato interrupted the irrelevant chatter with a serious face. Yumi Miyamoto regained her focus and led everyone to the scene of the accident. The cause of the accident was that the K-car, light vehicle, in front braked suddenly, causing a series of rear-end collisions with several cars. The culprit in front lost control after being hit from behind and crashed into the guardrail, so the damage was pretty severe. Yumi Miyamoto said as she led everyone to the driver's seat of the car in front. But when I went to check on the condition of the driver and passengers, I saw this scene. At that moment, everyone who saw the situation in the car clearly couldn't help but turn pale. The woman in the driver's seat had her head tilted to the side, her whole body soaked in blood. Her neck, chest, and abdomen were covered in wounds. There was even a dagger stabbed into her abdomen. Dead. Hueco Sato shook her head after extending her hand and feeling the woman's pulse. Saramis Yumi approached the woman after putting on white gloves that Hueco Sato lent her. She carefully opened the woman's clothing and began examining her wounds. Almost all of the wounds show signs of life around them, which suggests that the woman didn't die in the car accident, but from a stabbing. There's no doubt, this was a murder. Just looking at the number of wounds and the force of the knife, it's clear the murderer must have had immense hatred towards the victim. This is at least a premeditated murder. Everyone agreed with Saramis Yumi's reasoning. After all, it was hard to imagine someone being so enraged while driving a newly bought car and then killing someone over an accident. Then the next step is to see if the deceased left any last words and ask the owners of the cars behind if they saw the killer. Conan murmured in his mind and tiptoed to get a better look inside the car. However, just one glance made his eyes widen suddenly. He realized that in the car, which was filled with blood splatter, only the passenger seat had very little blood. Conan quickly looked at Yumi Miyamoto and asked loudly, "Officer Miyamoto, did you see the passenger in the passenger seat?" "Ah, little brother Conan, how did you know there was someone in the passenger seat?" Yumi Miyamoto was puzzled. "There was a young passenger in the passenger seat. I thought they were dead too. After checking, we found they weren't dead, but the situation was pretty bad. So Mick and I took them out of the car, and now they're lying on their back." Yumi Miyamoto turned her head to one side, and everyone looked in the direction she was facing, where they indeed saw a man covered in blood lying on the ground. Next to him, another traffic officer, Mick Nako, was speaking anxiously on the phone. Conan, Hueco Sato, and Saramis Yumi were surprised when they heard this. Saramis Yumi couldn't contain herself and asked directly, "Officer Miyamoto, after confirming it was a murder and not just an accident, shouldn't the most important thing be to protect the crime scene?" After confirming there was someone in the passenger seat, it was obvious that the prime suspect in this murder was the person in that seat. However, Yumi Miyamoto and Mikneko had removed the suspect from the car before the criminal police arrived, so it was likely that the crime scene had been compromised. "Of course I know about that." "Then why?" After Saramis Yumi asked her question, speculation began to form in her mind. Since Yumi Miyamoto was aware of the need to protect the crime scene but still removed the prime suspect from the car, it meant she had a reason to take the other person out of the car at the risk of destroying the scene. Looking at the stopped engine of the car, a thought occurred to Saramis Yumi. "Officer Miyamoto, the carbon monoxide leaked from the car, didn't it?" Conan looked at Yumi Miyamoto and said with a serious voice. Chapter 4, Unexpected. "Yes, little brother Conan, you're amazing," Miyamoto Yumi said, looking at Conan in surprise. "In traffic accidents, it's common for the car engine to get damaged and carbon monoxide to leak, which is why we always carry carbon monoxide detectors. When Mick and I discovered that the man in the passenger seat was unconscious and the concentration of carbon monoxide in the car was unusually high, we quickly turned off the engine and pulled the man out." "That was a very professional response." Conan furrowed his brow and nodded slightly. He looked at the unconscious man lying on the ground, a complicated expression in his eyes. When the man in the passenger seat was unconscious from the high concentration of carbon monoxide, his life would have been in danger if he stayed in the car for another second. No matter the reason, Conan hated criminals equally. But he would never leave him like this. Even if the other person was the murderer who had just committed a murder. "The car was already stopped when we got here. This cheap K car doesn't have the automatic engine start and stop function. I should have thought of that earlier." After checking the situation inside the car, Saramis Yumi approached Conan, also looked at a Kaikawa Kyushu lying on the ground, and said quietly, "What if they discovered it earlier?" Officer Miyamoto and the others had already moved him to a nearby open space. Conan was confused. "In that case, I won't directly question Officer Miyamoto." There was a hint of disappointment in Sara's pure tone. She originally wanted to have a good relationship with her second brother's fiancé, but accidentally made an impolite statement that questioned her professionalism. Immediately, Saramis Yumi changed the subject and continued, "Speaking of which, the death of the deceased this time was more tragic than the victims of serial murders during this period. Of course, serial murders are simply disguised as exchange murders. In fact, the killers don't hate their targets, so they just want to end the person's life as quickly as possible, so naturally, they won't commit very cruel acts. The so-called exchange murder is a method where people, each with a target they want to kill, exchange murder targets to hide each person's motive for the murder and create an alibi. Yes, I just observed the deceased's injuries. In each wound, you can feel the overwhelming hatred the killer had for the victim." While speaking, Saramis Yumi continued to look at a Kaikawa Kyushu lying on the ground. Unlike Conan, who had a hard time understanding the killer's motives even after hearing their confessions, Saramis Yumi was truly curious. What could have happened for the man in front of him to harbor such hatred towards that woman? As soon as Saramis Yumi finished speaking, she heard the sound of police sirens approaching from afar. Then Conan and the others saw Wataru Takagi, the director of the first section of investigation of the Metropolitan Police Department, leading the forensic police from the Metropolitan Police Department to the site of the car accident. Takagi Wataru acted with great clarity. After briefly understanding the situation with Miyamoto Yumi, he began investigating the scene and fingerprint identification with the forensic police. Although the death of the victim was tragic, the circumstances of the case were much simpler. Looking at the busy forensic agents and detectives from the first section of search, Saramis Yumi couldn't help but say, "The serial murder cases during this period have exhausted me a bit. Finding a relatively simple case is a blessing among misfortunes. Yes, as long as we identify the fingerprints of the second person on the murder weapon and then compare them with the passenger's fingerprints, we should be able to come to a conclusion. As for the motive for the prisoner's murder, I still don't understand it even after hearing it. I'll leave the rest to the police." There was also a sense of relief in Conan's tone. He didn't feel sorry for not being able to help this time. Instead, he felt lucky because this case was relatively simple. At that moment, the sound of the ambulance grew louder. After the ambulance arrived at the scene of the accident, the medical staff, led by Mikneko, a traffic division officer, approached a Kaikawa Kyushu, who was lying on the ground, and prepared to lift him onto a stretcher. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. However, the relaxed atmosphere between the two detectives didn't last long. Because they clearly saw the increasingly confused expressions on the faces of the forensic police officers and Takagi Wataru. A bad premonition began to rise in Conan and Saramis Yumi's hearts. The next moment, The hesitant voice of Detective Takagi Wataru instantly turned the unease in the hearts of both detectives into reality. Officer Sato, there were no fingerprints collected from anyone other than the deceased on the dagger or on the deceased's clothes. Eh? What? Saramas Yumi and Conan exclaimed simultaneously, and then turned to look at Akaikawa Kyajuk, who was lying on the ground. Two gentle and slightly neutral exclamations made Akaikawa Kyajuk, who had been in a coma, finally relax his tense spirit. Akaikawa Kyajuk had woken up a few minutes ago. But he hadn't moved at all, except to pretend to be unconscious in order to secretly listen to the conversation between the two and understand the progress of the case, or because Akaikawa Kyajuk simply couldn't move at this moment. This situation of regaining consciousness but being completely unable to move his body was not unfamiliar to Akaikawa Kyajuk. Because this is one of the symptoms of carbon monoxide poisoning, the locked-in syndrome. Unlike the two detectives who realized that things were different from what they had originally expected. So far, the development of things was still in line with Akaikawa Kyajuk's expectations before falling into a coma. Although I don't know the exact time when the car accident happened, from the color of the blood of the deceased I just observed, I can judge that the car accident occurred no more than an hour ago. In such a short time, he already showed signs of coma. The carbon monoxide concentration in the car at that time was at least 1,600 parts per million. At this concentration, life could be in danger in 2 hours. Opening the windows for ventilation will not alleviate the symptoms at all, so the police will definitely pull me out of the car. As long as they change my position before investigating the scene, the crime scene will be damaged. It was because he realized this that Akaikawa Kyajuk felt fortunate before falling into a coma. The lack of memory of the original owner is Akaikawa Kyajuk's greatest flaw right now, so it's hard to handle things thoroughly. It's definitely the most reliable and safest way for the police to take the initiative to retreat from the crime scene. And after being away from the crime scene, going to the hospital to receive treatment and allowing his body to recover, he could have more physical strength and clearer thinking to face what comes next. But speaking of that, the sensation of carbon monoxide poisoning is really uncomfortable. Although, as long as the concentration is high enough, carbon monoxide can pose a mortal threat in just 1 or 2 hours. But the pain suffered during this period is immeasurable. Many people thought it would be easy to end their lives by carbon monoxide poisoning. However, they don't know that during carbon monoxide poisoning, you still have to endure strong dizziness, palpitations, and vomiting that persist in your mind. And even if halfway through you regret it, there's nothing you can do about it, because after carbon monoxide damages the brainstem, the body loses control of the brain. If you're lucky enough not to die in the end, you're most likely to suffer serious brain damage, leaving you with lifelong disabilities. I hope I don't get a headache. Akaikawa Kyajuk silently prayed in his heart. He knew he wasn't a very smart person, but at this moment after the time travel, his brain was one of the few weapons he could rely on. As long as we can survive this crisis first, we should have a stable life in the future. Akaikawa Kyajuk thought in his heart, and at the same time, the medical staff took him to the ambulance. Since Akaikawa Kyajuk is highly suspected of murder, besides the medical staff, Chiba Kazanobu, the director of inspection of the first section of investigation of the Metropolitan Police Department, also accompanied him. Just when the medical staff from the fire department was about to close the ambulance door, a child's voice interrupted their actions. Oh. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Conan shouted loudly and ran toward the ambulance. Hey, Conan-kun, what's going on? Detective Chiba Kazanobu looked at Conan running and asked doubtfully. Officer Chiba, I want to go to the hospital with you. As Conan spoke, he saw a somewhat embarrassed expression on Chiba Kazushi's face, so he quickly added, Ms. Sara asked me to go with her. She said there are some things she wants me to help confirm. Ms. Sara, then come aboard. Chiba Kazanobu had great confidence in Detective Saramas Yumi's judgment, so he nodded without hesitation. Conan quickly climbed into the ambulance, and the doors were closed behind him. The vehicle began to move, and they headed toward the hospital. Inside the ambulance, Akaikawa Kyajuk remained still on the stretcher, his face expressionless. Conan sat across from him, his mind racing with thoughts. The fact that there were no fingerprints other than the deceased's on the murder weapon left a mystery unsolved. How had Akaikawa Kyajuk been involved in this? Was he truly the murderer, or was there something more to the story? As the ambulance swerved and made its way through the streets, the silence in the vehicle seemed to weigh heavily on everyone inside. Conan's eyes never left Akaikawa. He was trying to read the man's body language, searching for any clue that might reveal the truth behind the strange situation. Akaikawa Kyajuk's calm demeanor didn't reveal much, but Conan had learned not to rely solely on appearances. His sharp mind was focused on the details, the sequence of events, the possible connections, and the questions that still lingered unanswered. Why didn't the killer leave any traces? Conan thought to himself. Why no fingerprints, no clear evidence tying Kaikawa to the crime scene? The deeper Conan delved into the mystery, the more questions arose. Was this all part of a bigger plan? Or had Kaikawa been framed somehow? He shook his head slightly. He couldn't allow himself to be distracted. He had to focus on the facts. The situation was complicated, but he knew that the truth was out there, waiting to be uncovered. As the ambulance approached its destination, Conan prepared himself for what would come next. He knew the investigation was far from over, and that the answers he sought were still hidden somewhere in the details. But one thing was clear, he wouldn't rest until he uncovered the truth, no matter how tangled or unexpected the path might be. Chapter 5, Out of the Dragon's Pond and into the Tiger's Den. When Kaikawa Kyajuk woke up again, he discovered that he was already in the hospital room. The sensation of a headache and dizziness still lingered in his mind. Though his body remained weak, it was better than before. Kaikawa Kyajuk sat up with difficulty, leaned against the head of the bed, and tried to organize the last memories in his mind. Eyes as blue as the sky, short black hair, and a messy fringe on his forehead. He wore a dark blue suit and light blue shorts, large round black glasses that covered almost half his face, and a red bow tie around his neck. This appearance was one that anyone who had lived in Kaikawa Kyajuk's previous life would be unfamiliar with. Remember, I met a Shinigami elementary school student. Kaikawa Kyajuk couldn't help but place his hand on his forehead. Originally, he thought he had just traveled to Japan, but he hadn't expected to travel to Japan, where there was an elementary school student Shinigami. Kaikawa Kyajuk had never seen Detective Conan, and his understanding of the animation was only superficial. But still, Kaikawa Kyajuk had heard of Edogawa Conan's vast knowledge reserve and reasoning abilities, which were comparable to those of a computer. Kaikawa Kyajuk was convinced, as long as he had any connection with this elementary school student, the peaceful and stable life he hoped for would be nothing more than a mirage. It could even jeopardize his life. Presumably, everyone who had heard of the Shinigami student's name would avoid him. But right now, after covering up the traces of the crime, I found myself in front of the Shinigami elementary school student as the #1 suspect. The reason Conan followed him into the ambulance was clear. He must have been doubting himself. But the terrible thing was that I hadn't stayed awake the entire time, so I didn't know how much I had exposed. To what extent was I exposed, and how much was he aware of? Kaikawa Kyajuk, who had always had considerable confidence in his actions, couldn't help but have doubts at this moment. It's true that you left the Dragon's Pond and entered the Tiger's Den again. Of course, Kaikawa Kyajuk knew that leaving the crime scene was just the first step, and it was far from the point where he could feel at ease. As the main suspect, regardless of whether Conan existed in this world, the police would need to interrogate and investigate him. Without the original owner's memory, surviving through the police's serial interrogations and investigations wouldn't be easy. Now, he told himself there would be a genius detective, a child of the plane beside him, examining each of his words and actions. In fact, if Kaikawa Kyajuk wanted to escape without trouble, he had to build on a foundation. That foundation was the presumption of innocence. Only if the police could not present concrete evidence that he was the murderer would he be able to leave unscathed. But as far as Kaikawa Kyajuk knew, the Japanese police in the past century handled cases based on suspicion. Although, on the surface, officials from the Metropolitan Police Department and the National Police Agency loudly proclaimed the need to rely on evidence to handle cases, in reality, whether it was theft, robbery, or murder, in the vast majority of cases, the police arrested people directly and condemned them without concrete evidence. Although Kaikawa Kyajuk didn't know what year it was, just by looking at the surroundings and facilities, Kaikawa Kyajuk assumed that the era he was in now wasn't very different from his previous life. Thus, as long as there was no conclusive evidence to prove he was the murderer, the police would have no way of condemning him. Kaikawa Kyajuk had also thought about pretending to have amnesia due to his head injury. However, in modern medicine, with the help of neuroimaging tools like MRI, CT scans, PET scans, and fMRI, it is possible to determine whether the areas of the brain related to memory formation and storage are damaged. So, even if Kaikawa Kyajuk really didn't remember the original owner, it would still be difficult for him to pretend to have amnesia. The biggest problem now is that I have very little information. Not only do I know very little about the case, but I also don't even know anything about my current situation, Kaikawa Kyajuk thought to himself as he turned and pressed the nurse's call button. After a while, a nurse wearing a white uniform entered. "Mr. Kaikawa, you're awake." The nurse already knew Kaikawa Kyaju's identity, but still gave him a kind and gentle smile. So the original owner's last name is Kaikawa. Kaikawa Kyajuk thought to himself and said, "Sorry, I need to go to the bathroom." "There's a bathroom?" "It's fine, I'll find someone to take you there," the small nurse said, then turned around and left the room. A moment later, she entered with a man who was also wearing a white nurse's uniform. "Hello, Mr. Akaikawa, let me help you to the bathroom." "Thank you." Akaikawa Kyajuk thanked the other party softly, and with the nurse's help, he removed the electrodes connected to his body. With the nurse's support, he pushed the infusion pole and walked toward the bathroom. "I heard that the car Mr. Akaikawa was traveling in was involved in a car accident, and you were poisoned due to a carbon monoxide leak. It's really terrifying." On the way to the bathroom, Akaikawa Kyajuk heard the nurse talking to him. The other person's tone was full of sympathy, and it seemed they were very concerned about him. "Thank you." Akaikawa Kyajuk calmly responded to the other party's concern in a calm tone. "As expected, the criminal police are watching me. They have a very high level of professionalism, and there's nothing wrong with pretending to be a nurse. But it's a shame that the decisive gap in temperament between a criminal police officer and ordinary citizens still exposes their identity." Akaikawa Kyajuk cursed inwardly. Criminal police officers always have a demeanor that is hard to miss. Criminals, or people like Akaikawa Kyajuk, can usually spot their identity at a glance. The purpose of the other party approaching him was obvious. Akaikawa Kyajuk, of course, would not show any flaws. But it's better that Mr. Akaikawa is safe above all else. "You should take good care of your health from now on." The cold reply from Akaikawa Kyajuk didn't seem to dampen the other party's enthusiasm to continue talking to him. But this simple phrase from the detective posing as a nurse made Akaikawa Kyajuk realize something was wrong. "Take care of your health." Is that something people usually say to those injured in accidents? Akaikawa Kyajuk moved his right hand without leaving a trace, and immediately a tearing pain emerged from his right hand. "Obviously, my right hand has started to swell, but they haven't allowed me to receive treatment. This means there's a high probability they didn't realize my right hand was broken. So it's even more impossible that they think I broke my right hand on my own." Akaikawa Kyajuk dismissed the idea that the police were referring to the fracture in his right hand. And after a car accident, the engine gets damaged, and carbon monoxide leaks, which is also difficult to recreate artificially. Moreover, I nearly died from carbon monoxide poisoning. I wasn't the driver. The police shouldn't suspect that I was the one who caused the carbon monoxide leak. He also ruled out the possibility that the detective was referring to carbon monoxide poisoning. That means... Akaikawa Kyajuk lowered his head slightly and squinted his eyes. The police have determined that the original owner committed suicide. Chapter 6, Deep Suspicion. "Mr. Akaikawa, let me accompany you." When they reached the bathroom door, the detective posing as a nurse said this to Akaikawa Kyajuk. "Thank you, I can manage on my own." "Alright, then I'll wait for you at the door. If you need anything, call me." Even though Akaikawa Kyajuk had declined, the detective didn't show any displeasure on his face. He truly seemed like a nurse who cared for his patients and had a good attitude. At the end of the bathroom's wash basin area, there was a window wide enough for slender adults and children to pass through. There were basically no pedestrians under the twilight, and only the singing of birds indicated that a new day had begun. Since it was still early, there was no one else in the bathroom. Akaikawa Kyajuk approached the sink and looked at his reflection in the mirror. It was only at that moment that he truly faced his own body after traveling back in time. In the world on the other side of the mirror was a pale, lifeless young man. He had a figure thinner than the average person, with a bandage on his head, a hospital gown on his body, and an infusion stand with a tube connected to his hand. Although he had just been admitted to the hospital, he looked like a patient who had been living in the hospital for the whole year. "It's weaker than I thought. This body feels like a dead branch that will break if you step on it lightly." But surprisingly, the young man's facial features were very defined. This made Akaikawa Kyajuk sigh inwardly. For people with well-proportioned features, even if their hair was wrapped in bandages and no hair was visible, and their body was so frail, their appearance was still pleasant to the eye. Akaikawa Kyajuk didn't come to the bathroom just to use it. Although there were very few ways to obtain information at the moment, you could still learn something basic about yourself just by observing yourself. Akaikawa Kyajuk discovered that not only his cheeks but also his palms and neck had an unhealthy pale glow. Even if the skin was usually exposed to the outside, it looked paler than the average person's. In addition to the pathological reasons, there was another possibility: I've been cooped up at home without exposure to sunlight all year long. Akaikawa Kyajuk rolled up his sleeves and pants and gently squeezed the muscles of his arms and legs. The relaxed muscles further confirmed that Akaikawa Kyajuk's conclusion was correct. The skin is also a bit dry and rough, and the area around my eyes is somewhat dull. It doesn't look like staying up too late, but more like anemia caused by malnutrition. You should be at an age where you should still be studying, but you haven't been to school at all. You have the ability to care for yourself but are severely malnourished. If you live alone in this condition, it's most likely that you'll collapse and give up. But if you live with others, it's overprotectiveness or abuse. Uchiha Kyajuk extended his hand to touch his forehead and neck before passing judgment. It's the latter. The length of his hair clearly wasn't that of someone who had been holed up at home for years. It had obviously been cut. Uchiha Kyajuk could not sense the original owner's will to live, but the hair was well maintained. If someone truly cared about their appearance, they wouldn't let their physical condition deteriorate to this point. So, it could only be someone else taking care of the original owner. Looking at himself in the mirror, he appeared to be lacking in exercise and malnourished. Then he considered the information revealed by the detective who helped him earlier. Uchiha Kyajuk's balance of thoughts shifted toward the direction of abuse. Assuming the original owner was really abused, the woman who was in the same car with him should be the one living with him. Something's off. The original owner seems to have enough motive to kill. Uchiha Kyajuk quickly untied the top of his hospital gown and carefully examined his fragile body. But after a detailed inspection of his body, Uchiha Kyajuk found no old scars except the new bruises that were likely caused by the car accident. The absence of trauma doesn't mean the absence of abuse. At the same time, in this situation, the police concluded that the original owner committed suicide, which means this is something I only discovered after being sent to the hospital for an examination last night. In other words, certain conditions within his own body revealed this. Did they detect any residual substances in my body? Poison? Sleeping pills? But no matter what it is, it couldn't have been a sudden move. The original owner must have made preparations in advance. Then the question is, did the original owner commit suicide before the woman died or after? Speaking of which, the original owner actually has blue eyes, and his hair isn't black in the traditional Japanese sense, but brown. In addition to the facial features that still looked beautiful despite being thin, another thing that particularly stood out were the original owner's eyes, as blue as the night sky. When Uchiha Kyajuk inspected his body earlier, he also noticed that not only his hair but also the body hair in other parts of his body was maroon. This meant that his hair wasn't dyed but was naturally this color. Is it a mixed race? Just as Uchiha Kyajuk continued to examine his body, wanting to see if there were other details about himself he hadn't discovered, he suddenly noticed through the reflection in the mirror that someone quietly opened the bathroom door. They were watching me even when I went to the bathroom. As expected, the police were convinced the original owner had committed suicide. All the clothes on his body had been changed, so there should be nothing on him that could cause injury. Also, there was no one else in the bathroom, and there was no risk of harming anyone. So the police must be keeping watch on him to prevent another suicide attempt. Since the police are watching me, it means the original owner's suicide happened after the woman with him died. Because only in this case can I do the same after realizing that I'm not dead. Given that the original owner had been abused for many years, did he specifically choose this day to travel with her and plan to kill the woman and then commit suicide? Isn't this just murder? It seems the police have issued the same judgment. Uchiha Kyajuk pressed his hand to his forehead from the headache. Japan isn't a country that easily condemns people to death. Even extremely cruel criminals who have killed many people often have little chance of being sentenced to death. There are essential differences in sentencing standards between impromptu murder and premeditated murder. Clearly, the latter is more severe. Uchiha Kyajuk had always hoped that through some clues, he could prove he wasn't the murderer and reduce suspicions. But the more he understood the situation, the more deeply he realized he was being suspected. Chapter 7, Inducing a Confession. As Uchiha Kyajuk exited the bathroom and walked back to the room, the detective posing as a nurse began to speak with him again. Even after Uchiha Kyajuk returned to the room and lay down on the bed, the detective kept talking to him. Although all the questions seemed trivial, the words showed his concern for Uchiha Kyajuk. He discovered that, although Uchiha Kyajuk had little desire to talk to him at first, he was now giving more detailed answers to his questions. Over time, Uchiha Kyajuk's desire to converse with him grew stronger. Later on, it was Uchiha Kyajuk himself who did most of the talking. Although on the surface, they distrust strangers, they are actually more trusting of others than the average person. They are also very willing to talk and have a mental age younger than their actual age. It really fits the profile of a child who was abused during their adolescence and suffered psychological trauma. The detective would occasionally respond to Uchiha Kyajuk's comments, all while thinking to himself, "This is a detective. It's surprising that you can make such a judgment just from describing it over the phone." The detective recalled what had happened the night before and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His name was Takuto Nakajima, and he was the chief inspector in the first investigation section of the Metropolitan Police Department. The night before, after receiving the order, Nakajima Takuto had hurried to the hospital where the suspect, Uchiha Kyajuk, was being treated following the murder case on the national highway. He had met Kazanobu Chiba, who was also in the 1st Criminal Investigation Division and in the 3rd Forced Investigation Division, a higher level than Nakajima himself. Also present was the elementary school student named Conan, who usually followed his idol, the great detective Kogoro Mori. At that moment, the suspect, Akaikawa Kyajuk, had been sent to the emergency room for treatment. Chiba and Nobu had asked the hospital to find them an empty room. This is where something Takuta Nakajima would never forget in the future happened. This guy, Akaikawa, must have been under house arrest by his mother all year. Not only did he have no access to the outside world, but he also suffered from various problems due to long-term malnutrition. So he had enough motive to commit the crime. Just when Nakajima Takuto was still wondering why an elementary school student had been brought there, the first words the student spoke surprised both him and Chiba Kazanobu. Also, the attack on the deceased, Akaikawa Ryoko, with a dagger must have occurred after the car accident. This was truly incredible because Detective Wataru Takagi and Police Officer Mueko Sato were still investigating at the scene, and the police had only just learned the identities of the victim and the suspect. Had the elementary school student already figured out the suspect's motive? How was that possible? Nakajima Takuto immediately asked Conan how he knew these things. Immediately after, he heard Conan explain everything one by one. Judging by the skin color, the suspect has not been exposed to sunlight all year. Judging by his muscles, the suspect has not attended school regularly for many years. At first, Nakajima Takuto thought the elementary school student was just talking nonsense. But after hearing the explanation, he gradually started to believe Conan's judgment in his heart. Of course, it was Conan's final words that had a decisive effect. "I'm just passing this on to Sister Sara." Nakajima Takuto had also heard about Sara's sister from Conan. Masayumi Sara was a high school detective who had recently gained a great reputation in Tokyo. The genius detective of the high school, Kudo Shinichi, had disappeared suddenly for unknown reasons. Masayumi Sara had replaced Kudo Shinichi and gradually became a great assistant to the Metropolitan Police Department. The Metropolitan Police Department had acted very quickly. After receiving the search warrant, it only took one night to confirm that Sara Masaki's judgment was correct. The suspect, Kyajuki Kaikawa, had left school before finishing elementary school and had never returned. The Metropolitan Police Department had its own set of methods to contact suspects with special experiences. Children who were abused by their parents when they were young tend to be very cautious around strangers. Although they distrust strangers, it's only because of the treatment they've received. As long as kindness is shown gradually, trust can be easily gained. He left elementary school before finishing it and basically never came into contact with strangers, so his mental age should be younger than his actual age. As long as we can get the suspect to confess in person, we'll save ourselves a lot of trouble. What? Did you say inhumanity? Do criminals have human rights? This was the advice Nakajima Takuto received from his superior. Nakajima Takuto looked at Akaikawa Kyajuk, who was speaking non-stop. While he felt happy that he had gained the other person's trust, he also felt a bit sad. It's really like a little child. Akaikawa Kyajuk exhibited a very low mental age in his conversation. If Nakajima Takuto hadn't read Akaikawa Kyajuk's file, he never would have guessed it. The young man in front of him, like a child, eagerly recounting the wonderful stories from the picture books he had read, was actually old enough to drink yesterday. But even though Nakajima Takuto felt sympathy for the abuse Akaikawa Kyajuk had suffered at the hands of his mother, that did not mean he could accept Akaikawa Kyajuk's actions of killing his biological mother. People who commit mistakes will always have to pay the price for their actions. Nakajima Takuto felt that it was almost time, so he stood up. Akaikawa Kyajuk, who had been talking enthusiastically, suddenly stopped. After a few seconds of astonishment, an unmistakable look of loneliness appeared on his thin cheeks. "It's time. I'll go get your food and listen to you when I come back." Nakajima Takuto looked at Akaikawa Kyajuk's reaction and felt a little confused. However, this was a necessary step. "All right." Akaikawa Kyajuk's dull eyes suddenly lit up, and he nodded heavily. Nakajima Takuto left the room. As soon as he softly closed the door, he could still feel the burning gaze from the hospital bed behind him. It's torture. It really hurts my conscience to do this kind of work. Nakajima Takuto sighed deeply again, but it was a pity that the repressed emotions in his chest couldn't be fully exhaled. After gaining the trust, he briefly left to test Akaikawa Kyajuk's reaction. It was obvious that the other side had basically trusted him. As time passed, the other side would definitely feel uncomfortable and wonder if they had been deceived. He would wait until the agreed time had passed before returning. This sense of reunion would make the other party appreciate this false relationship even more. At this point, basically, as long as he followed the temptation, the other party would completely fall for it. Let him confess as soon as possible. He has been under house arrest by his mother since he was a child and has to go to prison now. It's really pitiful. But for him, prison should be much better than home. After all, the facilities in Japanese prisons are quite good now, and the food is decent. Nakajima Takuto comforted himself in his heart and then walked towards the room he had borrowed earlier. He needed to spend some time there and report the situation. On the other side, in the room, Akaikawa Kyajuk watched Nakajima Takuto leave the room, and the expression on his face gradually cooled, returning to his usual impassive look. Inducing a confession. Obviously, this was something prohibited in the last century, but I didn't expect that the Japanese criminal police still use this inhumane method to this day. You don't treat me like a human at all. Akaikawa Kyajuk found this a bit incredible. If it had been a force from the dark side, it would still make sense to adopt such a method. After all, they themselves disregard the law. But Akaikawa Kyajuk didn't expect the detectives of the Metropolitan Police Department to treat him this way. However, Akaikawa Kyajuk, who was being treated like this, didn't feel upset at all. On the contrary, he felt happy. If the Metropolitan Police Department truly has conclusive evidence that is enough to convict someone, why would they waste time trying to get a confession? Wouldn't it be better to just arrest the person? It's precisely because they doubt me but can't convict me, that they want to lure me into revealing the truth. After confirming that the situation hadn't gotten out of hand, Akaikawa Kyajuk once again felt relaxed in his heart. Ding! Just as Akaikawa Kyajuk relaxed, the sudden, sharp mechanical sound echoed in his mind again. At the same time, the translucent blue source appeared once more in front of Akaikawa Kyajuk's eyes. The motive for the crime is becoming clearer, and you're unsure if there's a clue you've missed. You, who only lack information, will face the detective who has identified you as the murderer. You suspect, but they still show you good intentions. What will you do? 1. Think that the other party is a trustworthy person and tell them everything you've done. Reward, skill card X1, 2. Play your role well, lower the criminal police's alertness, and steal intelligence. Reward, physical +3, 3. Decide that the other person is showing you false goodwill, point it out in front of them, and reveal your identity as a criminal police officer. Reward, agility +3. It turns out that the next option may appear even if the last option hasn't finished. But this time, it seems there's only one correct choice. Akaikawa Kyajuk sighed in his heart and now began to look forward to it eagerly. I just don't know how much information this criminal police officer can provide me. Chapter 8, The Irrefutable Lost Evidence. Nakajima Takuta returned to the room that the hospital had lent him for the Metropolitan Police Detective's office. Here, besides Conan and Chiba Kazanobu who were already there was another person. It was the high school detective who has been in the spotlight recently, Masayumi Sara. Hello, Officer Nakajima. It's Miss Sara. Thank you for your help this time. Nakajima Takuto had heard the name of Masayumi Sara long ago, but after seeing her face to face this time, he couldn't help but marvel at her appearance. With a pair of unreasonably delicate cheeks and unique dark green eyes, combined with a light gray visor cap and a very stylish and refreshing short-sleeve shirt, she was simply extremely handsome. Masayumi Sara's personal temperament is far more outstanding than what is published in newspapers and on the internet. Nakajima Takuto now finally understood why Masayumi Sara, as a JK detective, has so many female fans. With such appearance and temperament, I'm afraid she might attract a large number of girls wherever she goes. But to think that someone with such a top-tier temperament is a high school student. Nakajima Takuto complained inwardly. After finishing greeting Nakajima Takuto, Masayumi Sara once again looked back at the table. On the table were the materials gathered by the Metropolitan Police Department about Akaikawa Kyajuk and his mother, Akaikawa Ryoko. There were also documents and information related to this case, which could be handed over to the detectives. Nakajima-kun, how is the situation? At that moment, Chiba Kazanobu spoke up and asked Takuta Nakajima. Not bad. At first, they were quite suspicious of me, but now I've basically earned their trust. As Chief Toda said, Akaikawa actually has a strong desire to communicate with others. I believe that when I return and give him a good warning, he should be willing to surrender. Hearing this, Masayumi Sara suddenly raised her head and looked at Takuto Nakajima. I'd like to ask, Officer Nakajima, are you planning to induce a confession? No, how could we do such a thing? Nakajima Takuto was surprised by Sara Masayumi's sudden sharp gaze and quickly responded. Then I'm sorry. When Masayumi Sara heard this, she slowly withdrew her gaze and looked back at the table. Just now, Takuta Nakajima had been completely overwhelmed by Sara Masayumi's gaze. Looking back, Takuta Nakajima also felt a little embarrassed. Perhaps he felt guilty because he had guessed the correct answer, which is why Nakajima Takuto didn't mind Sara Masayumi's rude behavior at that moment. Nakajima Takuto couldn't help but sigh again in his heart, as expected of a detective. How cunning. If outsiders really found out what he and the others had done, the Metropolitan Police Department would likely be back at the forefront of public attention. Nakajima Takuto still had some doubts about some of the things Conan said last night. Now that Miss Yumi Sara was here, he asked, "Ms. Sara, I'd like to ask, how did you determine that Akaikawa Kyajuk committed the murder with a knife? After the car accident? By strangulation." Miss Yumi Sara said as she took out a photo of the deceased Akaikawa Ryoko, taken yesterday by a detective from the Metropolitan Police Department. "You can see that from the position of the trapezius muscle on the right side of the deceased, there is a thick mark, about 5 centimeters, slanting downward. This obviously comes from the car's seatbelt. The driver's seat of most cars in Japan is on the right side, so the seatbelt goes from the right shoulder to the lower left position, which matches the position of the strangulation mark. So, shouldn't this strangulation mark be left during a car accident? Because the car was violently unbalanced, did the seatbelt leave a strangulation mark on the deceased? If that's the case, Akaikawa Kyajuk, who weighed less than his mother and was sitting in the passenger seat, should have a strangulation mark in the opposite direction on his body. Yesterday, the kid, Conan, helped me check the body of the suspect Akaikawa and found no trace." Nakajima Takuto nodded slightly. Indeed, he seems much weaker than his mother. It's logical that the impact that left seatbelt marks on his mother should also affect him. Of course, yesterday I also examined the body of the victim and confirmed that she wasn't prone to having scars. It can be seen that the seatbelt marks didn't remain from the car accident. Then it must have been left behind when the victim struggled violently after the murder. Knowing this, we can determine that the stabbing with the dagger happened after the car accident. Then, I heard that triazolam was found in the body of the suspect Akaikawa, right? That's right. Then the whole case process is now clear, said Miss Yumi Sara with a slight smile. That is. Nakajima Takuto suddenly got excited. Have you obtained irrefutable evidence? No. The smile on Miss Yumi Sara's face suddenly turned into embarrassment. There were no fingerprints of Akaikawa Kyajuk on the dagger or the deceased, and Officer Miyamoto found that the car wasn't locked. The car was old and didn't have an automatic locking function. As for the rear-end collision, the car wasn't locked. The eyewitness testimonies are also somewhat ambiguous. In other words, there's still a small possibility that a third party committed the crime. Nakajima Takuto was a little speechless. The motive, criminal process, and murder weapon of Akaikawa Kyajuk had been determined. There were no other suspects at the scene. That basically confirmed that yesterday's detective judgment wasn't wrong. It was indeed Akaikawa Kyajuk who killed someone. The only thing missing is the evidence that Akaikawa Kyajuk is the murderer. This situation has become quite common. The traditional approach of the Metropolitan Police Department has been to interrogate the suspect or have the suspect confess voluntarily. The first requires many visits and investigations. Although the detectives obtained a search warrant, it will take some time. If he could get Akaikawa Kyajuk to confess before that date, it would be the best. Not only would it save manpower and time, but it would also earn him some merit. It's almost time, I should bring him food. Nakajima Takuto stood up and left the room. Although it's a bit inappropriate to use this word with a murderer, I still think Akaikawa is not evil by nature. After all, it was his mother who made the first mistake. He shouldn't have basic legal knowledge being locked at home every day, so he would impulsively do such a thing. If we go back this time and have a good talk with him, he should take the initiative to admit it. Nakajima Takuto thought in his heart and then walked toward the hospital's food preparation area. Actually, as Chief Toda of the police department added, this is much less troublesome than wasting manpower and time on investigations. Chapter 9, Akaikawa-kun, do you have insomnia? Nakajima Takuto carried a tray with breakfast and walked to the door of Akaikawa Kyajuk's room. He raised his wrist and checked the time. It had been almost 50 minutes since he had left a moment ago. Obviously, this time exceeded the point of simply collecting breakfast. At the very least, Akaikawa Kyajuk, who had been waiting for his return to continue chatting, must have felt extremely uncomfortable during this period. Perhaps he wondered if he had been tricked. After knocking lightly, Nakajima Takuto opened the door and entered. He then saw the boy leaning against the headboard, head lowered. Akaikawa Kyajuk, exuding a strong aura of despair, suddenly raised his head. Upon seeing him, Akaikawa Kyajuk's once dark eyes lit up, and a very happy expression appeared on his face. This scene had a strong impact on Takuto Nakajima. It felt like coming home after working overtime late at night, only to find the puppy waiting to be taken out. When Akaikawa Kyajuk saw him now, it was as if the puppy was waiting to be played with. Thinking of what he had done to Akaikawa Kyajuk and what he was about to do, Nakajima Takuto felt conflicted once again. You're here. I'm sorry for making you wait so long, the head nurse just called. I finished attending to another patient before coming. Nakajima Takuto always felt there was some sincerity in his apology. It was clear he had planned to return late from the start. I forgot to tell you my name, Akaikawa-kun. My surname is Nakajima. Hello, Mr. Nakajima. Nakajima Takuto could have invented any surname and told Akaikawa Kyajuk, but he gave him his real surname. He didn't even understand why he did this. Maybe he wanted to ease his own guilt, or perhaps he didn't want to keep deceiving the naive young man in front of him. Akaikawa-kun, your injury hasn't healed yet, so I've prepared food that's gentler on your gastrointestinal tract. Nakajima Takuto opened a small table next to the bed and moved it in front of Akaikawa Kyajuk. Then he placed the tray down. The tray was filled with relatively simple foods. A plate of steaming rice porridge, a plate of soft stewed vegetables, a piece of silky tofu as soft and delicate as pudding, and a small plate of fruit. Thank you. Akaikawa Kyajuk whispered his thanks, then took the spoon with his trembling left hand, gently scooped some rice porridge, blew on it twice, and then ate it. It's delicious. Nakajima Takuto saw Akaikawa Kyajuk give him a very forced and stiff smile. You're really not good at lying. Nakajima Takuto murmured in his heart before asking, is it not to your liking? No. Akaikawa Kyajuk suddenly raised his voice, but then seemed to realize that his reaction was too strong, so he quickly lowered his voice. Sorry. No, it's delicious. But, it's a little spicy. Then wait a moment before drinking and eat some vegetables or tofu first. Okay. Akaikawa Kyajuk agreed, taking the specially designed small spoon for eating silk tofu and extending his hand toward the tofu. Nakajima Takuto felt indescribably uncomfortable watching Akaikawa Kyajuk eat with a spoon. But he just couldn't understand what was wrong. He recalled Akaikawa Kyajuk's reaction after revealing his feelings a moment ago and thought again, it's just rice porridge, but he still eats it reluctantly. Even if you're picky with food, you wouldn't hate rice porridge. And after pointing out that it wasn't to my taste, he reacted so strongly. It seems he's afraid I'll misunderstand that he doesn't like the breakfast I brought him. A child who was abused as a child can be so humble and sensitive. After a brief interaction, Nakajima Takuto also made a new judgment about Akaikawa Kyajuk. Maybe it's because I haven't had much contact with strangers. My lying skills are really poor. Also, he seems afraid that I'll have unpleasant emotions. After making these two judgments, Nakajima Takuto felt that he could get to the point. So he joked with Akaikawa Kyajuk, who was struggling to swallow a piece of broccoli. Speaking of which, looking at Akaikawa-kun, I always feel like a kid. Obviously, my sister is about the same age, but it feels like there's a 10-year age gap between us. Eh? Akaikawa Kyajuk raised his head and looked at Nakajima Takuto with curiosity. It turns out Mr. Nakajima has a younger sister. Is she in school now? Yes, it's summer vacation in her second year. She's basically working here or there, or having fun with her friends. Cool. Akaikawa Kyajuk immediately showed an envious look. It's nothing great. She often plays with her friends until midnight and doesn't come home. She doesn't think about how dangerous it is. Before, she and her classmates sang karaoke until midnight in Shinjuku, but after they left, they were harassed by some gangsters. In the end, if I hadn't been around, I don't know what would have happened. Mr. Nakajima, don't you fear gangsters? Gangsters? I'm a high-ranking police officer. Hey, I'm a second-level kendo practitioner, how could I fear gangsters? The first sound of Metropolitan Police Department and kendo in Japanese is similar in pronunciation, both being Nakajima Takuto, who almost slipped, quickly changed his words, and Akaikawa Kyajuk showed no doubts. After chatting for a while with Akaikawa Kyajuk and deepening the impression that Akaikawa Kyajuk had a sister of about the same age as him, Nakajima Takuto smiled at Akaikawa Kyajuk and said, don't just listen, there's too much. Eat some, or it'll get cold. Akaikawa-kun, your body is very weak now. If you don't take in more nutrients, you won't be able to recover. Okay. Akaikawa Kyajuk took the spoon again and carefully brought some vegetables to his mouth. After finishing one bite, he was ready to put the spoon down. However, after realizing that Nakajima Takuto was still watching him, he had no choice but to hold the spoon again and take a large bite. The more Nakajima Takuto watched, the more uncomfortable he felt with Akaikawa Kyaju's eating movements. Fortunately, Akaikawa Kyajuk didn't seem to dare resist his instructions, so Nakajima Takuto didn't mind. After watching Akaikawa Kyajuk finish a whole plate of vegetables and half a plate of rice porridge with difficulty, Nakajima Takuto nodded in satisfaction. He felt that the moment had almost arrived, so he casually said, speaking of which, my sister has been suffering from insomnia recently. And from what she said, young people her age seem to have insomnia problems. I wonder if Akaikawa-kun has this issue. After Nakajima Takuto finished speaking, he immediately observed Akaikawa Kyajuke's reaction. Last night, the hospital detected triazolam, the main component of sleeping pills, in Akaikawa Kyajuke's body. What he wanted to determine now was whether Akaikawa Kyajuke truly had insomnia. If not, it would mean that the sleeping pills Akaikawa Kyajuke took were prepared in advance with the intent to commit suicide. Then he heard Akaikawa Kyajuke say without hesitation, "No." As expected, Takuto Nakajima immediately confirmed again. In other words, Akaikawa-kun can normally fall asleep easily, right? Yes, I don't have insomnia. Akaikawa Kyajuke looked at Nakajima Takuto, his jewel-like blue eyes filled with confusion. Chapter 10, Akaikawa-kun killed his mother, right? My sister is a second-year university student and is about the same age as me. Does that mean I'm around 20 years old now? That's really surprising. I thought the original owner was just a high school student. Akaikawa Kyajuke listened as Nakajima Takuto spoke about his sister while sorting out the information from his words. He repeatedly asked me if I had any insomnia. In other words, last night, the doctor detected sleeping pill ingredients in my body. That's why they decided I was suicidal. When Akaikawa Kyajuke was in the bathroom a moment ago, he wasn't sure whether the poison or sleeping pills had been detected in his body. Although this was somewhat inaccurate, sleeping pills can turn into poison if taken in large enough quantities. What concerned Akaikawa Kyajuke the most was the method the original owner used to commit suicide. The half-life of decreasing concentrations in the human body also varies depending on the type of drug. As long as the concentration of poison in the body is detected, the time it took to ingest the poison can be calculated. Akaikawa Kyajuke still considered himself lucky not to be the murderer, which made him think about the tiny possibility that the original owner might have actually been innocent. The police also concluded that I took sleeping pills after the woman's death. It seems pointless to keep thinking about this. Just as Akaikawa Kyajuke felt something strange in his heart over his naive thoughts, Takuto Nakajima's words caught Akaikawa Kyajuke's attention again. By the way, my little sister is really annoying. She likes to contradict my mom since high school. I thought it was just teenage rebellion, but even at this age, she still fights with her. This is like this. Akaikawa Kyajuke seemed unsure how to respond and stammered. After talking about my sister's insomnia, we're now talking about her relationship with my mom. So, the woman who died in the car was really the original owner's mother? After Akaikawa Kyajuke concluded that it was most likely that the original owner was abused by the woman in the car and put under house arrest, he made a guess. Unexpectedly, it really was the original owner's mother. So, the original owner, who had been under house arrest by his mother since childhood, prepared sleeping pills and daggers in advance, planning to kill his mother and then commit suicide the day they traveled together. Everything I can think of, the detectives must have considered as well. But they haven't came to arrest anyone directly, which proves the evidence is still inconclusive. Besides the fact that my fingerprints weren't on the murder weapon, they couldn't get a definite answer from the witnesses either. Since I opened the car, it created the possibility that a third party committed the crime. As long as this possibility isn't ruled out, they can't convict. Since the original owner took sleeping pills after his mother's death, he should have witnessed this non-existent third party. To convince the detectives and police, the story I crafted about my mother's murder had to be reasonable. If my description of the third party doesn't match the details of the original crime scene, the detectives will immediately notice that I'm lying. But when I woke up yesterday, my head was really foggy. How could I have noticed so many details? There was no way to go back to yesterday and observe the crime scene again. Akaikawa Kyajuke judged that he only had one way left to gather information, that was the detective in front of him, who had been complaining incessantly about his sister's relationship with his mother. Takuto Nakajima complained to Kyajuke Akaikawa for a while about the poor relationship between his sister and mother. Then, he looked at Akaikawa Kyajuke and curiously asked, although it's a bit presumptuous to ask now that your father is in trouble, I wonder what your relationship with your mother is, Akaikawa-kun? This has nothing to do with you, Mr. Nakajima, right? I'm just curious. Well, the relationship is pretty good. Akaikawa Kyajuke avoided Nakajima Takuto's gaze with evasive eyes. Naturally, Takuto Nakajima couldn't miss this scene. In fact, for the detective who is better at observing words and emotions than an average person, Akaikawa Kyajuke's lying skills were simply too obvious. However, Akaikawa-kun didn't seem to show any sadness after your father was killed. If you really have a good relationship, this shouldn't be your reaction, right? Nakajima Takuto's tone, which had been gentle and kind at first, gradually became more serious. At the same time, he also leaned closer to Akaikawa Kyajuke, looking closely at his eyes, which avoided his gaze, and continued to apply pressure. Nothing. It's just too sudden. I don't know. Akaikawa Kyajuke's words gradually became a bit incoherent. Nakajima Takuto immediately realized that Akaikawa Kyajuke was doing his best to make excuses, but his excessive nervousness prevented him from forming smooth and complete words. Akaikawa-kun, please stop lying. You're really bad at it. Just a little. The relationship isn't good. Akaikawa Kyajuke muttered quietly, then raised his eyes and secretly looked at Nakajima Takuto, whose attitude suddenly became frightening. As if to see if the nurse in front of him, who had suddenly become terrifying, believed his words. Well, Nakajima Takuto sighed deeply. I want to do my best to help you, Akaikawa-kun. Eh? Akaikawa Kyajuke's eyes widened with astonishment and confusion. It was you, Akaikawa-kun, who killed your mother, right? Nakajima Takuto said in a deep voice. Ah. It was as if someone stabbed him in the back with a knife. Akaikawa Kyajuke shouted in surprise and moved away from Takuto Nakajima. But how could Takuto Nakajima give Akaikawa Kyajuke the chance to breathe? He immediately stood up, placed his hand on the small table with the dishes, and leaned in to look at the pale Akaikawa Kyajuke. Answer my question. I wouldn't accept that. Mom, didn't she die in a car accident? Mom, while driving, accidentally crashed into the guardrail. So she died. Isn't that right? The woman was obviously hit from behind after she suddenly stopped and then hit the guardrail. Nakajima Takuto made a judgment in his mind as he saw Akaikawa Kyajuke gasping violently, his brain deprived of oxygen due to the extreme tension and pressure. From the moment Akaikawa Kyajuke began to fabricate the cause of Akaikawa Ryoko's death, he was already convinced that Akaikawa Kyajuke was the one who killed Akaikawa Ryoko. Precisely because it was Akaikawa Kyajuke who caused this car accident, he wanted to cover up the cause of the accident. What a pathetic kid. Didn't even know the police can tell what happened to the car before the accident just by looking at the tire tracks on the ground. Even though the dagger was still stuck in my mother's body, he still said his mother died in a car accident. What a clumsy lie. Nakajima Takuto slipped his hand into his pocket and silently activated the voice recorder button. Although recording without the other person's consent has no legal effect, a recording of the prisoner's confession could serve as compelling evidence. Do you still want to lie to me? Mrs. Ryoko was still alive after the car accident. Stop pretending, you just killed her, didn't you? Nakajima Takuto emphasized his tone again and repeated his question. In addition to continuing to pressure Akaikawa Kyajuke, who was on the verge of collapse, he also wanted the recorder to clearly document his problems. You need to provide proof when you speak. I clearly saw my mother die after the car accident. Nakajima Takuto looked at Akaikawa Kyajuke's red eyes, which seemed like he was about to collapse and cry, and knew that Akaikawa Kyajuke had reached his limit. He directly reached out and took Akaikawa Kyajuke's hospital gown off, exposing his thin shoulders with clear bones. Nakajima Takuto pointed at Akaikawa Kyajuke's shoulder that had no scars and mocked, "You want proof, right? Here's the proof." Chapter 11. The name of the original owner's mother is Ryoko. Since she directly calls the original owner's mother by her first name instead of her surname, it means the original owner's mother has the same surname as the protagonist. Then it's Ryoko Akaikawa. Usually, Japanese women have to give up their maiden name and adopt their husband's surname after marriage. That's why it's not surprising that the child has the same surname as their mother. It turns out the cause of the car accident wasn't that the car directly hit the railing, but rather the original owner's mother suddenly braked and was rear-ended by the car behind her, causing her to lose balance and hit the railing. Akaikawa Kyajuke recalled what happened after he woke up. The car body hit the left railing, and the front windshield was covered in spiderweb-like cracks. No wonder the police couldn't get accurate information from the witnesses. It seems the rear window was broken when the car was rear-ended, blocking the view. Also, the car hit the left railing at an angle that leaned toward the left. This means that the right rear was hit or the original owner's mother was turning the steering wheel to the left. In this way, the driver's seat direction would be blocked by the car body, and vehicles behind wouldn't be able to see the person in the driver's seat direction. This could be exploited to create a situation where a third party commits the crime. Akaikawa Kyajuke plays the role of an inexperienced child who is discovered making a serious mistake. As for why he acted so panicked, as if he had killed someone, instead of denying it to Takuto Nakajima in front of him without blushing or faltering. That's because, one must say that all humans are virtuous. As soon as you discover you have an advantage, you can't help but start seeking victory. Once you start to go with the flow, your judgment deteriorates, and it's easy to reveal your flaws. Just think about it. At this moment, Nakajima Takuto is convinced that he's a child who doesn't know how to lie, with a very low mental age, and one whom he trusts completely. Suddenly, he discovered that the child in front of him denied the murder of his mother with no emotion. At that moment, Nakajima Takuto would definitely doubt whether his previous act was just that, an act. After all, for today's police, Uchiha Kyajuk has basically been compared to a murderer. Only by convincing Nakajima Takudo that his judgment was correct had he already overcome his psychological defense. Only then would the pursuit continue with the attitude of a victor. If asked directly, he definitely wouldn't answer honestly. But if a mistaken point of view is presented, people often unconsciously refute it. That's why Uchiha Kyajuk knew that the original owner's mother died from a stabbing, but still told him she died after hitting the railing with her car. As expected, Takuto Nakajima, who thought he had the advantage, immediately refuted it. Before that, Uchiha Kyajuk still didn't know anything about the car accident. Now, he had a clear and complete image of the car accident on the national road in his mind. Still want to lie to me? Mrs. Ryoko didn't even die after the car accident. Stop pretending, you were the one who killed Mrs. Ryoko, right? Hearing Nakajima Takuto's question, Uchiha Kyajuk realized the other person suddenly raised his tone. Obviously, I already asked this question before, but now I've repeated it again. It's too obvious. Uchiha Kyajuk noticed that Nakajima Takuto repeated the phrase "stop pretending, you were the one who killed Mrs. Ryoko, right?" Combined with the suddenly heightened tone of the other party, the purpose was obvious. The recording has started. Uchiha Kyajuk thought to himself. Next, I have to be careful with my words. Otherwise, for the sake of fishing, if someone records the audio as evidence, the gain will outweigh the loss. By the way, what you just said is too certain. How did the police know that the original owner's mother was still alive after the car accident? Didn't Uchiha Kyajuk know when the original owner's mother was killed? According to Nakajima Takuto, the original owner's mother suddenly stopped on the road. Uchiha Kyajuk's first reaction was that the eye in the co-driver's seat suddenly stabbed his mother, who was driving, with a knife, leading to the subsequent series of events. It's unknown information again. Uchiha Kyajuk thought to himself, then, looking as if he were about to cry, stammered and accused the other party of asking for evidence as he spoke. The dots in his heart were finally explained. Takuto Nakajima tore off his hospital gown, pointed at his left shoulder, and said, "This is the evidence." However, after Takuto Nakajima said this, he seemed to realize that he had accidentally said something redundant and did not continue. But even this was enough for Uchiha Kyajuk to analyze the whole situation. The left shoulder? Can this be used as evidence that the original owner's mother died after the car accident? Ah, I know, it's the seatbelt mark. It seems the original owner's mother has a seatbelt mark on her shoulder, but there is no mark on my shoulder, meaning the seatbelt mark hadn't appeared where the car accident occurred. In this case, the marks on the original owner's mother could only remain after she was stabbed and struggling after the car accident. Not only was she murdered, but the murder of the original owner's mother happened after the car accident. Uchiha Kyajuk, who had judged this point, suddenly felt completely relaxed. I, who had done nothing good since the time travel, finally turned around at this moment. The murder of the original owner's mother happened after the car accident, meaning the original owner's mother didn't stop because the original owner attacked her with a dagger. The Metropolitan Police Department and the detectives obviously still haven't figured out the reason why the original owner's mother suddenly stopped. So, isn't this a great opportunity to create a third party who killed you? Uchiha Kyajuk knows that Japan doesn't have that many cameras. In a country where more than 99% of illegal accidents depend on traffic police to catch the criminals, it's easy to create a third party who caused the car accident and then killed the original owner's mother and escaped. Moreover, I don't need to boast as if I'm really committing a perfect crime. It's enough to establish the possibility of a third party's existence and make sure the police have no conclusive evidence to identify them as the killer. As for not being able to find the third party, then we can only blame the police for their incompetence. Ding. Suddenly, a sharp, familiar mechanical sound rang in Uchiha Kyajuk's mind. A translucent blue text that only he could see appeared in front of Uchiha Kyajuk's eyes. Choose 2, complete, distribute rewards, physical fitness +3, suddenly. A strange sensation spread through Uchiha Kyajuk's body. Uchiha Kyajuk clearly felt that his body seemed to strengthen in an instant. The body that was originally weak and fragile was actually full of vitality at this moment. Hey, the improvement these 3 points of physical fitness provide is much better than I imagined. Uchiha Kyajuk sighed in his heart and then turned his attention back to the detective in front of him. The information this detective can provide is basically the same. Now there is one final and more important thing to ask this detective for help. Finally, I no longer have to endure the strong urge to vomit that has been lingering in my chest since the first bite of food. This is also the main reason why Uchiha Kyajuk seems embarrassed when eating. He's not pretending. But the original owner's body itself had serious dietary issues. Oh. Uchiha Kyajuk's face turned green, he covered his mouth with his hand, and suddenly his cheeks puffed up. Chapter 12 You, Murderer. Oh. Suddenly, Nakajima Takuto heard a Kaikawa Kyajuk groan and covered his mouth. Then he leaned over the bed and vomited all the breakfast he had just eaten. Nakajima Takuto looked at a Kaikawa Kyajuk, who was vomiting and coughing violently into the trash can next to the bed, and once again felt mixed emotions in his heart. After a person endures excessive psychological stress, it will cause physical discomfort and lead to vomiting. This is something that often happens in criminal investigations. At this point, it was clear that a Kaikawa Kyajuk was truly on the brink of collapse. Nakajima Takuto approached a Kaikawa Kyajuk and gently patted his back. At the same time, his tone became kind and gentle. "I'm so sorry, Akaikawa-kun. I don't want to see you like this either, Akaikawa-kun. I'm really doing this for your own good. There is something I must confess to you, Akaikawa-kun. In fact, I'm not a nurse at this hospital, but a detective from the first investigation section of the Metropolitan Police Department. I assure you as a detective. Once you tell me what happened yesterday, I guarantee you won't be severely punished. After all, it was your mother who made the first mistake, and yesterday you came of age. You still have a long life ahead of you. If you keep hiding the truth, when the police catch you with evidence, the punishment will be completely different. Enough with the whips, it's time to offer some sweets." Nakajima Takuto was absolutely certain. A Kaikawa Kyajuk, who had suffered this final decisive blow from him, would definitely stop hiding the truth and confess all his crimes. Indeed. Nakajima Takuto noticed that a Kaikawa Kyajuk's back was still trembling from the intense coughing. After hearing himself say, "It was your mother who made the mistake, and yesterday you came of age," he suddenly stopped trembling. Really? Really? About a minute passed before Nakajima Takuto heard a Kaikawa Kyajuk speak hesitantly. "Of course. I won't lie to you." Nakajima Takuto felt happy and quickly responded. He hadn't been deceived by a Kaikawa Kyajuk. Now, Kyajuk Kaikawa's sincere confession could still be considered a surrender. But when the police had proof and arrested someone, the punishment would be much more severe. However, there was one thing he didn't say. That is, the police still hadn't found conclusive evidence that a Kaikawa Kyajuk killed a Kaikawa Ryoko. Therefore, a Kaikawa Kyajuk's detention by the Metropolitan Police Department wouldn't exceed 48 hours. It was even more impossible to arrest him. What Takuto Nakajima was showing at that moment was his full confidence that the police had obtained conclusive evidence. Only this way. Only then would the young man in front of him believe that he was truly thinking about him. A Kaikawa Kyajuk slightly lifted his body and wiped the tears that had appeared at the corners of his eyes due to the vomiting and coughing with the towel Nakajima Takuto handed him, along with the remaining saliva around his mouth. He then said softly, "My mother had planned a long time ago to go out and celebrate my 20th birthday." "Yes, continue." Nakajima Takuto urged in his heart. Although there was no expression on his face, he still seemed gentle and kind as before. But inside, he was very excited. This case was finally coming to an end. Even Detective Saramas Yumi, Officer Chiba, and Officer Sato hadn't solved it. It only took me one morning to achieve victory. With this achievement, he would soon be promoted to Director of Inspections. After celebrating outside, my mother drove home, and I sat in the passenger seat. Yes, that's it. Nakajima Takuto became more and more excited, trying not to let a smile appear on his lips. A Kaikawa Kyajuk's confession would be completely recorded on the recorder, and when the time came, this recording would become the greatest evidence to replace the murder weapon. As we were driving down the national road, a motorcycle suddenly jumped in front of my mother's car, so my mother slammed on the brakes. Huh? Didn't the brakes happen because of Kyajuk Kaikawa? Nakajima Takuto was confused, and his judgment seemed slightly biased at this point. But it wasn't a big issue. After my mother slammed on the brakes, for some unknown reason, the car suddenly lost its balance and crashed into the guardrail on the left side of the road. Well, I think a car hit me from behind. Nakajima Takuto nodded and murmured in his heart. All of the Kaikawa Kyajuk's descriptions were consistent with the facts known by the Metropolitan Police Department. He was sure that a Kaikawa Kyajuk wasn't lying. I hit my hand because of the sudden stop, and my head was dazed because it hit the headrest. I don't remember much of what happened at that moment, but it seemed like someone suddenly opened my mother's car door. Huh? Nakajima Takuto was stunned and felt that something was wrong. The man was wearing black clothes, and he seemed to be the one who was riding the motorcycle. Wait a minute. What are you talking about? Shouldn't it have been you who pulled out a knife and stabbed your mother before she understood what was going on? Nakajima Takuto felt more and more that something was wrong with the developments and began to complain loudly in his heart. Anyway, the man dressed in black was wearing a helmet, and his face couldn't be clearly seen. Then, suddenly, the man pulled out a knife and stabbed my mother several times. After my mother stopped moving, The man opened my mouth again, poured unknown pills into it, and then hit me on the head. When I woke up again, I was already in the hospital. What a joke. Nakajima Takuto couldn't hold back any longer and roared angrily. I thought Kaikawa Kyajuk was going to confess his crime. Unexpectedly, at that moment, he was still making up stories for me. Nakajima Takuto felt deceived. He no longer pretended to be kind and directly grabbed Kaikawa Kyajuk by the neck, bringing his face close to Kyajuk's and angrily said, "You killed your mother. You, murderer. You bought sleeping pills in advance and prepared a dagger. You were going to take her out to celebrate your 20th birthday, kill your mother, and then commit suicide. You killed your mother with a knife after the car accident, and then took sleeping pills to kill yourself. But you didn't know that sleeping pills are actually very difficult to cause death. You were lucky to survive. This is your criminal process, right?" Kaikawa Kyajuk's face was already pale. At that moment, Takuto Nakajima grabbed him by the neck, and his face turned pale with fear. His already red eyes became moist again, and his voice began to grow hoarse as he cried, "What I said is true, my mother was killed by that motorcyclist. Damn it." Nakajima Takuto roared again, interrupting Kaikawa Kyajuk's words. "No other fingerprints were found on the dagger or your mother. Where did this motorcyclist come from? It's pure nonsense. Then, if no fingerprints were found, how did Mr. Nakajima conclude that I was the murderer?" Kaikawa Kyajuk's slight question made Nakajima Takuto freeze instantly. Chapter 13, Idiot. What did you do? Did he really expose the fact that the Metropolitan Police Department had no evidence on suspect number 1? Nakajima Takuto stood there, confused, his mind blank. When the police didn't have the exact evidence, they wanted Kaikawa Kyajuk to confess. They relied on making Kaikawa Kyajuk believe that the police already had the evidence. But he was willing to take shortcuts and give him a chance to surrender and redeem himself. Now, revealing to Kaikawa Kyajuk that the police had no evidence, all those previous threats lost their meaning, right? Nakajima Takuto's hand, which had been gripping Kaikawa Kyajuk's neck, gradually loosened. Kaikawa Kyajuk pulled away and coughed again. But at that moment, Nakajima Takuto had no time to worry about Kaikawa Kyajuk. Realizing he had made a huge mistake, his clothes were completely soaked in cold sweat. If his boss found out about this, he would definitely face severe punishment. No, this isn't right. There's still a chance to fix this. Nakajima Takuto turned his head stiffly and looked at Kaikawa Kyajuk, who was holding his neck and coughing desperately. With his mental agent experience, he probably doesn't even understand what I just said. How can a child who's been locked up in his house since elementary school know anything about police criminal investigation procedures? Also, if he confesses, won't the previous mistakes be wiped away? When prisoners have already confessed, who would know that I accidentally revealed the status of the case investigation to the prisoners? Nakajima Takuto calmed himself and spoke deeply to Kaikawa Kyajuk. "I'll give you another chance. Think carefully before you speak. Remember, I'm giving you a chance. You are an adult now, and the protection law stopped applying to you 2 years ago. If you confess honestly now, it will be considered a surrender, and you'll receive a lighter punishment. But if you're caught later, the result won't be the same." Nakajima Takuto no longer had the energy to pretend to be kind and gentle in front of Kaikawa Kyajuk. He simply said it clearly so the other party should understand, right? Kaikawa Kyajuk thought for a moment and then spoke cautiously. "I remember that the motorcyclist seemed to be wearing gloves when he killed my mother." Nakajima Takuto? "You added a setup, didn't you? I heard you say that no fingerprints were found, so you added the glove story for the fake prisoner, right?" Nakajima Takuto was almost dead with anger, and once again, he couldn't contain himself, shouting angrily, "Stop talking to me about motorcyclists. The police already have the evidence. It's obvious that you held a grudge against your mother, so you killed Mrs. Ryoko." "No, no, no. Everything I said is true." Kaikawa Kyajuk repeatedly denied, "Even if I really wanted to kill my mother, I couldn't." "What couldn't?" "As long as you have a knife, even someone like you could kill your own mother with your own hands." Nakajima Takuto said angrily, and then grabbed Kaikawa Kyajuk's right hand, which had always been hidden in the sleeve of his hospital gown. However, upon seeing Kaikawa Kyajuk's right hand, swollen and purple, bent in the opposite direction, Nakajima Takuto's words caught in his throat. "Ah!" Kaikawa Kyajuk screamed. Nakajima Takuto saw the pain on Kaikawa Kyajuk's face as his cheeks twisted, and quickly released his hand. "What's wrong with your hand?" This time, Nakajima Takuto's words started to stutter. It was the first time he noticed that Kaikawa Kyajuk's right hand was broken. There was severe swelling and subcutaneous bleeding. And the color of the subcutaneous bleeding wasn't red anymore, it was purple. This showed that quite a bit of time had passed since Uchiha Kyajuke's hand injury. A bad premonition began to form in Nakajima Takuto's mind. Did he say something about the motorcyclist? But his hand is broken. It can't be. He must be lying to me. Why wouldn't he tell me he had an accident when he collided with his mother? Nakajima Takuto became even more furious and started to think that something was off. He is hiding the truth. Why hasn't he told anyone his hand was broken? This kid is such an idiot, he doesn't realize the consequences. No. This has to be a trick. Nakajima Takuto grabbed Uchiha Kyajuke's wrist and squeezed it hard while staring at him. The evidence was still unclear, but Nakajima Takuto's frustration was rising. Tell me what happened. Now. Speak quickly, boy. Just then, the door to the room burst open with a loud bang. Sharp screams echoed through the hospital. In that moment, Nakajima Takuto felt his right hand, which had been holding Uchiha Kyajuke's wrist, grabbed by a pair of white palms. I'm sorry. The voice sounded again. As soon as those words were spoken, Nakajima Takuto felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Ah! The pain was so intense that Nakajima Takuto released his hand and looked at the person who had grabbed his wrist. It was none other than the high school detective, Yumi. A mere high school student dares to torture a member of the Metropolitan Police Department. Just now, Yumi had had a very bad attitude when questioning whether he had induced a confession, and now he dared to attack him directly. Nakajima Takuto felt that the seemingly complacent high school detective in front of him wasn't even paying attention to a Metropolitan Police detective. She surely knew the consequences of underestimating a Metropolitan Police detective. However, before Nakajima Takuto could finish his words, he felt his vision blur, and he heard a bang sound in his ears. At some point, the other hand of Yumi, which hadn't been holding Nakajima Takuto's wrist, closed into a fist and flew past Nakajima Takuto's ear like a bullet. A few strands of hair fell from Yumi's fist. Nakajima Takuto's ears were left stinging from the punch. He felt as though the blood in his body had frozen instantly. Nakajima Takuto had no doubt. If Yumi's punch had hit him in the face, he would have been sent straight to the emergency room. You're so impulsive, uncle. Sara is a super Jeet-kun-do master who could even suppress Ran. Conan, who entered with her, looked at Nakajima Takuto, who was stunned with fear. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he silently complained in his heart. Nakajima-kun. Ms. Sara. What are you doing? The voices of Chiba and Nabu, who arrived later, also echoed in the room. Their eyes were wide with shock as they saw what was happening, unable to understand what was going on. Soon after, Yumi slowly withdrew her hand, took a step back, and distanced herself from Nakajima Takuto. She gently wiped her fist, and there was a mosquito body on it. The dark green eyes of the girl reflected Nakajima Takuto, who was ashen-faced, and a smile of apology appeared on her face, which was more delicate than countless active male idols. Sorry, Officer Nakajima, there was a mosquito. Chapter 14, The Will to Resist Uchiha Kyajuke was sent for examination and treatment. As for Nakajima Takuto and Conan's group, Detective Chiba Kazanobu took them back to the temporary hospital room that had been prepared for them. The room, which I thought should be empty, upon opening the door and entering, Nakajima Takuto discovered that there was someone else inside. That person was the beautiful detective Hueco Sato, the flower of the Metropolitan Police Department. Hueco Sato holds the same rank as Officer Toda, who had previously given orders to Nakajima Takuto. She is the second in command of the Criminal Investigation Section 1 of the Metropolitan Police Department. Therefore, she is also a superior whom Nakajima Takuto would never dare to disobey. Originally, the beautiful officer was tapping her upper lip with her fist, looking at the information on the table and thinking. After hearing the sound of the door opening, she shifted her focus. Then, upon seeing Nakajima Takuto's uneasy expression, as if he had done something wrong, her beautiful black eyebrows also furrowed. Chiba-kun, what happened? Hueco Sato didn't ask Nakajima Takuto directly, but instead asked Kazanobu Chiba, who was a level below her. Then Chiba Kazanobu told Sato Hueco roughly what he had learned on the way back. Thank you, Ms. Sara, for helping me stop Nakajima-kun. Hueco Sato softly thanked Yumi. Excuse me, could you ask Miss Sara and little brother Conan to step aside for a moment? Yumi and Conan nodded and left the room. Officer Nakajima will probably be reprimanded by Officer Sato, Yumi said. I heard Officer Takagi say earlier that Officer Sato is very scary when she's angry. No, Officer Sato is no better than you. Conan mentally complained. He clearly remembered that in a previous case, Takid was almost kicked to death by Yumi for provoking her. By the way, Ms. Sara, are you too impulsive? Officer Nakajima is a criminal police officer. If you attack him, it can be considered assaulting a police officer. If you attack a police officer, you're simply attacking the police. Do you want me to sit and watch Officer Nakajima get a confession? No, I want you to take a gentler approach. So my punch didn't land on his face. Conan stayed silent for a few seconds and then slowly said, since we managed to force Officer Nakajima, who seemed to have a good temper, to look like this, it means that Akaikawa didn't admit he was the murderer. But I'm curious to know what happened in the room while Officer Nakajima was outside. Saramis Yumi guessed in her heart, and a smile couldn't help but appear on her lips. It was just that this smile didn't last long on her delicate cheeks. Just a few seconds later, Saramis Yumi's expression turned cold again. Obviously, he had very little information about the victim and the suspect, but he was eager to achieve quick success and tried to get the suspect to admit the crime by inducing and coercing a confession. Moreover, he clearly said he wouldn't induce a confession. Saramis Yumi didn't have a good impression of people who don't keep their promises. Furthermore, Nakajima Takuto, who holds the identity of a police officer, did something legally prohibited, which made Saramis Yumi feel extremely disgusted. Although neither Saramis Yumi nor Conan knew what Nakajima Takuto and Akaikawa Kyajuk exchanged, just looking at Nakajima Takuto's furious look at the end, one could guess that the incentive to confess must have failed. Conan-kun, Ms. Sara, you can come in. After a while, Chiba Kazushi peeked his head in and called for Conan and Saramis Yumi. After the two returned, they found that Mueko Sato's expression was no different from before. But Nakajima Takuto was standing aside with his head lowered, as if he had done something wrong. It seems the reprimand was more severe than I thought, Conan complained inwardly. I came here this time to share information about this case investigated by the Metropolitan Police Department. Mueko Sato spoke softly while also looking at Takuto Nakajima, who was standing there. The Metropolitan Police visited the neighbors of both the victim and the suspect and learned that Akaikawa and his son moved to their current apartment 3 years ago. It's a shame that most people say they didn't have much contact with Akaikawa's mother and son. But one thing is that the answers from several interviewees were quite consistent. That is, everyone believes that the suspect, Akaikawa Kyajuk, was abused by his mother, Akaikawa Ryoko. The evidence is that the victim, Akaikawa Ryoko, occasionally went out to work, but almost never saw the suspect, Akaikawa Kyajuk, leave the house. And in their impression, Akaikawa Kyajuk always seemed malnourished and very weak. This is consistent with Miss Sara's speculation. Has the police received any relevant reports? Saramis Yumi asked. No. Mueko Sato answered. The police asked the neighbors of Akaikawa and his son, and most of them said they didn't want to get involved in their personal matters. Because they never heard any screams or other sounds coming from Akaikawa's house, nor did they receive any help from Akaikawa Kyajuk. Actually, this situation is understandable. If Akaikawa Kyajuk has been under house arrest by his mother since elementary school, it's been more than 10 years, and he should have lost the will to resist. Saramis Yumi placed her fingers on her chin and analyzed in a deep voice. Moreover, the neighbors said that although they had little contact with Akaikawa's mother and son, they occasionally saw Akaikawa Kyajuk's weak appearance due to malnutrition. This means that Akaikawa Kyajuk was not completely restricted by his mother. This also proves that Akaikawa Ryoko is convinced that Akaikawa Kyajuk won't run away or ask others for help. It indirectly proves that Akaikawa Kyajuk has lost the will to resist. But if you've lost the will to resist, how could you kill your mother? Chiba and Shin couldn't understand. It is possible that Akaikawa Kyajuk simply lost hope in his neighbors. For example, when he was a child, he tried to ask for help from his neighbors but it was in vain. After all, Officer Sato also said that Akaikawa and his son moved to their current apartment 3 years ago. Akaikawa Kyajuk doesn't go to school or go out. And Akaikawa Ryoko doesn't have a formal job and only does odd jobs. In this case, there is absolutely no need to move. Then, the possibility I think of is that once Ryoko Akaikawa realizes that others have discovered her abuse of Kyajuk Akaikawa, she will act quickly. After a few attempts, Akaikawa Kyajuk naturally lost the will to resist. Sato Mueko, Chiba Kazanobu, and even Nakajima Takuto, who was standing aside, nodded when they heard Saramis Yumi's analysis. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly again. As expected of a detective, she could always notice details that the police hadn't. And based on these few details, we could deduce the whole story. But I still have some doubts. Would such a child really kill his mother? Chiba Kazanobu still found it a bit hard to accept. Takagi-kun and others who were originally in charge of the investigation also have the same doubts. But after searching the apartment where the victim and the suspect lived, this is what they found. While Mueko Sato spoke, she placed 3 pieces of evidence in front of everyone. The policyholder is Akaikawa Ryoko, and the beneficiary is Akaikawa Kyajuk. Including mandatory liability insurance, these insurance contracts are from 3 different companies, and the total death benefit exceeds 100 million yen. Chapter 15, Major Error. Hueco Sato's words caused Takuto Nakajima, who had been hanging by the wall, to suddenly raise his head. Then, along with everyone else, he directed his gaze toward the 3 documents. On the table were a mandatory liability insurance contract and 2 life insurance contracts. The so-called mandatory liability insurance is equivalent to Japan's mandatory traffic insurance. It is essential insurance for anyone who buys a car in Japan. The life insurance is similar to life insurance, which is a policy that you must apply for directly from an insurance company. Although this document is signed with the name of Ryoko Akaikawa, it is not necessarily the insurance Ryoko Akaikawa took out for herself. Because once you obtain the seal and the insurance card, even your children or spouse can approach the insurance company to insure your family. Upon hearing Hueco Sato's words, Takuto Nakajima seemed to have grabbed a straw that saved his life and quickly said out loud, excited, as long as Akaikawa Ryoko dies, Akaikawa Kyajuku will not only be free from his mother's abuse, but he will also receive a huge compensation that will leave him worry-free for the rest of his life. Although the death benefit is considered an inheritance, the government will not tax it. Akaikawa Kyajuku is the major beneficiary of Akaikawa Ryoko's death this time. He has enough reason to kill. He had indeed planned all of this a long time ago, so he took out those 2 life insurance policies for his mother. Nakajima Takuto's speech once again stirred up disgust from Saramis Yumi. She looked at Nakajima Takuto and asked, if Akaikawa Kyajuku was just after the insurance money, why would he commit suicide after his mother's death? But in the end, didn't he die? He must have known that no matter how many sleeping pills he took, nothing would happen, just to hide the fact that he killed someone for insurance money. No, Nakajima-kun, you're mistaken here. Chiba Kazanobu suddenly spoke, leaving Takuto Nakajima stunned for a moment. The doctor detected a concentration of triazolam in Akaikawa's body last night that seriously exceeded the standard. Therefore, it was determined that the amount of sleeping pills Akaikawa Kyajuku took was enough to cause death. In other words, the fact that Akaikawa is still alive is very strange. If it were really for the insurance money, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to swallow a lethal dose of sleeping pills. That's all. Takuto Nakajima was choked by Chiba Kazanobu's words. After thinking for a moment, he hurriedly said, the insurance was taken out by Ryoko Akaikawa for herself and has nothing to do with Akaikawa Kyajuku. And Akaikawa Kyajuku's plan from the start was to kill his mother and then commit suicide. Just as Hueco Sato was about to speak, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Please, come in. Hueco Sato shouted, and then a young nurse entered. Did you find anything? Asked Chiba Kazanobu. Well, Mr. Akaikawa is already receiving treatment for his fracture. The small nurse seemed somewhat afraid in front of the criminal police. Oh, that's all. Thank you. Hueco Sato thanked the nurse and then quietly asked, excuse me, is there anything else? Don't worry, just tell me. Hueco Sato's intuition as a detective is very sharp. She noticed that the small nurse seemed afraid of something, so she asked quietly. Well, the doctor asked me to inquire. Why are you letting the patients eat so much? Huh? What do you mean? Hueco Sato was a bit confused. Mr. Akaikawa is a patient with liver dysfunction. He shouldn't be able to eat too much. And even if he must eat, he should take it with liver protectants and anti-nausea medications like ondansetron or domperidone. But Mr. Akaikawa ate more food than usual without taking any medication. The doctor thought it was strange, so he wanted me to ask. The small nurse kept looking at Takuto Nakajima as she explained. She knew that it was the detective who had served breakfast to Akaikawa Kyajuku, not the nurse. Although the nurse said it tactfully, Hueco Sato immediately realized that Akaikawa Kyajuku's physical condition must have deteriorated from overeating. She raised an eyebrow, looked at Takuto Nakajima, and asked coldly, Nakajima-kun, were you the one who went to get breakfast for Akaikawa? What's going on? I don't know. I never heard he had liver failure. Takuto Nakajima was stunned. Why did Akaikawa Kyajuku have so many disadvantages? It's not easy to live to 20 with all these illnesses. But he really knew nothing about this. Wait a minute, Mr. Akaikawa's liver failure symptoms aren't caused by taking too much triazolam, right? I remember that taking too many sleeping pills can affect the liver and kidneys. Conan asked while looking at the small nurse. In this case, Mr. Nakajima probably didn't know about this. But the doctor said it should be an old problem that the patient has had for a long time. And the patient must be very resistant when it comes to eating. He must know that he can't eat without taking medication. That's why the doctor thought it was strange that he had eaten so much. The small nurse's words once again drew everyone's eyes to Nakajima Takuto. Takuto Nakajima's expression turned ugly once again. He remembered. When he first asked Akaikawa Kyajuku to drink rice porridge, Akaikawa Kyajuku had shown great resistance. Later, during his series of interrogations, Akaikawa Kyajuk also had violent vomiting. At first, he thought it was due to excessive stress. Now it seems it was basically caused by liver failure and overeating without taking medication. As for the reason Akaikawa Kyajuk ate too much, it's obvious. At that moment, Akaikawa Kyajuk was just trying to chat with him, so he was worried that Akaikawa Kyajuk wouldn't be happy if he rejected the food. He had no choice but to hide his inability to eat and forced himself to eat excessive amounts. Obviously, for him, who had no idea Akaikawa Kyajuk had liver failure, this was at most a mistake. But right now, someone saw him forcing Akaikawa Kyajuk to confess in the room. I'm afraid no one will believe his own explanation now. Anyone would think that he must have forced Akaikawa Kyajuk to eat too much. After realizing this, Takuto Nakajima felt his anger boiling in his chest and wanted to kill the idiot who was obviously an adult but still had the mind of a child. You can't eat. You have liver failure. Why didn't you tell me? Why did you have to eat it and then spit it out? How can there be such stupid people in this world? Takuto Nakajima cursed Akaikawa Kyajuk in his heart. After coming to his senses, he realized that everyone in the room, except the small nurse, was looking at him with anger. For Takuto Nakajima, the looks from others were fine. But only the angry gaze from Hueco Sato sent chills down his spine. The small nurse saw something was wrong and hurriedly left the room. Hueco Sato slammed the table, and suddenly a bang was heard from the small room. Takuto Nakajima. As a criminal police officer, don't you know you must pay attention to the evidence when handling cases? Hueco Sato shouted Takuto Nakajima's full name, obviously extremely angry. It's been less than 24 hours since the incident occurred, and the Metropolitan Police Department's investigation has barely started. But you just used assumptions to induce and force suspects to confess. Are meritorious actions more important to you than the truth? That Akaikawa Kyajuk is so weak. If he really isn't a criminal, but you forced him to confess to his crime, would you still consider this your merit and not care about other people's lives or deaths? No, I would never do such a thing. Takuto Nakajima quickly denied. However, Hueco Sato's face showed no sign of conviction. Let me ask you, what else are you hiding from me? Nothing more. Really, nothing more. Takuto Nakajima was so frightened by Hueco Sato's angry gaze that his face turned pale and he quickly said. Alright, if I find out you're hiding something or doing something illegal again, you won't be a detective anymore. No, Officer Sato. I was wrong, really wrong. I shouldn't have acted arbitrarily. After hearing what Hueco Sato said, Takuto Nakajima quickly apologized. You don't need to be involved in the follow-up of this case. You can go back and report this incident to Officer Toda. Hueco Sato finally gave Takuto Nakajima a chance. If she reported it herself, then Takuto Nakajima's identity as a detective could really be lost. Yes. Nakajima Takuto, as if granted amnesty, quickly bowed, saluted, and left the room. Discovered by Takuto Nakajima. Even after leaving the hospital, his hands still trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, in his right pocket, his trembling right hand tightly held the recorder he had used to record in Akaikawa Kongsuke's room. Originally, after Nakajima Takuto learned that Akaikawa Kyajuk would receive over 100 million yen in compensation for Ryoko Akaikawa's death, he was ready to hand over the recorder. Because the voice recorder clearly captured what Akaikawa Kasuke had lied about and gathered details regarding the murder of his mother by a third party on a motorcycle. And after hearing what he said, the police had not found any fingerprints of others on the dagger. Akaikawa Kyajuk added the fact that the non-existent killer had worn gloves at the scene. However, this voice recorder contained everything except Akaikawa Kyajuk. It also clearly recorded him angrily shouting at Akaikawa Kyajuk for mocking him and forcing Akaikawa Kyajuk to confess. Additionally, there was also a recording in which Akaikawa Kyajuk was leaked the absolutely confidential fact that there were no fingerprints of others on the murder weapon. At this moment, Nakajima Takuto was still thinking, even if he is punished, as long as he could make Akaikawa Kongsuke admit his guilt, he would be able to make up for his mistakes. Now, after experiencing Hueco Sato's anger earlier, Nakajima Takuto has completely dismissed this idea. How could I hand it over? If Officer Sato and Officer Toda find out about this, I'll definitely lose my identity as a detective. Nakajima Takuto felt scared for a moment. He knew it. After unconsciously denying Sato Hueco's question earlier, he no longer had the chance to hand over the recorder. I don't care, I'll let you ask the rest yourself. Nakajima Takuto thought to himself, took out the recording pen, and deleted the recording related to his career as a criminal police officer. I request daily reading and votes. Chapter 16 Second Investigation. While Akaikawa Kyajuk was under treatment, the Metropolitan Police Department also concluded their investigation. Subsequently, Wataru Takagi from the Criminal Investigation Section 1 of the Metropolitan Police Department took relevant information from the Metropolitan Police Department and went to the hospital. Previously, investigations on cases took a long time, but this time it was surprisingly simple. Because neither the victim nor the victim's interpersonal relationships are complicated. Takagi said to everyone in the room. Akaikawa Ryoko divorced a long time ago, and her ex-husband also died in an accident many years ago. In addition to Akaikawa Kyuosuke, Akaikawa Ryoko also has a daughter who followed her father when her parents divorced. After the police contacted Akaikawa Ryoko's daughter, she was quite shocked by her mother's death. However, since the daughter and her mother had no contact since the divorce, she has no knowledge of her mother's interpersonal relationships. Furthermore, we also found Akaikawa Ryoko's medical records at Akaikawa Kyajuke's house, which showed that Akaikawa Ryoko was diagnosed with schizophrenia. Although Conan and the others were slightly surprised when they heard the news, it wasn't too much of a shock. Because a mother who can imprison her son is more likely to have a mental problem. Say, Officer Takagi. Conan looked up and asked Takagi Wataru. Was the victim diagnosed with schizophrenia before or after the divorce? Before the divorce. Takagi Shibi looked at the information in his hand and gave a positive answer. Well, how could a person with schizophrenia still get custody of their children? Being ill before the divorce, is it something like domestic violence? No, it seems there's no need to worry about that. My ex-husband is already dead, and they divorced a long time ago. Conan murmured a few words quietly and concluded that the victim's experience with her ex-husband was of little help in this case. Later, the Metropolitan Police visited the restaurant where the victim occasionally worked. When they learned the victim was dead, everyone acted very shocked. Basically, everyone who worked with Ryoko Akaikawa said she was usually silent and withdrawn, hardly speaking to them at all. So, even though Ryoko Akaikawa worked at that restaurant for 3 years, she didn't have many friends. After the police asked if they had ever noticed Akaikawa Ryoko had any mental problems, everyone answered negatively. Also, Ryoko Akaikawa didn't go to work very often, about 4 times a week. After hearing what Takagi Wataru said, Saramis Yumi began to lower her head and analyze. 4 times a week. Even if she worked 8 hours a day, according to Tokyo's minimum hourly wage, she could barely earn a salary of about 130,000 yen per month. Plus rent, they also have a car and have to pay parking every month, along with 3 insurances. They still rent an apartment. Can this kind of income really support the lives of a mother and child? Sara was confused. Although their income isn't high, they can still survive. After all, Akaikawa Kyujuke doesn't need much money to eat. Hueco Sato said. Eh? How did Miss Sara know they were renting an apartment? Takagi Wataru was confused. Think about it, how could someone who moves frequently buy an apartment? So that's it. Takagi nodded. As for the suspect Akaikawa Kyajuke, the police contacted the elementary school he attended, and the result of the investigation is that no one has any contact with him. Combined with the previously determined fact that Akaikawa Kyajuke was placed under house arrest by his mother, he should have no interpersonal relationships at all. The above is the information related to the case that the Metropolitan Police Department has learned. That's all. Everyone in the room frowned when they heard this. There are almost no human connections, which means it's unlikely there are any enemies. Given this poor and limited life, it's hard to imagine someone could harbor such hatred for Akaikawa Ryoko. Basically, revenge by strangers can be ruled out. So the only person who could satisfy their hatred of Akaikawa Ryoko and benefit from her death is Akaikawa Kyujuke? Conan analyzed quietly. But this statement contradicts the suspect Akaikawa Kyajuke's own confession, because he said his mother was murdered by a motorcyclist, added Hueco Sato. She had heard Takuto Nakajima's report and also learned that Akaikawa Kyajuke had said the perpetrator was someone else. It seems Akaikawa Kyajuke is most likely to lie. After 4 hours of treatment, Akaikawa Kyajuke was sent back to his room. Although he had only traveled through time for a day, Akaikawa Kyajuke always felt that this day could be more exhausting than a week. Maybe it was because so many things happened in this short period of time. Liver failure, anemia, severe malnutrition, a fracture in the right hand, traumatic brain injury, and several bruises on the body. Am I going to live with this body in the future? Although Akaikawa Kyajuke knew he would have a second chance in life after death, there was really nothing to complain about. But as he got to know himself better, Akaikawa Kyajuke couldn't help but feel tired. Speaking of which, as long as I complete the system options, I should be able to get accessories like the recovery card I saw before the upgrade. It should be able to cure all these old ailments in my body. It's outrageous that a child can be raised like this by his mother. Just as Akaikawa Kyajuke was staring at the ceiling and muttering to himself, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Then he saw a tall woman in a suit enter, along with Suramasumi and Conan, whom he had met before. Another detective, seems to have a higher rank than Nakajima. But Nakajima didn't come this time. Looks like he was forced to withdraw from the case due to the coerced confession. Speaking of which, the handsome detective next to the elementary school Shinigami student has a terrifying fighting ability. Akaikawa Kyajuk complained to himself. Hello, Mr. Akaikawa, I am a detective from Section 3 of the Criminal Investigation Section 1 of the Metropolitan Police Department. My name is Sato Mueko. Mueko Sato had no intention of hiding her identity, but walked directly in front of Akaikawa Kyajuk and showed her police officer badge. First of all, I want to apologize for Officer Nakajima, who did something excessive to Mr. Akaikawa. Although it may be difficult for Mr. Akaikawa to understand, Officer Nakajima will also be punished accordingly when he returns to the Metropolitan Police Department. Wow! Looking at the beautiful police officer in front of him who sincerely bowed to him, Akaikawa Kyajuk responded calmly. As for the punishment Mueko Sato mentioned, Kyajuk Akaikawa didn't fully believe it. After all, how they would be punished at that moment was not an internal matter. Although I don't hold a grudge against Nakajima. After all, I owe him for getting me out of the case. Next, you should take me to the Metropolitan Police Department for interrogation, right? As long as I'm not with the detectives, the problem isn't too big. Akaikawa Kyajuk thought to himself. Then he heard Mueko Sato straighten up and continue speaking to herself. Although it's rude to interrupt Mr. Akaikawa right after he's had surgery, I still want to ask Mr. Akaikawa some questions about this case. Chapter 17, The Killer's Flaw. Akaikawa Kyajuk was a little surprised. Not to mention that we are now in the hospital room, there are two outsiders behind this beautiful police officer. So, do all detectives from the Metropolitan Police Department look like this? Just bringing outsiders here to observe in such a grand way? Akaikawa Kyajuk originally thought that if everyone were like Takuto Nakajima, a little clever but not too intelligent, he should be able to handle it. But he didn't expect the Metropolitan Police Department to allow the handsome detective and the primary school student Shinigami to attend the interrogation. All the detectives in the world of Detective Conan seem to have a superior IQ. If there's a flaw, it will be noticed immediately. Akaikawa Kyajuk thought to himself, then looked at Conan and Suramasumi. May I ask who these two are? They are Conan-kun and Sura-san. They might also have some questions they want to ask Mr. Akaikawa. Okay. Akaikawa Kyajuk saw that Sato Mueko had no intention of letting the two detectives leave, so he nodded slightly. Thank you for your cooperation. Without further ado, could Mr. Akaikawa please tell us his itinerary from yesterday? Recount the itinerary? Just a simple inquiry, or do you want to confirm if my answer conflicts with Nakajima's previous recording? Akaikawa Kyajuk thought for a moment, then said, yesterday I turned 20, so I planned to go out with my mother to celebrate. After the celebration, I was ready to go home. Sorry, can you tell me specifically how you celebrated? For example, where did you go and what did you do? I just had a normal meal. Of course, Akaikawa Kyajuk didn't know what the original owner did yesterday with his mother. However, considering the original owner's physical condition, most activities should have been impossible. Also, he hadn't felt hungry until this morning, and the car accident yesterday occurred around 9 at night. The original owner and his mother must have eaten out. Excuse me, what restaurant did you go to? What did you eat? Sorry, I don't remember. Ah, well, does most people forget what they ate last night? Wasn't it my older brother's birthday last night? Wouldn't he forget? Suddenly, a childlike and artificial voice sounded. Conan blinked his confused eyes, looking at Akaikawa Kyajuk with doubt in his eyes. Yesterday was his birthday, how could he forget what he ate? Since he wants to hide his food, that means if the restaurant where he and his mother ate is found, something will probably be exposed. For example, putting sleeping pills in his mother's food. Conan was very aware of Akaikawa Kyajuk's intentions. The corners of his mouth curved, and he gently pinched his neck. He prepared the mini microphone in his collar and relayed the information to Takagi Wataru, who was taking notes outside. As a result, Akaikawa Kyaju's next words made Conan stop. For me, eating itself is painful, so the same applies to everything I eat. Any food is hard to swallow. Every time I eat, I have to take a lot of pills to swallow it, but even if I eat a little more, I spit it out. Even if I ate sushi last night, I don't think I would have any impression. Upon hearing Akaikawa Kyaju's words with his head bowed and eyes sad, Conan's expression suddenly froze. I really forgot. Most people don't forget what they ate yesterday, but this Akaikawa Kyajuk is not an ordinary person. As a patient with chronic liver failure, he long ago lost the ability to enjoy food. Conan, realizing this, suddenly felt ashamed. He had originally wanted to play the role of an ignorant child and point out the unreasonable aspects of Akaikawa Kyajuke's words. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a mischievous child saying nonsense and provoking people's pain. Even if I ate sushi last night, I wouldn't have any impression. Saramasumi quietly repeated Akaikawa Kyajuke's words. Is sushi the best for him? Masumi Sara had once heard that for children from ordinary families, sushi is the most luxurious food. At that moment, when she heard Akaikawa Kyajuke doing his best to imagine and could only name food like sushi, she suddenly felt inexplicably sorry for him. It's really rude, Mr. Akaikawa, please continue talking, said Sato Mueko. Well, when we were walking back, suddenly a motorcycle appeared in front of us, and my mother also braked at that moment. What kind of motorcycle was it? Black. Can you be more specific? Sorry, I don't know much about motorcycles. What then? After that, Akaikawa Kyajuke told Nakajima Takuto earlier, after braking, they were hit from behind, the car hit the guardrail, he hit his head and hand, and then he completely recounted the story of his mother's death at the hands of a motorcyclist. But something was different. Almost every time Akaikawa Kyajuke retold it, Sato Mueko asked for more details. Sorry, I wanted to ask. At that moment, the voice of Saramasumi, who had never spoken, sounded. Mr. Akaikawa, you said you were a little confused when you hit your head, but you must have noticed the order in which the killer stabbed Mrs. Ryoko, right? The killer should have stabbed Mrs. Ryoko first in the neck, right? Akaikawa Ryoko's injuries occurred in the neck, chest, and abdomen. Finally, the knife was inserted into her abdomen. Since there were strangulation marks on Akaikawa Ryoko's body, it shows that she fought violently when she was killed. The stab wound in Akaikawa Ryoko's neck was in the throat area. It was impossible to fight violently after being stabbed, so it couldn't have been the first place the knife cut. Also, Akaikawa Ryoko had no fingerprints on her body, and Akaikawa Kyajuke wasn't wearing gloves. So the strangulation marks belong to confidential police information known only to the police. In this case, if Akaikawa Kyajuke is the killer, his answer is likely designed to confuse the police's judgment about the correct order of the knife's movements. And his investigation simply followed the killer's wishes. Given that the knife was inserted into Akaikawa Ryoko's abdomen in the end, the knife was pulled from the top of the throat, which aligns with the impression of the outsiders who witnessed the tragic situation of the deceased. As Akaikawa Kyajuke nods, he is most likely the killer. Saramasumi was thinking this in her mind and heard Akaikawa Kyajuke recall with a trembling voice, I have a good impression. It doesn't seem like it. The man seemed to have stabbed my mother several times in the chest, and then stabbed her abdomen and throat. I only remember my mother struggling fiercely, I was too scared to move and couldn't see clearly. Actually, I avoided Sara's trap. Conan sighed softly in his heart but did not easily deny the possibility that Akaikawa Kyajuke was the killer. He silently extended his hand and activated the microphone on his collar twice, sending the signal. A moment later, someone knocked on the door of the room. Then Takagi Wataru entered. Sato Mueko looked at Takagi Wataru with a confused look, and then heard Takagi Wataru whisper at a volume still audible to the people in the room. Even though he was speaking softly, the people from the forensic department received news. No traces of sleeping pills were found in Ryoko Akaikawa's body. That denies the possibility that sleeping pills caused the car accident. Sato Mueko nodded. One more thing is that the people from the forensic class judged by the luminol reaction that the fingerprints on the dagger's handle had been wiped by the killer. But the killer showed their flaws here. Because the forensic class later used a cyanic relate fumigation method, they found fingerprints from someone other than the deceased Ryoko Akaikawa on the handle of the dagger. During the time Takagi Wataru was reporting to Sato Mueko, Conan's eyes behind his large round glasses had been closely watching Akaikawa Kyajuke. As expected. After hearing Takagi Wataru say that fingerprints from other people were found on the handle of the dagger, Akaikawa Kyajuke showed a very surprised expression on his face. Chapter 18, Taking the Bait. I took the bait. Conan felt a rush of excitement and then asked, by the way, Mr. Akaikawa, have you noticed any special features on the killer's hands? For example, tattoos, manicures, scars, etc. Anything special? Before Conan entered the room, he had asked Detective Wataru Takagi to speak alone with him. That is, if the microphone signal was heard, Takagi would enter and report that fingerprints had been detected. And when reporting, the first information provided must be true. The goal is to increase the credibility of the subsequent report. Because no fingerprints were found on the dagger and Akaikawa Kyajuke wasn't wearing gloves. If he were the killer, then he could have only used the deceased's cotton clothes to wipe the fingerprints off the dagger, and then used blood to cover the grease and skin flakes left on the clothing. Unlike the trap set by Sara-san, only the police know the police confidential information. This is specific prisoner information that only the killer and the police know. Only a prisoner who has erased their fingerprints would think the police couldn't detect fingerprints on the knife. The cyanoacrylate fumigation method, also called superglue fuming, is a technique that involves heating the glue to vaporize it and form a white polymer that reveals fingerprints. It is a commonly used method in modern forensic medicine. Although this method is not 100% effective in revealing fingerprints cleaned with blood, it is enough that there is a possibility. As long as a Kaikawa Kyajuk doesn't know the forensic identification results, he can't be 100% sure that his fingerprints have been completely processed. Conan seemed to be asking a Kaikawa Kyajuk about the features of the killer's hands, but what he really wanted to know was whether the prisoner touched the dagger directly with his hand. Since he heard Officer Takagi say that fingerprints from someone other than Ryoko Akaikawa were found on the dagger, if he were a prisoner, he would definitely think his fingerprints weren't cleaned properly. In that case, he would have no way to use the excuse that a third party wore gloves to commit the crime to deceive the police. Because, in the face of tangible evidence, the rebuttal seems suspicious. From the perspective of the prisoner Akaikawa Kyajuk, the Metropolitan Police Department has determined that someone touched the dagger's handle with bare hands. Then, Akaikawa Kyajuk can only invent a hand feature that is completely different from his own. But no matter what he answers, he must be the killer. Because, given the circumstances of yesterday, he was the only one who could have touched the dagger with his own hands. Various results from the Metropolitan Police Department's investigation show that Akaikawa Kyajuk is the only person with a motive in this case, and also the only person who could benefit from Akaikawa Ryoko's death. As long as Akaikawa Kyajuk is the killer, and combined with the clues at the scene, his modus operandi can be deduced. This is Conan's absolute confidence in his reasoning ability. As long as Akaikawa Kyajuk doesn't deny that the prisoner touched the dagger with his own hands, it would be equivalent to admitting that he is the prisoner. However, due to Takagi Wataru's presence, Akaikawa Kyajuk couldn't deny that the prisoner touched the dagger with his own hands. In the case of asymmetric information, it is obvious that the side with more information has the advantage. Akaikawa Kyajuk looked at Conan's confident expression, and his heart raced. Indeed. After hearing the criminal officer behind him say that the Metropolitan Police Department had detected fingerprints from someone else using cyanoacrylate fumigation, he couldn't help but doubt his handling of the situation. But then, when he heard Conan ask about the features of the prisoner's hands, Akaikawa Kyajuk realized something. That is indeed, Nakajima didn't hand over the recording this morning. If Conan knew that the forensic identification results had been obtained, it would be absolutely impossible for him to ask this question. So it must be that Takuto Nakajima didn't inform them about this matter. Through contact with Takuto Nakajima in the morning, Akaikawa Kyajuk was convinced that Nakajima Takuto had the sense of justice and responsibility of a criminal detective. But in the end, there must have been people who placed their own interests above their hearts. Well, for such a person, as soon as their real interests are threatened, the balance between their sense of responsibility and their self-interest will definitely tip toward the latter. To achieve this goal, two things need to be done. One is to build up their anger and reduce their patience. In the end, Nakajima Takuto lost his mind and was forced to confess, getting discovered. The second is to hit the mark again to reduce their mental resistance. By harming his body through overeating, it added to the mistakes Takuto Nakajima had made. In this case, the recording that documented his great error would become an unstable bomb threatening his career as a criminal detective. Not knowing when the bomb would explode and affect him, dismantling it completely is obviously the safest approach. As expected, Nakajima Takuto didn't dare to hand over the recording. At least, no one present knew that they already knew the forensic identification results. With a confident smile on his lips, Conan stared intently at the surprised Akaikawa Kyajuk and watched him open his mouth. No, how is this possible? Conan heard the words coming from Akaikawa Kyajuk's mouth that reflected his inner tremor. Could it be that you can't even invent a random hand feature? Are you completely panicking knowing that your fingerprints are exposed? Conan thought to himself. Then he heard Akaikawa Kyajuk continue saying, I clearly saw that the person who stabbed my mother was wearing gloves. Akaikawa Kyajuk's words caused Conan's eyes to widen suddenly, but his pupils contracted sharply. The confident smile on his face froze in an instant. It was obvious that he had blocked Akaikawa Kyajuk's escape route, leaving only one path that would eventually fall into a trap no matter how he took it. However, he never expected that Akaikawa Kyajuk would still walk toward the blocked road. Conan had been observing Akaikawa Kyajuk's reaction. His eyes suddenly widened in shock. Then he furrowed his brow, expressing confusion. Looking before speaking is a sign of recollection. Finally, he gave a firm answer. All these reactions were too natural. It really seemed like the acting of someone who hears something different from what they remembered for the first time. Indeed. As for describing the prisoner's hand features, no matter how Akaikawa Kyajuk responded, he would be the prisoner. But Akaikawa Kyajuk directly declared that the prisoner was wearing gloves, so the situation was different. Could it be that he really isn't the prisoner? Is there really someone who was driving a motorcycle, caused a car accident, then killed Ryoko Akaikawa and escaped? Saramis Yumi noticed that Conan was temporarily in shock because things turned out differently than expected. She quickly guided Sato Mueko to continue questioning Akaikawa Kyajuk. The interrogation isn't over yet. As long as Akaikawa says something that doesn't match the facts, he will still be under suspicion. However, until the investigation is complete, Akaikawa Kyajuk didn't say anything that made them realize it was inconsistent with the facts or that there was a problem with the logic. Saramis Yumi looked at Takagi Wataru's detailed record, word by word, and nodded. Then she looked at Akaikawa Kyajuk, smiled, and said, "Sorry, Mr. Akaikawa, could you say what you just said in reverse?" Chapter 19, Deception. When it is impossible to judge if the suspect's confession is true, it is often possible to make a judgment by asking them to recount their confession backward. When many prisoners are questioned by the criminal police, they invent a story to face the interrogation. When the police ask questions normally, they can naturally respond fluently. But if asked to repeat what they just said in reverse, the fabricated content usually gets exposed at that moment. As Sato Mueko, Saramis Yumi, and others already knew, Akaikawa Kyajuk had a series of words prepared when Nakajima Takudo questioned him. So, Saramis Yumi asked Sato Mueko to request as many details as possible while interrogating Akaikawa Kyajuk. If Akaikawa Kyajuk's words were false, he planned to deal with the police in advance. Then, when Sato Mueko asked for details, he could only make them up on the spot. If Akaikawa Kyajuk thought too much when asked for details, it would seem unnatural. However, it is difficult to make fabricated content reasonable and logical in a short period of time. After Akaikawa Kyajuk finished speaking, Saramis Yumi suddenly asked him to repeat it backward. By then, a large amount of new content had been added to the rhetoric originally created by Akaikawa Kyajuk due to Sato Mueko's constant questioning. If the confession doesn't match the facts, it would be difficult for Akaikawa Kyajuk to completely say everything he said backward. The reason Detective Takagi Wataru was asked to take notes outside the door was to let Akaikawa Kyajuk relax his guard. If he knew in advance that all his words would be recorded, he would definitely be more alert. Saramis Yumi was sure. If Akaikawa Kyajuk was making up facts, he would definitely reveal his flaws here. Say it backward. What do you mean? Akaikawa Kyajuk didn't seem to understand what Saramis Yumi meant, and his pale cheeks showed confusion. Start from when Mr. Akaikawa lost consciousness at the end and repeat what you just said backward. What's the point? Just to be sure, to confirm if Mr. Akaikawa is lying. Saramis Yumi had no intention of hiding her purpose, so she spoke directly. After saying that, she looked back at Sato Mueko. Sato Mueko nodded softly in understanding. Akaikawa Kyajuk slightly opened his mouth, a look of disbelief on his face. He seemed shocked that the police didn't believe his confession. After a moment, he spoke slowly. After the motorcyclist confirmed that my mother was no longer moving, he opened my mouth, forcibly fed me a lot of sleeping pills, and then left me unconscious. How did Mr. Akaikawa know it was a sleeping pill? It was Officer Nakajima who said he thought I would kill myself by taking sleeping pills after killing my mother. So I assumed what the man gave me were sleeping pills. That guy Nakajima. Mueko Sato's eyes trembled, once again suppressing the anger in her heart. Sorry, could you describe where he took the pills from? And the shape of the pills? They looked like round white pills in a black bottle. How many did he give you? A lot. That was all. Under Sato Mueko's constant questioning and Saramis Yumi's confirmation, Akaikawa Kyajuk repeated what he had said backward. When Akaikawa Kyajuk began to recount it the first time, Saramis Yumi was still full of confidence. However, as Akaikawa Kyajuk recounted more and more content, her confident heart began to waver. Something's wrong. He remembers it too clearly. Although there are subtle differences in content, the details and overall process are almost exactly the same. If it's false, how could he remember it so clearly? It's already difficult for ordinary people to repeat a lie backward. This Akaikawa Kyajuk actually recounts the content accurately with many added details. Unless this Akaikawa has an incredibly sharp mind, how could he remember so many details? What's more, his brain was just affected by carbon monoxide poisoning and he hurt his head twice yesterday. It seems that what he said is really the fact he witnessed with his own eyes. Saramis Yumi was surprised and gradually began to believe that the killer was someone else. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Akaikawa. After finishing his story, Mueko Sato gently thanked Akaikawa Kyajuk. Now you can be sure I'm not a prisoner? Akaikawa Kyajuk asked. No. I can only say that the possibility of Mr. Akaikawa being the prisoner is decreasing. But we still cannot deny that Mr. Akaikawa is a suspect in Mrs. Ryoko's murder. Due to the existence of 3 insurances, Mrs. Ryoko's accidental death would directly allow Mr. Akaikawa to receive more than 100 million yen in compensation. Insurance? What do you mean? Akaikawa Kyajuk showed a very confused expression. In addition to car liability insurance, Mrs. Ryoko also bought 2 life insurance policies. Your family isn't wealthy, and Mrs. Ryoko doesn't have a formal job. It's already challenging to cover living expenses with part-time income. It's unreasonable for her to buy so much insurance. Sato Mueko's words once again made Akaikawa Kyajuk open his mouth and freeze. After a while, he seemed to come to his senses. His face turned red, and he raised his voice slightly. You think I killed my mother for insurance money? Sato Mueko didn't say anything, obviously agreeing with Akaikawa Kyajuk's statement. That's ridiculous. So if I wanted insurance money, why would I take sleeping pills and kill myself? Anyone could hear the repressed anger in Akaikawa Kyajuk's voice. Mr. Akaikawa may not know about insurance, Conan said. But didn't you detect fingerprints on the dagger? Although I don't know what happened, wouldn't you know by comparing them with my fingerprints? Hearing this, Sato Mueko looked at Takagi Wataru. What Mr. Akaikawa said makes sense. Since fingerprints were detected in forensics, wouldn't it be enough to compare them with Mr. Akaikawa's fingerprints? Hearing this, Takagi Wataru was embarrassed for a moment. This. Sato Mueko knew Takagi Wataru very well. She also reacted when she saw Takagi's hesitant and evasive look. Takagi-kun, you're not lying to me, are you? No, it's not what Officer Sato thinks. Please listen to my explanation. As Takagi Wataru spoke, he wanted to lean over Mueko Sato's ear and tell her the truth. However, Sato Mueko directly blocked him with her hand, and then she saw the anger rising from the depths of Sato Mueko's beautiful eyes. Fine, there's no need to explain, I can probably guess what's going on. Mueko Sato's tone gradually turned colder as beads of sweat began to appear on Takagi Wataru's forehead. So, are you lying to me again? A few moments. Akaikawa Kyajuk, who was behind the times, spoke in a voice full of disbelief. The word "and" in his words was particularly harsh to Sato Mueko and others. Because they all knew. The Akaikawa Kyajuk in front of them had just been deceived by another detective this morning. You didn't detect fingerprints. So why do you keep doubting me? I have no gloves or anything like that. Akaikawa Kyajuk looked at Sato Mueko and the others and asked loudly. The absence of fingerprints doesn't mean it's not suspicious. After all, there are many ways to remove fingerprints, Conan murmured. At first, you said I was going to kill my mother and then commit suicide, but then you said I killed my mother for insurance money. I asked why I would kill myself in that case, and you said it wasn't for insurance money. Now you can't detect fingerprints, and you say I removed them. So let me ask you again, if I planned to kill my mother and then kill myself from the start, why would I bother to remove my fingerprints? Or are you, like Officer Nakajima this morning, trying to accuse me and force me to plead guilty? Akaikawa Kyajuk's angry words instantly made everyone in the room's pupil shrink. Chapter 20, Clearing the suspicion. Akaikawa Kyajuk's voice wasn't very loud. However, this questioning tone caused a heavy tension among everyone present. In criminal cases, it's normal to interrogate suspects with significant suspicion. However, after being summarized by Akaikawa Kyajuk, the involved party, what they did seemed like a deliberate attempt to be harsh and make things difficult. It would be understandable if they had truly found some gaps or clues based on the detective's reasoning. The issue now was that, in the end, they couldn't explain the logic of Akaikawa Kyajuk's behavior as the murderer in their imagination. It wasn't only Saramis Yumi. Including Conan, they realized they had never considered this aspect. Akaikawa Kyajuk was undoubtedly the number one suspect in this case. Conan had worked backward from the perspective that Akaikawa Kyajuk was the suspect. Combined with the clues at the scene, he deduced Akaikawa Kyajuk's modus operandi. But they had ignored the consistency of Akaikawa Kyajuk's behavior. The act of the criminal wiping off fingerprints was essentially an attempt to hide the fact that he was the real murderer. And since Akaikawa Kyajuk had already decided to commit suicide, it was simply unnecessary to spend more time dealing with fingerprints. After all, how did he survive after overdosing on sleeping pills and taking no action? Conan was still trying to find gaps in Akaikawa Kyajuk's words and once again to seek a logical explanation. As a result, his usually brilliant mind had reached a dead end at this moment. He found himself unable to think of a reasonable modus operandi. Right now, the most logical situation seems to be that there really was another criminal who committed the crime, as Akaikawa Kyajuk said. As for Kaikawa Kyajuk, he was extremely lucky and survived after overdosing on sleeping pills. Conan thought to himself. Then he raised his eyes and looked at Saramasumi. He noticed that this tomboyish detective's delicate cheeks, who had returned from England, were now tinged with embarrassment. Apparently, she too realized that she had misunderstood Kaikawa Kyajuk. As for detectives Hueco Sato and Wataru Takagi, they were both nervous about Kaikawa Kyajuk's questioning. They always handled cases with fairness and responsibility. At that moment, Kaikawa Kyajuk misinterpreted that he was just like Takuto Nakajima, who didn't hesitate to induce and force confessions for merit. No, Mr. Kaikawa, you misunderstood. We just wanted to confirm the situation of the case. Yes, this is a necessary process for handling cases. After all, Mr. Kaikawa is the primary suspect in this case. We must always confirm Mr. Kaikawa's suspicions. Hueco Sato and Wataru Takagi apologized profusely to Kaikawa Kyajuk. At that moment, Wataru Takagi's cell phone suddenly rang. It's from the forensic department. Takagi said quietly, then stepped out to answer the call. A few moments later, Wataru Takagi returned to the room and quietly relayed what he heard from the forensic department to Hueco Sato and the two detectives. The forensic results are in. The cause of Kaikawa Ryoko's death was excessive blood loss caused by a stabbing. It's not asphyxiation, it's excessive blood loss. Indeed, the throat wasn't attacked first. Saramasumi nodded slightly. Both asphyxiation and massive blood loss can cause death in a short period, so Kaikawa Ryoko's throat wasn't attacked too early on. This is consistent with the initial judgment based on the strangulation marks. Another point is that the forensic doctor found that over 80% of the wounds on the deceased's body were slanted to the left side. Slanted to the left, which means the murderer used their right hand while attacking the deceased. Only then would the wound slant to the left for the deceased. Conan instantly realized what this left slanted wound meant. Most people don't hide their dominant hand when committing crimes, but what's the use of knowing the murderer's dominant hand is their right hand? Conan put his hand on his chin, thinking quietly. Hey, kid. At that moment, Conan felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned and saw that the embarrassment on Saramashumi's face had intensified. What's up, Ms. Sara? Conan was confused. You said the murderer's dominant hand is their right hand, right? Yes, what's the matter? There are too many right-handed people in this world. Besides, this case is unlike the past, there would be 3 suspects to judge. So even knowing the murderer's preferred hand has little significance. Then it definitely wasn't a Kaikawa who committed the crime. Eh? Why are you so sure, Ms. Sara? Is this a Kaikawa left-handed? No. Saramasumi said, gently raising her chin in the direction of a Kaikawa Kyajuk. Conan looked over at Kyajuk Kaikawa in the hospital bed. Immediately upon seeing the cast on a Kaikawa Kyajuk's right arm, he suddenly felt a boom sound in his head. That's right. His right hand was broken in yesterday's car accident. So he definitely doesn't have the ability to commit murder. A strong sense of panic suddenly surged in Conan's heart. Not only because he realized that his absolutely confident reasoning today had gone wrong, or because he now realized that a Kaikawa Kyajuk's identity had changed from suspect to victim. A victim who lost the only family member he depended on to make a living and almost lost his own life. But a Kaikawa Kyajuk was hurt again because of his pride and poor judgment. Saramasumi quietly shared her conclusion with Hueco Sato. Hueco Sato's expression turned very embarrassed when she heard that Kyajuk Kaikawa's right hand was broken, making it impossible for him to commit the crime. I'm sorry, Mr. Kaikawa. Hueco Sato, Masumi Sara, Conan, and Wataru Takagi quickly bowed deeply and apologized to a Kaikawa Kyajuk. It's true that we misjudged. Mr. Kaikawa lacks the conditions to commit the crime. We will do our best to find the murderer who harmed Miss Ryoko. A Kaikawa Kyajuk looked silently at the 4 people bowing and apologizing to him. After a moment, he slowly said, well, I'm curious to ask. If I hadn't refuted what you just said, would you have arrested me as the murderer? No. Of course not. The Metropolitan Police will only arrest someone with conclusive evidence. A Kaikawa Kyajuk's words made the 4 people tremble, and Sato Hueco quickly explained. As a detective with a strong sense of justice, Hueco Sato always handled cases fairly and impartially. Being able to serve as a police officer in the 1st Investigation Division at such a young age is enough to demonstrate Hueco Sato's extraordinary abilities. She was never afraid of gangsters or murderers. But she feared her quality as a criminal police officer and image before others would be questioned. But this time, because of the self-assurance of subordinate officers and overconfidence in the detectives, the victim was hurt multiple times. Sato Hueco sincerely apologized, anxious to restore the impression of the Metropolitan Police Department in a Kaikawa Kyajuk's mind. However, She didn't see a look of trust on Akaikawa Kyajuke's face. Instead, she saw Akaikawa Kyajuke hesitating to speak and avoiding her gaze before responding quietly, "I want to rest." Clearly, Akaikawa Kyajuke didn't trust them at all. And due to everything that happened today, he didn't even dare to express his true thoughts. Hueco Sato wanted to explain that they wouldn't force a confession or expose anyone's innocence. But she also understood that without any action, it's really difficult to repair Akaikawa Kyajuke's inner trust in the detectives with mere words. "I'm sorry, please rest well." Hueco Sato murmured disappointedly, then turned and left the room. "I'm sorry, Mr. Akaikawa." Saramis Yumi and the others also apologized once more to Akaikawa Kyajuke and then slowly exited the room. Akaikawa Kyajuke didn't say anything during this time, always looking dejected. Until the last person left the room, the corners of his mouth, which had always been downturned, finally changed. Chapter 21, What kind of person do you think Akaikawa Kyajuke is? After leaving Akaikawa Kyajuke's room, Detectives Wataru Takagi, Conan, and Misumi Sara were severely reprimanded by Hueco Sato. Conan and Misumi Sara also experienced the fear of Hueco Sato, the flower of the Metropolitan Police. Later, after Sara Misumi and Conan offered to help find the whereabouts of the motorcycle killer, they were rejected by Hueco Sato. "You two have been very helpful in analyzing the clues. The rest of the work will be left to the Metropolitan Police Department." Sato Hueco used polite words to exclude Sara Misumi and Conan from this case. Only Takagi Wataru and Shiba Kazanobu remained in the room. Looking at Officer Takagi's sour expression, he knew there might be an even scarier reprimand waiting for him later. This time, it's really a disaster. After leaving the hospital, Sara Misumi placed her hands behind her head and said casually, "Yes." Conan was a bit down and responded calmly, "I always feel that something is off in this case. Before interrogating Akaikawa, we didn't find any evidence of another person committing the crime from start to finish. This motorcycle killer seemed to appear out of nowhere. Imagine, if Akaikawa died from an overdose of sleeping pills, wouldn't the killer have committed a perfect crime?" Sara Misumi still couldn't help but think about what happened this time. Since becoming a detective, there have been many failures. How could there be a perfect crime in this world? Hearing the term perfect crime, Conan finally grew a bit more interested and flatly denied it. "But if we hadn't asked Akaikawa, we wouldn't have known there was another killer? Under normal circumstances, Akaikawa should be dead." Sara Misumi continued. "No, there can't be a perfect crime in this world. It can only mean we missed some clues." Conan closed his eyes and thought carefully. What details did I miss? What details could determine the possibility of someone else committing the crime? You can't think of it, can you? I can't think of any clue of someone else committing the crime either. Observing Conan's expression, Sara Misumi knew that he was like her, racking his brain but making no progress. Then it can only mean that we didn't observe carefully enough and really missed the clues. Or. When Conan said this, his words suddenly stopped. Sara Misumi just heard this and understood the meaning behind Conan's words. Either a clue was missed, or the killer from start to finish was Akaikawa Kyajuke. Is it possible? Sara Misumi's expression gradually grew serious, her dark green eyes watching Conan. We can only say that the possibility is very low. If he really is Mrs. Ryoko's killer, several conditions must be met simultaneously. 1. Cause a car accident. 2nd, Akaikawa Kyajuke's real personality is far from as weak as it seems. In reality, he's so strong that he dares to break his hand to avoid guilt. Although the doctor can determine the approximate timing of the fracture, the total time from the car accident to Mrs. Ryoko's death was less than an hour. So even if Akaikawa Kyajuke broke his right hand voluntarily after killing Mrs. Ryoko, we wouldn't know. 3rd, he took an overdose of sleeping pills but didn't die. I can't think of a way to do that at the moment. I can only attribute it to luck. 4th, he knew the results of the forensic analysis on the dagger in advance, and his observation skills are extremely sharp. That's why he was able to detect that we were lying when I asked about the prisoner's hand characteristics. 5th, his mind is so brilliant that he can make up countless logical details on the spot, and he can repeat them precisely when you ask him to repeat them backward, Ms. Sara. 6th, he has acting skills so flawless that even you and I can't spot his flaws. After Conan said that, he also looked up and met Sara Misumi's gaze. Ms. Sara, do you think this situation is more likely than just us overlooking something? Why? No matter how you think about it, it's impossible, right? Even a professionally trained agent would find it difficult to have that ability. Besides, he's only 20 years old and has spent more than half of his life under his mother's house arrest. How could he have such talent? Just thinking about it, Saramas Yumi felt that the type of person Conan described was too absurd. It was seriously inconsistent with the image of a Kaikawa Kyajuk as a recluse at home. That's why I said that it was us two who made a mistake. Conan spread his hands. Saramas Yumi noticed that there was an unmistakable loss hidden in Conan's indifferent tone. Kid, you seem very disappointed. After all, I wronged a good man and caused him secondary harm. Do you want to go back and apologize? I don't think an apology will be forgiven. I still have to make it up to a Kaikawa. Make it up? How to compensate? He'll receive over 100 million yen immediately, which is enough for him to live without worries for the rest of his life. However, people who have been isolated at home since elementary school and lack social contact will be easily deceived once they receive such a large sum of money, right? Wow, you're right. With that amount, even a lawyer couldn't help but be tempted. Yes, so he needs a reliable lawyer. Conan said, taking out his other cell phone and calling Mori Ran. Shinichi. A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Mori Ran's voice was full of joy. Even through the phone, Conan could imagine that Ran-chan must be very happy at that moment because she received his call. Hearing the voice of his childhood love, Mori Ran, Conan's originally downcast mood improved a lot. Ah, Ran-chan, I need your help with something. Conan held the voice-changing body to his neck and spoke to Mori Ran in his original voice, Kudo Shinichi. 2 days have passed since the last interrogation. During this time, except for Detective Hueco Sato, who came to the hospital to ask a few questions, a Kaikawa Kyajuk hasn't seen any other police officers or detectives. And half an hour ago, a nurse came to inform him that he would be discharged in the afternoon. Afterward, someone will take him to the Metropolitan Police Department to collect his personal belongings, as well as some of his mother's possessions. The great detective Mori Kogoro won 1 million yen betting on horses. After getting drunk at an izakaya, he made bold comments and treated the entire crowd. Guests ordered old sake like crazy. In the end, the shop called the police because they ran out of money. National idol Okano Yoko has been absent from filming for 4 consecutive days. According to experts, she might have a boyfriend. High school detective Saramas Yumi solved the serial murder case from August. Was it actually a murder swap? 1 killer was arrested, and 3 are still at large. Ding. Just as Kyajuk Kaikawa was lying in bed, watching TV in boredom, the familiar mechanical sound rang in a Kaikawa Kyaju's mind again. Choice 4, complete, reward distributed, skill card X1, description. You can select any character from the characters unlocked in the character illustration and randomly gain a permanent skill from that character. Currently unlocked characters, Kudo Shinichi, Saramas Yumi, Chapter 22, Sara's True Pure skill card. Listening to the crisp mechanical sound in his mind and the translucent blue text appearing in front of his eyes, a Kaikawa Kyajuk finally felt completely relieved. Since the system says the task is complete, that means I won't be convicted, right? It makes sense if you restore the card. What's the difference between this skill card and the characteristic card? Skills have levels, from highest to lowest, max, S, A, B, C. Characteristic cards have no level, but they are unique and usually exclusive to a specific character. When a Kaikawa Kyajuk had doubts in his heart, the system in his mind also provided an explanation. After asking a few questions in a row, a Kaikawa Kyajuk now had a general understanding of this system. The system will provide choices under certain circumstances and then distribute rewards based on those choices. The skill card and characteristic card will be divided into 2 types, temporary and permanent. For example, the skill card he got this time was permanent because it didn't have a temporary mark. Temporary skill cards and characteristic cards will only last for 1 hour. In contrast, the difficulty of completing options to get temporary skill cards and characteristic cards is much easier. The illustrations of Kudo Shinichi and Saramas Yumi were unlocked after my interrogation 2 days ago, which means I have to come into contact with the corresponding characters and something has to happen to unlock them. Since this skill card is permanent, there's no need to save it. A Kaikawa Kyajuk felt curious about what kind of skills he could extract. The primary school Shinigami and the handsome detective. Although a Kaikawa Kyajuk didn't know much about Detective Conan, he also knew that Conan's true identity was Kudo Shinichi. As for Saramas Yumi, a Kaikawa Kyajuk wasn't familiar with her. However, he had heard someone call Saramas Yumi by name before, so he knew she was the handsome detective with short wavy hair. Through brief contact, a Kaikawa Kyajuk hadn't found anything in Conan that excited him. Because, according to Kyajuk's superficial impression, Conan was intellectual, and his real effectiveness in combat didn't seem very strong. Although a Kaikawa Kyajuk wasn't arrogant enough to think he could compete with the primary school Shinigami protagonist in terms of IQ, he still felt his mind was sharp enough. His biggest weakness now was clearly this frail body. Therefore, the fighting skills used by Masayumi Sara when trying to stop Detective Takuto Nakajima had a great appeal to Akaikawa Kyauk. Akaikawa Kyauk was more interested in physical enhancement than intellectual improvement. After a brief period of deliberation, Akaikawa Kyauk decided to choose Sara Masayumi as the skill extraction target for the skill card. Character selected, Masayumi Sara, skill acquired, reaction, S. Is that handsome detective that good? Although he didn't manage to draw Sara Masayumi's combat skills, his reflexes could be considered a physical enhancement. Only a bit surprised, the handsome detective, who seemed to be just a high school student, appeared to have quite strong fighting skills. After all, S is already the highest level below the max ceiling. In his previous life, Akaikawa Kyauk had also lived on the edge, but he had never seen anyone with such exaggerated strength. How could a high school student's fighting ability compare to martial arts and action movies? Akaikawa Kyauk mentally complained, feeling very pleased with the skills he had gained. After safely surviving the crisis following the time travel, it seemed that the peaceful, stable life he had longed for in his previous life was now within reach. Although Akaikawa Kyauk had no intention of getting involved in these dangerous incidents, he wasn't prepared to have more contact with the primary school Shinigami, detectives, and police. But it's always good to acquire some self-protection skills. Just as Akaikawa Kyauk was happily thinking about what he would do after recovering, someone knocked gently on the door. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Akaikawa's ward?" Then a strange female voice came from behind the door. "It's not a doctor or nurse, so it should be the person who will take me to the Metropolitan Police Department to collect my belongings, right?" Akaikawa Kyauk guessed the identity of the other person based on her actions of knocking on the door and the question she asked afterward. The doctors and nurses in this hospital usually knock and open the door directly. They wouldn't ask like the person outside the door now. Of course, there's also the possibility of some reporters interested in this car accident wanting to interview him. However, reporters usually don't give interviewees the chance to refuse, let alone use this method as an opening statement. "Yes, please come in." After hearing Akaikawa Kyauk's response, a woman who looked around 25 years old, dressed in a blue suit and carrying a briefcase, entered through the door. Obviously, it's late August, but she's still wearing formal clothes and even a coat. Wearing high heels means she's not driving. She wore a suit jacket in such hot weather, yet there were no traces of sweat on her shirt or collar. She doesn't seem like she put on a coat before coming through the door. Did she just take a taxi directly? Her attire is very formal and simple. Wearing a suit when meeting me means she's at work, and taking a taxi suggests a profitable profession. Could she be a police officer? Or an attorney? Akaikawa Kyauk observed the woman who entered and made judgments in his mind. After entering, the other party directly introduced herself and explained her purpose. As it turned out, Akaikawa Kyauk's guess was correct. "Hello, Mr. Akaikawa, this is our first time meeting. I'm an attorney at a law firm, and my name is Midori Kuriyama. This time, I was entrusted with the responsibility of escorting Mr. Akaikawa to retrieve his personal belongings from the Metropolitan Police Department. In addition, regarding your mother's inheritance, insurance compensation, and other matters, Mr. Akaikawa may also entrust me to handle them on your behalf." Akaikawa Kyauk was still wondering why he needed to go through the trouble of having a lawyer accompany him just to retrieve his personal belongings. But after hearing that the other party was already aware of his situation, he realized that she must be an attorney cooperating with the police, or an acquaintance of Conan and Sara Masayumi. The first possibility wasn't a big deal, but the second could mean self-monitoring. "That's fine, then I'll have to trouble you, Miss Kuriyama." Akaikawa Kyauk put on a grateful expression on his face and thanked Kuriyama Midori. Then, without further ado, shall we go for discharge procedures now? Chapter 23, Chestnut Green Mountain. Akaikawa Kyauk and the lawyer named Kuriyama Midori took a taxi to the Metropolitan Police Headquarters in the Chiyoda district. He retrieved his personal belongings, as well as some of the relics of the original owner's mother, Ryoko Akaikawa. Since some of Ryoko Akaikawa's belongings will be used as evidence for the ongoing case, they can only be returned to Akaikawa Kyosuke once the case is completely concluded. However, Akaikawa Kyauk, who knew the truth, understood that there was a high probability that he would never get the remaining items back. They say they are personal belongings, but it's just personal ID, keys, and pills. The money. Less than 4,000 yen in total. And the original owner doesn't even have a mobile phone. Akaikawa Kyauk looked at his childish wallet and couldn't help but complain internally. However, people who are willing to die don't seem to carry too many things with them. After handing over the personal belongings, Kuriyama Midori turned to look at Akaikawa Kyauk. "Mr. Akaikawa, it's still early. If you don't mind, You can come to our law firm to discuss matters related to inheritance and insurance funds. Of course, it's fine if you don't want to push it. Or you can choose a more convenient time for Mr. Akaikawa in the future. Kuriyama Midori knew that Akaikawa Kyajuke's right hand was still in a cast and that he was weak right after being discharged from the hospital, so she suggested choosing another day. Today is fine. Akaikawa Kyajuke wanted to wrap up these troublesome matters quickly, so he said, "Okay." Kuriyama Midori nodded slightly and then prepared to take a taxi to the side of the road. "Hey, do you want to take another taxi?" Akaikawa Kyajuke only had a little more than 3,000 yen left, which he retrieved from the Metropolitan Police Headquarters as a relic of the original owner's mother. When he took a taxi from the hospital, he had spent more than 5,000 yen on the fare. He feared that the little money he had wouldn't be enough to take a taxi. Kuriyama Midori also knew that Akaikawa Kyajuke's current financial situation was quite difficult, so she smiled at him again. "It's okay. I'll pay for the fare. After all, it's an honor for me that Mr. Akaikawa is willing to entrust me with these matters." Hearing the highly professional speech of the lawyer in front of him, Akaikawa Kongsuke was convinced. Kuriyama Midori's commission certainly wasn't cheap. The two took another taxi and arrived at the law firm where Midori Kuriyama worked. Akaikawa Kyajuke originally thought that with Kuriyama Midori's high professionalism, she should work for a rather large law firm. However, upon arriving at the destination, he found that it was just a small private office. After Akaikawa Kyajuke and Kuriyama Midori entered the office, he saw a woman with glasses and her hair tied up, sitting behind the desk in the middle of the room. Her appearance and demeanor were quite outstanding, and she was working with her head down. "Master, I'm back. This is Mr. Akaikawa. Hello." After greeting Akaikawa Kyosuke, the woman returned to her work. From Kuriyama Midori's title of master for the woman and the self-confidence of the other person, which obviously accumulated over countless successful cases, Akaikawa Kyajuke could guess that the other person must be the owner of this law firm, and her level must be high. Kuriyama Midori let Akaikawa Kyajuke to sit on the sofa and then walked over to the refrigerator. "What would you like to drink, Mr. Akaikawa?" "Just water." After Kuriyama Midori served Akaikawa Kyajuke a glass of water, she sat in front of him. "Now, let's get to the point. Does Mr. Akaikawa know exactly how many properties Mrs. Ryoko had?" "I'm not sure about the deposits, but it shouldn't be much." "In that case, I can go and help investigate. As long as I know which banks your mother opened accounts with, I can go to the bank to help investigate the specific amount of her deposits." "I'm not sure about this either." "In that case, we can only ask Mr. Akaikawa to go back and look for bank books or bank cards at home." "Okay. Also, I understand that Mr. Akaikawa lived with Mrs. Ryoko in a rented apartment, so can we assume that your mother doesn't have any real estate properties?" "Well, that's correct." Kuriyama Midori carefully recorded every time Akaikawa Kongsuke responded in her notebook. Although Akaikawa Kyajuke mostly responded with "I don't know," there was still a faint smile on Kuriyama Midori's face, and she showed no dissatisfaction or contempt. "Alright, let's stop talking about the inheritance for now. Next, let's discuss the insurance compensation," Kuriyama Midori said, taking out 3 insurance contracts from the Metropolitan Police Headquarters and placing them on the table. "Mrs. Ryoko has a total of 3 insurances, 2 life insurances, and 1 auto liability insurance. The death benefit for the auto indemnity insurance is about 30 million yen, and the death benefit for the other 2 life insurances is 40 million yen and 45 million yen respectively. There shouldn't be any issues with the death benefit from the personal liability insurance and the 40 million yen life insurance claim. But the final life insurance of 45 million yen might take some time." "Why is that?" Akaikawa Kyajuke asked. "Because the last life insurance policy was contracted 2 years ago." Kuriyama Midori's words made Akaikawa Kyajuke, who had been lowering his eyes and looking at the insurance contract on the table, move his eyelids slightly. At the same time, after hearing this, the lawyer Iri Kisaki, who was sitting at the other side of the table, stopped holding her pen and writing. Kuriyama Midori didn't notice anything unusual and continued explaining to Akaikawa Kyajuke, "The death of the insured during this period is considered an early accident, and the insurance company may intervene in the investigation. In the end, depending on the results of the investigation, the claim may be rejected, or the compensation amount may be adjusted. But I don't think Mr. Akaikawa needs to worry. After all, the Metropolitan Police Department has confirmed Mr. Akaikawa's innocence. In the end, the money should be fully compensated to Mr. Akaikawa. If the other party finds a reason to reject the compensation or tries to reduce the amount, Mr. Akaikawa just needs to contact me at that time, and I will help him recover the money." Kuriyama Midori placed her hand on her chest and gave Akaikawa Kyajuke a confident smile. "Then thank you, Lawyer Kuriyama." Akaikawa Kyajuk slightly bowed and thanked Kuriyama Midori. Alright, this is our job. Since Mr. Akaikawa is willing to trust me and entrust me with this task, I will naturally not disappoint you. Chapter 24, Stay away from that Akaikawa. Enough about insurance and inheritances. Do you have any other questions, Mr. Akaikawa? Kuriyama Midori placed her hands on her skirt, looked at Akaikawa Kyajuk, and asked. Mom should be the main person responsible for this series of car accidents, right? Could you tell me how the compensation is calculated? You don't need to worry about this. Although this rear-end collision series was caused by your father's sudden braking, under Japanese law, Mr. Akaikawa only needs to compensate part of the damage to the car behind him. As for other vehicles that collide from behind, the vehicle following will be responsible for compensation. Furthermore, Mrs. Ryoko also has self-compensation insurance, and the insurance will cover part of the compensation. Kuriyama Midori said, suddenly standing up a little and silently looking at Irie Kisaki in the center of the living room. After confirming that Irie Kisaki was still writing something with her head down and didn't seem to notice her side, she then leaned forward slightly, covered her cheek with her hand, lowered her voice, and whispered to Akaikawa Kyajuk, actually, the main person responsible for this car accident is Mrs. Ryoko, not Mr. Akaikawa. I wonder, Mr. Akaikawa, can you understand? Akaikawa Kyajuk looked at Kuriyama Midori in surprise as he heard this, and heard the lawyer in front of him, who suddenly became cunning, continue saying, the compensation for the car accident is considered a debt of Mrs. Ryoko and has nothing to do with Mr. Akaikawa. In my opinion, Mrs. Ryoko has no real estate and her savings are not much. Her inheritance will definitely not be enough to pay for the compensation for this car accident. So, as long as Mr. Akaikawa renounces inheriting Mrs. Ryoko's inheritance, the debt of this car accident can be cancelled. This way, you can maximize your own interests. After Kuriyama Midori finished speaking, she looked at Irie Kisaki with some unease. She then coughed twice awkwardly and returned to her normal posture. Well, that's the situation anyway. It's up to Mr. Akaikawa to decide what to do. I just accept the task and do the work. With a sweet smile on her face, Kuriyama Midori said to Akaikawa Kyajuk. Ding. The familiar, crisp mechanical sound rang in Akaikawa Kyajuk's mind once again, and a translucent blue interface appeared before his eyes. In the face of compensation that obviously exceeds your mother's inheritance, what choice will you make? 1. Inherit inheritance and pay compensation, reward, recovery card X1, 2. Renounce the inheritance and maximize benefits, reward, physical plus 3. Akaikawa Kyajuk didn't hesitate much at the options that appeared in his mind. According to lawyer Midori Kuriyama, the compensation he has to pay this time is just a part of the cost of the rear-end collision caused by the car following behind. After deducting the insurance compensation, the remaining indemnity won't be much. It won't have any impact on me, as I am about to receive a huge payout from the insurance. The recovery card obtained from the option is exactly what I need right now. So Akaikawa Kyajuk immediately responded, thank you, Ms. Kuriyama. I've decided to inherit my mother's legacy. Okay. Kuriyama Midori nodded slightly. At the same time, she thought in her heart, this Mr. Akaikawa is a kind man. Akaikawa Kyajuk thanked Kuriyama Midori, took her business card, and prepared to leave. Kuriyama Midori printed out the bus route map and the map of the nearest station to return to Akaikawa Kyajuk's apartment and placed them in the folder she gave him. She sent Akaikawa Kyajuk to the door and waited until he went down to leave before returning to the office. But as soon as she returned, she saw her mentor, Irie Kisaki, known as the Queen of the Court, staring at her. Master, what's wrong? Kuriyama Midori was surprised, thinking her mentor had heard the idea she had given to Akaikawa Kyajuk. In the end, she heard Irie Kisaki's serious voice, Kuchan, where did you receive this assignment from? After Irie Kisaki finished speaking, before Kuriyama Midori could respond, she started murmuring to herself. Wasn't the suspicion cleared up at the Metropolitan Police Department just now? That means he was a suspect. Wasn't it Kudo who asked Ran-chan to contact you for help? Kuriyama Midori was startled again. My mentor is always like this, and she can easily guess the truth of the matter. Irie Kisaki looked at Kuriyama Midori's reaction and knew she had guessed correctly. Now that you've accepted the assignment, you must complete it. But Kuchan, there's no need to do those unnecessary things to please the guests. Finish your work quickly and stay away from that Akaikawa. Why is that? Kuriyama Midori was a little confused. After a brief contact, I clearly felt that Akaikawa's Sora was quite good. According to your description, Akaikawa's family has no house or savings. His mother still does occasional work, and her son doesn't seem to be able to work. In such circumstances, how could someone buy 2 life insurance policies with such high death benefits? This. After hearing Irikisaki's words, Kuriyama Midori also realized a bit that something was wrong. You must understand that insurance companies usually set the death benefit of a normal life insurance policy at 10 times the annual pre-tax income. In that case, Akaikawa's self-compensation insurance paid most of the compensation for the car accident, but there's still no money to pay the remaining indemnity. So I roughly calculate that his mother's annual income is less than 2.5 million yen. But in this difficult life situation, his mother bought life insurance with a total death benefit of more than 75 million yen. Are you kidding? Kuriyama Midori listened to what Irikisaki said between the lines. Ryoko Akaikawa had obviously lied about her annual income and bought 2 insurance policies that were beyond her paying capacity. Her expression gradually became panic-stricken. No. Mr. Akaikawa has been cleared of suspicion, right? It's also possible that Mrs. Ryoko wanted to leave. Do you mean that the mother committed suicide so that her son could receive compensation? Irikisaki sighed. Your idea is good, but impossible. At least it doesn't apply to Kaiachuen. Have you forgotten, Kuchan? The death claim rules of Japanese insurance. After hearing this, Kuriyama Midori suddenly remembered and couldn't hide the look of surprise on her face anymore. Insurance doesn't cover suicide within 3 years. Yes. You just said that the 45 million yen life insurance is still in the early stage of an accident, so her mother must not have bought it to commit suicide. Either Akaikawa himself bought the insurance for his mother, or his mother knew she was going to be killed 5 or 6 years in advance. Either way, staying away from that Akaikawa is your best option. Okay. Irikisaki looked at Kuriyama Midori, whose cheeks were filled with shock, and couldn't help but think of Kudo Shinichi's appearance. Although it's not that I don't trust that boy's reasoning, I still don't want to put those around me in danger. Irikisaki thought in her heart. But master, let's talk about this. Master, don't you think Akaikawa seems a bit kind? He does seem a bit when you say that. Irikisaki also thought deeply when she heard Kuriyama Midori's words that came out of nowhere. Chapter 25, Point and Starting Point. Akaikawa Kyajuku used the map provided by Midori Kuriyama and spent over an hour reaching the apartment rented by the original owner and his mother. The first thing he noticed was the exterior wall mottled with peeling skin. The very obvious black marks on the wall indicated that the building in front of him had undergone years of erosion from wind and rain. According to Japan's building standards law, it is permissible to construct inexpensive 2-story wooden apartments. The room where the original owner and his mother lived was room 202 on the 2nd floor. The apartment entrance didn't have an automatic lock, as was common in collective buildings from that era, meaning anyone could enter the apartment at will. The stair railings were covered in thick reddish-brown rust, making it difficult to begin. The old iron stairs creaked as Akaikawa Kyajuku stepped on them. This old, crumbling building does everything it can to express the difficult situation of its tenants. Akaikawa Kyajuku opened the door with the key and entered the house. What hit him was a warm, humid smell. It seemed that the house's insulation had long lost its effectiveness. Including the entrance, kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom, the small 15-square-meter apartment was as hot and humid as a steam room. Surprisingly, even the room that had been registered by the Metropolitan Police was still considered orderly. There was no stereotypical neat home filled with trash bags and instant noodle boxes. Obviously, the original owner had been imprisoned at home by his mother for a long time and also had a severe eating disorder. But why do you think this house still has a sense of life? Except for the kitchen. Akaikawa Kyajuku discovered there were relatively few items in the house, except for kitchenware and condiments, but he didn't find anything strange about it. It simply seemed like a house where a person with financial problems lived. There's even a television and a DVD player. It's really an item of the past. Akaikawa Kyajuku couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the television with a big rerun placed on the TV stand and the disc projector placed on top. He was a little curious about what kind of movies families like this would watch. Akaikawa Kyajuku opened the cabinet under the TV and saw that most of the movies inside were in plastic cases with store numbers and names marked on them. Turns out it's a rented disc, and the content was surprisingly normal. From foreign movies to Japanese TV series, and even variety shows and idol videos. The types of discs covered a wide range, and Akaikawa Kyajuku couldn't identify any special preferences of the original owner and his mother. Idol disc, this one isn't rented. Akaikawa Kyajuku found a box of discs in the cabinet that didn't have a plastic case, and the packaging looked quite old. The cover had pictures of 4 young girls, and the title read Earth Ladies Team, which should be the name of the idol group. Under one of the girls with brown hair and blue eyes, Akaikawa Kyajuku found a somewhat familiar name, Yoko Okano. Yoko Okano. I think I saw this name on TV this morning. Akaikawa Kyajuku had a very good memory, and even things he looked at without realizing it often left traces in his heart. In Uchiha Kyajuke's memory, the name Okanoyoko that he saw on TV in the morning seemed to be different from the current description of Okanoyoko. He turned to read the information on the back of the case and discovered that it was a disc from 6 years ago, and suddenly realized. No wonder the description is different. Turns out she's gone from being an idol to a national goddess in 6 years. Uchiha Kyajuke said to himself in his heart. Is this the idol the original owner liked? He seems like a real fan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have moved so many times and left this video box. Uchiha Kyajuke wasn't interested in idols, but opened the box anyway. After opening the box, the first thing he saw wasn't a round DVD disc, but a stack of folded paper. Uchiha Kyajuke felt vaguely that something was wrong, so he took the paper out and unfolded it to read. However, just one glance made Uchiha Kyajuke's eyes suddenly widen. The content of the paper in front of him was extremely familiar. It was the insurance contract he had seen earlier at Erie Law Firm. Uchiha Kyajuke quickly checked the contract and couldn't help but inhale. It's really fake. Uchiha Kyajuke never expected this. Inside the small idol video box, there were actually 3 life insurance policies from different insurance companies. The 3 insurance policies were issued on August 22, 3 years ago. The total death benefit exceeded 120 million yen. However, what surprised Uchiha Kyajuke the most wasn't the amount. It was the name of the insured. It wasn't the original owner's mother, Ryoko Uchiha, but himself. Time is like water, and the years are like a shuttle. The days spent at home passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding time had passed. During this period, Uchiha Kyajuke received 105 million yen in insurance compensation with the help of lawyer Miss Kuriyama Midori. According to Japanese tax laws, inheritance tax is required. But the tax office often turns a blind eye to death benefits. After paying off the debts that had also increased due to his mother's inheritance and the lawyer's commission fees for Miss Kuriyama Midori, Uchiha Kyajuke was left with 96 million yen. Later, while completing tasks for the system, Uchiha Kyajuke obtained a recovery card that could restore any injury, illness, or poisoning. And using the recovery card, he cured the liver failure issue that was his biggest threat at the moment. In the end, Uchiha spent 900,000 yen to purchase a space in a public cemetery near the apartment he was renting, where he planned to bury the ashes of the original owner's mother. Today is the day Uchiha Kyajuke will place the ashes of the original owner's mother. Once the placement was completed, Uchiha Kyajuke placed the tributes and lit incense sticks. He then closed his eyes and clasped his hands in front of the tombstone. A month ago, the day Uchiha Kyajuke returned to his apartment for the first time, he found 3 high-cost insurance policies for him in the DVD box on the TV stand. This suddenly made the case from a month ago become confusing. But, I'm sorry, although the true cause of their 2 deaths seems open to debate, I'm not a detective and I don't intend to keep exploring the truth behind their deaths. The story of Uchiha Kyajuke and Uchiha Ryoko came to an end today. Uchiha Kyajuke bowed slightly before the tombstone. He then placed the flower bouquet in front of the tombstone. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly noticed someone staring at him. Uchiha Kyajuke looked in the direction of his gaze and saw a man wearing a cap, sunglasses, and a mask looking at him from not too far away. It was late September, and it was still warm. The other person's appearance was obviously extremely suspicious. But I have to admit, it works. In this case, it's almost impossible to determine the identity and physical features of the other person. Uchiha Kyajuke showed an expression of confusion, took a step toward the man, extended his hand, and said hello, excuse me, please. But before Uchiha Kyajuke could finish his words, the man quickly turned around and walked away. However, it was his movement that made Uchiha Kyajuke notice the clues. I'm not a police officer, and I'm worried the original owner might approach. If it's just general surveillance, you could pretend to be a street sweeper and get away with it. After all, running away is more suspicious. This man wasn't just worried about me approaching, he didn't say a word from start to finish and kept his hands in his pockets. Hat, mask, sunglasses, sweatshirt, pants. This kind of outfit would look extremely suspicious no matter where you put it today, in late September. But most likely, there's only one reason why the other person still chooses to dress like this. Uchiha Kyajuke narrowed his eyes after confirming the other person had disappeared from sight. Do you think that while exposing one of them, they might recognize you? After coming to this conclusion, Uchiha Kyajuke felt a bit irritated. Just when he was about to cut ties with the original owner today and start a new life, unexpectedly, he met someone who seemed quite familiar with the original owner. Fortunately, the other person didn't seem to want to be recognized by him, and even covered himself well to observe from a distance. That also meant the other person wouldn't take the initiative to disturb his life. Well, probably. Uchiha Kyajuk no longer hesitated, turned around, and walked back to his home. He had found a new place to live. Uchiha Kyajuk himself was not the talkative type, but he still preferred a lively environment with more people. So, he rented a one-bedroom luxury apartment in Shibuya, Tokyo. Less than 10 minutes after Uchiha Kyajuk returned to his old apartment, the moving company he had reserved in advance arrived. Then, following Uchiha Kyajuk's instructions, the staff loaded all the things he had listed to be taken into the vehicle and transported them to his new home in Shibuya. The remaining old furniture and other items would be disposed of by the moving company. However, Uchiha Kyajuk still kept the original owner's insurance contract, as well as the schizophrenia diagnosis certificate of the original owner's mother and other things that were discovered later. A few moments later, Uchiha Kyajuk, who had settled into his new home, arrived at Shibuya Street. While going to the store to buy some daily necessities for his new home, he couldn't help but think about what he wanted to do next. Although he had been human for 2 generations, this was the first time Uchiha Kyajuk had the opportunity to decide his own life and future. Uchiha Kyajuk wanted to take a break from his dangerous work and do something interesting. At this moment, Uchiha Kyajuk suddenly felt someone tap his shoulder several times. Hey, bro. Uchiha Kyajuk turned around and saw a man in a suit, dressed like a publicist, looking at him with a mocking smile on his face. Wow, bro, you're so handsome. Are you interested in becoming an artist? After seeing Uchiha Kyajuk's face, the man couldn't help but be surprised by Uchiha Kyajuk's appearance again. As soon as he walked behind him, he noticed that Uchiha Kyajuk had an extraordinary temperament. Unexpectedly, his facial lines looked drawn with a pen, with clear, delicate, and beautiful edges and corners. He hurriedly handed Uchiha Kyajuk a business card. I'm a talent scout from Wonderful, my name is Hiroshi Kubo. Wow, my younger brother is so handsome, he'll definitely become famous. Uchiha Kyajuk's heart was not moved at all by Hiroshi Kubo's attempt to make a big deal out of it. Moreover, he himself didn't like this kind of behavior of soliciting clients and recruiting people on the street, so he was prepared to refuse. However, as soon as his words of refusal were about to leave his lips, the talent scout Hiroshi Kubo, who seemed to have noticed Uchiha Kyajuk's interest, hurriedly said, "We're not a small, third-rate company, but the largest artist management company in Japan. You can find it online." Then Uchiha Kyajuk took out the mobile phone he had just requested and searched directly in front of Hiroshi Kubo. As expected, this company called Wonderful turned out to be the most powerful artist management company in Japan. You must have heard of Oka no Yoko, right? She's also from our Wonderful. When mentioning the national goddess Oka no Yoko, Hiroshi Kubo couldn't help but show an expression of pride. Ding! The sharp mechanical sound rang in Uchiha Kyajuk's mind again, and a translucent blue interface appeared in front of his eyes. In response to a sudden invitation from a talent scout, what choice would you make? 1. Reject the invitation, reward, agility +3, 2. Accept the invitation and become an artist, reward, physique +3, I've been pretending to be someone else in my previous life. Do I have to keep doing this pretending job in this life? Uchiha Kyajuk whispered in his heart. But it seems quite interesting. As for whether the detectives would suspect him if he became an artist right after being cleared of suspicion, Uchiha Kyajuk wasn't worried at all. Because if the elementary school student Shinigami had reasoned his previous actions during the interrogation, everything would have been a lie based on his acting and observational skills. So, becoming an artist would be like exposing himself. On the contrary, it's inconsistent with the image deduced from Conan's strong analytical ability. A fool might doubt themselves. But for a character with superior intelligence like a detective, their own behavior could reduce suspicion. Not to mention, he wasn't afraid of the detective's suspicions. As long as there was no concrete evidence, even the detective couldn't do anything to him. Uchiha Kyajuk slightly raised the corners of his mouth and made a decision. He nodded slightly to Hiroshi Kubo, who was anxiously looking at him. When Hiroshi Kubo saw Uchiha Kyajuk nod, he also showed an ecstatic expression as if he had won the lottery for a moment. Volume 1 has officially ended. Read it every day and vote for it. Chapter 26, New Participants. A blue-white light of dawn mixed with the faint morning mist and shone on Misaki Takura's face through the gaps in the curtains. Perhaps her eyes sensed the light, and Misaki Takura's eyelids trembled slightly as she gradually woke up. Her eyes opened a crack. After taking a few seconds to recover from the groggy state of just waking up, Misaki Takura jumped out of bed. She reached out and grabbed the phone placed beside her bed. After confirming the time, she took a deep breath. It was so close, I thought I had overslept. The shock from earlier had left Itakura Misaki wide awake. She turned off the alarm on her phone, then got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash up. Today is an extremely important day for Itakura Misaki, so she mustn't be late. Many times in the past, I set an alarm, but it didn't seem to go off at all, and only after waking up did I realize I had overslept. She brushed her teeth, took a shower, dried her hair with a blow dryer, and applied her makeup. After spending over an hour doing all of this, Misaki Itakura put on a suit that still smelled of new clothes, then wrapped a scarf around her neck and left. Where Misaki Itakura is going now is to Wonderful, Japan's largest artist management company, located in the Shibuya district. Itakura Misaki had transferred to this artist company 3 months ago. After 3 months of training, she finally passed the evaluation last Friday and became a new manager. However, because there were a few months less of training compared to the colleagues who joined the company in April during the same period, the final evaluation results for Itakura Misaki were rather reluctant. Last Friday, a group of newly signed artists had also just completed their training with the company. Today, Misaki Itakura will be assigned her first artist in her management career. Of course, this is an extremely important day for Misaki Itakura, who has great aspirations for the Japanese entertainment industry. I will definitely make my artist famous in Japan, and then gradually become the most popular star. By then, maybe I can work with Miss Hueco. That's right. Misaki Itakura is a huge fan of Yoko Okino. The main reason she joined this company was because she admired Yoko Okino. So, she followed in her idol's footsteps and entered Wonderful. Misaki Itakura was imagining the wonderful scene of working with Yoko Okino after her artist became famous. While greeting the company colleagues with a lively voice, Itakura Misaki arrived at her workstation, put down her things, and then went to the bathroom. She used the bathroom mirror to check if her makeup and clothes were suitable. I'm about to meet my artist. I must leave a good impression on them. Misaki Itakura looked at the beautiful face in the mirror, which inherited the good genes from her mother. A small regret arose in her heart. Misaki Itakura knew, from the attitudes of her classmates and friends towards her during her school years, that she was definitely the cute type. It's a pity that my talent was completely inherited from my father, a programmer. Although I feel very comfortable doing work related to computers and digital things, I have no talent as an artist. That's why Misaki Itakura didn't choose to be an artist but instead moved from being a programmer to a manager. Between the work she was good at and the work she liked, Misaki Itakura chose the latter. Misaki Itakura smiled confidently at the mirror. Then she turned around and returned to her workstation. The hour hand of the clock showed 9, marking the official start of a new workday. It was also at this moment that Misaki Itakura's manager began distributing information about the artists assigned to the new managers who had passed the training. Thank you. Itakura Misaki took the information from the minister's hand and thanked him softly. After receiving the information, she hurriedly reviewed it. She was eager to see what talents her first artist would have. Kyajuki Kaikawa. Wow, he looks so handsome. Itakura Misaki whispered her first artist's name, and after flipping to the first page, her eyes were instantly drawn to the photo published in the upper right corner. Although Itakura Misaki had seen more handsome guys and beauties during her 3 months of training than she had seen in her entire life, she already felt a bit of aesthetic fatigue. But after seeing the photo of the young artist with brown hair and jewel-like blue eyes in the file, she couldn't help but marvel. I'm so lucky. I got such a handsome artist as a client. It looks like I'm not far from being able to work with Miss Hueco. Itakura Misaki whispered softly. At the same time, she eagerly turned to the second page. After the detailed introduction and evaluation of Kaikawa's Juk during the training period, the words in her mouth were immediately caught in her throat. Exceptional appearance, but a little too thin. His singing skills are average, and he can barely dance due to his physical condition. That's why the evaluation is very poor. He has a brilliant mind, but his personality is introverted and gloomy. He almost never smiles, so it is speculated that his sales ability is very poor. His rating is only C, ranking 23rd out of 23 artists. Itakura Misaki looked at Kaikawa Kyajuki's information and slowly opened her mouth. This is useless for anything other than looking good. There are so many artists like this all over Japan. How the hell did he pass the interview and evaluation to join the company? Itakura Misaki was extremely confused. Artists must go through several rounds of interviews and selections before joining the company. Only after passing through various projections can they start training as new artists. Judging by the reviews, most of Kaikawa Kyajuki's skills as an artist are well below average, so Itakura Misaki was greatly confused about how Kaikawa Kyajuki made it into Wonderful. Then, after seeing the SG logo written on Kaikawa Kyajuki's profile, she immediately covered her cheeks with helplessness. He was actually recruited by a talent scout. The so-called SG stands for Shugado Group, which means artists who were directly recruited by talent scouts. This type of artist can sign directly with the company to become an artist and receive training without going through screening or evaluation. The vast majority of artists are called Original Group, or OG for short, and are artists who have been selected and signed through layers of selection. Needless to say, about the quality. Definitely, the latter is stronger. Just when Misaki Itakura thought with tears in her heart that her career as a manager might have ended even before it started, she suddenly heard a somewhat gloomy voice beside her. Is this Miss Itakura? It's the first time we meet. I'm Kyazuki Kaikawa. Chapter 27, Okano Yoko Itakura. Misaki suddenly turned around when she heard the sound. Hello, it's the first time we meet, I'm Misaki Itakura. Misaki Itakura quickly stood up and bowed to Kaikawa Kyujuke. Originally, she thought that since Kaikawa Kyujuke might have been recruited by Wonderful's talent scout, it must mean there was something extraordinary about him. However, after looking closely at Kaikawa Kyujuke, she felt even more disappointed. The Kaikawa Kyujuke in front of her had the same beautiful cheeks as the person in the photo on her desk. But since Kaikawa Kyujuke's eyes were usually not very open, coupled with his somewhat gloomy voice, he gave Misaki Itakura the feeling that Kaikawa Kyujuke was standing in front of her, and the overall atmosphere was quite somber. Needless to say, the audience for male artists is naturally female. However, someone like Kaikawa Kyujuke seemed to have a very negative attitude toward the work of an artist. But it's hard to attract people. Of course, it cannot be denied that there is still a group of women in the world who like dark artists like Kaikawa Kyujuke. But Kaikawa Kyujuke's audience is bound to be limited. Becoming a popular and well-loved artist is even harder. Wow! Look, look, look! It's me. She's so beautiful. Just as Itakura Misaki was about to communicate with Kaikawa Kyujuke to deepen their mutual understanding, she suddenly felt the surrounding atmosphere become restless. Hearing those excited voices, Itakura Misaki looked up. Then her eyes, which had been somewhat dim due to disappointment, instantly lit up. Oh my god! It's Miss Yoko. Itakura Misaki, and the fate where countless burning gazes gathered around her, was a young woman wearing a white top and a black cardigan, with a perfect profile that seemed to have been carved gradually with a carving knife by the most skilled craftsman in the world. This was the most popular star in present-day Japan, the iconic artist of Wonderful, Yoko Okano. At that moment, Okano Yoko seemed to be chatting about some interesting topic with her agent, Nakatase, by her side. Misaki Itakura looked at the smile blooming like a hibiscus on Okano Yoko's delicate cheeks and couldn't help but be fascinated for a moment. Miss Okano. Even when she smiles casually in reality, she shines like a scene from a movie. Itakura Misaki couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She knew it wasn't just her. I'm afraid everyone on this floor unconsciously held their breath for the smile that Okano Yoko showed at that moment. This is the charm of Japan's top artist, Yoko Okano. Even as a woman, I couldn't help but feel my heart beat faster. Ah, speaking of which, today happens to be the day when the newly hired artists finish their training and are assigned agents. Known as the chief agent, said Okano Yoko's agent, C. Nakata, softly beside her. Hey, is today the day? Wow, they're all so young and energetic. When Yoko Okano heard her agent's words, she slowed down and looked toward the area where the new agents were working. She then sighed joyfully. Okano Yoko's grandmother-like comment immediately amused many people present. After all, everyone knew that Yoko Okano was only 22 years old this year. Even younger than many people present. However, since Okano Yoko debuted very early, she was considered older than most people present in the Japanese entertainment industry. Okano Yoko looked at these young artists from her own company. Looking at their eyes full of admiration for her, her cheeks couldn't help but turn a cute light pink. Although Okano Yoko had long been used to such looks from fans, being gazed upon with such admiration and fiery eyes by her juniors still made her feel a little warmth in her cheeks. Just then, the smile on Okano Yoko's face didn't last long. When Okano Yoko's sea blue eyes caught the crowd, after spotting a figure with brown hair, the same color as hers, holding their chin and looking at something, the smile on Okano Yoko's flawless cheeks, said to have excellent healing properties, collapsed in an instant. Her gem-like eyes, previously half closed, suddenly widened. Okano Yoko, the center of attention, displayed a look of horror for a moment, which also caused the previously joyful atmosphere to freeze for a moment. Misaki Itakura was the first to come to her senses. She then unconsciously looked toward where Okano Yoko's eyes had fixed. Finally, it was on Kaikawa Kyujuke, who was reading his own information beside her. Kaikawa Kyujuke also noticed the change in the atmosphere. He looked up. Then, he saw Okano Yoko, whom he had only seen on TV and the internet, quickly leave. Behind her, her manager, C. Nakata, was a few seconds late and then followed her with a confused expression on her face. What happened? I don't know. Everyone was confused by the drastic change in Yoko's expression in an instant. Akaikawa Kyajuk, unsure of what had happened, lowered his head again and reviewed his information. And beside him, Manager Misaki Itakura looked at Akaikawa Kyajuk in shock. Did Miss Yoko just look at Mr. Akaikawa? Is it because of Mr. Akaikawa that Miss Yoko showed that expression? As the greatest fan of Yoko Okano, Misaki Itakura was very clear that Okano Yoko, who had the experience of being an idol, had the best commercial ability in Japan. Yoko Okano knows that artists must bring positive emotions to fans and the public. That's why she always wears a cheerful and sunny smile that can warm people's hearts. This is a habit she developed since her days as an idol in the Earth Lady team. Except during filming. Almost no one has ever seen Yoko Okano show negative emotions in public. But just now, Okano Yoko clearly didn't suppress her expression due to a huge impact. That perfect cheek was damaged. Misaki Itakura couldn't understand what was happening. So she couldn't help but ask, Mr. Akaikawa. Do you know Miss Yoko personally? I don't know her, what's the matter? Akaikawa Kyajuk answered without hesitation. Oh, okay. Itakura Misaki said softly, and at the same time, her somewhat anxious heart felt relieved. It seems like I'm worrying too much. Misaki Itakura thought to herself. With Kyajuk Akaikawa's identity and background, how could he know the national goddess Yoko Okano? Chapter 28 The Star Hunter Girl. The sudden loss of composure from Okano Yoko sparked a small argument around them. Fortunately, the manager intervened in time, and the matter was settled for the moment. Itakura Misaki silently observed her surroundings. She also noticed the new artists around her, who had just completed their training. Alongside the new agent, who was obviously more motivated than before Okano Yoko appeared. Miss Yoko is truly amazing. Just showing her face made everyone feel energized. Itakura Misaki sighed, also feeling a surge of blood rise in her chest. She turned to look at Akaikawa Kyajuk, the artist next to her. Speaking of which, Mr. Akaikawa has been looking at his own information from the start and doesn't seem interested in Miss Yoko. Itakura Misaki thought to herself, then said, Mr. Akaikawa, what do you think of this assessment? I think it's quite relevant. Akaikawa Kyajuk put down the information in his hand and responded softly. According to his original imagination, after becoming an artist, he should be able to make movies or TV series. But he never thought he would first receive 3 months of artistic training. Moreover, the training content was very different from what Akaikawa Arasuke had imagined. There was no training in acting skills, it was mostly about singing and dancing. The only useful courses were those related to an artist's business capabilities. The so-called sales ability, putting it bluntly, is the artist's ability to sell themselves as a product. However, Akaikawa Kyajuk didn't like being the type of person who wears a fake commercial smile all day and does estrogen-charged acts with a group of men. Male idols really have no interest in trying to please female viewers. So, naturally, he couldn't motivate himself during the training. Additionally, even though Akaikawa Kyajuk had gained physique +3 twice, his body was still weaker than that of ordinary people, and it was hard for him to practice for long periods. In the end, this led him to the last position. Itakura Misaki originally thought that Akaikawa Kyajuk would be like those students who, after seeing their poor exam results and evaluations, would be unwilling to admit defeat. But in the end, she didn't expect Akaikawa Kyajuk to accept the evaluation just like that. Why do you seem so demotivated, Mr. Akaikawa? Mr. Akaikawa, when you first chose to be an artist, you probably had a goal, right? It was as if she had become the manager of an artist with the goal of working with Okano Yoko. Itakura Misaki believed that Akaikawa Kyajuk must also have some kind of goal. I don't have any goal, I just thought it would be fun to be an artist. But I have no interest in singing or dancing, so I have no motivation. However, she heard Akaikawa Kyajuk's response. If Mr. Akaikawa thinks that because he's handsome, he can easily attract girls, he's wrong. Nowadays, there's no shortage of handsome idols in Japan, but there is a shortage of outstanding skills. No, I don't want to please girls either. Eh? Itakura Misaki was stunned by Akaikawa Kyaju's words for 10 seconds. Her eyes widened. Looking at Akaikawa Kyajuk in shock, who calmly delivered a negative speech on the first day of training, she didn't know what to say for a moment. If Akaikawa Kyajuk just had few skills, it wouldn't be a big deal. Akaikawa Kyajuk's appearance alone is enough to attract attention from girls. Then they could build a hard-working person. By giving fans the sense of seeing idols grow, there should be a good audience. However, people like Kyajuk Akaikawa neither have the ability nor the desire to work hard. Itakura Misaki really didn't know what to do. She had obviously joined this company to become an excellent artist manager. As a result, she didn't expect to encounter such an irresponsible artist so soon. If a Kaikawa Kyajuk doesn't produce results, it may be difficult for him to get good resources in the future. It's simply a negative feedback loop. Then let me ask you, Mr. Akaikawa, what exactly do you want to do? In other words, what is Mr. Akaikawa good at? Itakura Misaki suppressed her inner dissatisfaction and asked Akaikawa Kyajuk in the calmest tone possible. Acting. Akaikawa Kyaju's answer once again exceeded Itakura Misaki's expectations. Mr. Akaikawa, do you have any acting experience? Acting generally requires years of practice before one can do it. Usually, artists without experience start as commercial idols and then gradually transform into singers and actors. Just like Mrs. Yoko, didn't she start as an idol, then became a host and singer, and gradually became an actress? Itakura Misaki used Okino Yoko as an example again. I guess I have experience in acting. What do you mean by guessing? Itakura Misaki was quite puzzled and then reopened Akaikawa Kyaju's information. She wanted to know if Akaikawa Kyajuk had any experience participating in the theater club during his past school life. The result was a discovery. This Akaikawa Kyajuk didn't even attend high school. Dropouts from elementary school? Are there still elementary school dropouts these days? No wonder he has no tact at all, which annoys people. Turns out he never even went to school. Speaking of which, can he recognize all the common Japanese characters? Will I need to give him kana to read them? Itakura Misaki suddenly felt a strong dizziness in her head. She really didn't expect Akaikawa Kyaju's lower limit to keep dropping. Mr. Akaikawa, you didn't even go to high school, then where did you get your acting experience? Itakura Misaki felt more and more desperate and said to Akaikawa Kyajuk, tears welling up in her eyes. Acting is just one part, but more important than acting is being able to decipher the director's thoughts. Only then can we act to satisfy the director. In fact, I'm quite good at guessing people's thoughts. Akaikawa Kyajuk softly told Itakura Misaki. No. Mr. Akaikawa, stop joking. How is it possible that you understand this? After all, only those with extremely sharp minds can, and a skill that only people with superhuman analytical abilities can master. Itakura Misaki doesn't discriminate against academic qualifications. But someone like Akaikawa Kyajuk, who hasn't even completed secondary education and can easily cause high blood pressure with just a few words, claiming he can understand the thoughts and intentions of directors is truly ridiculous. If Mr. Akaikawa could really decipher other people's thoughts, he wouldn't be saying these words that make me angry. No, that's just because I judge that there's no need to deliberately please Miss Itakura. That doesn't mean I can't do it. Akaikawa Kyaju's words suddenly made Itakura Misaki's anger rise. However, the real reason she was angry wasn't because Akaikawa Kyajuk said she wasn't worthy of his favor, but his somewhat arrogant attitude. Incompetent, arrogant, and unwilling to work hard. This almost ticked every annoying box for Itakura Misaki. How could such an artist become famous? Itakura Misaki decided to drop all tact and looked directly into Akaikawa Kyaju's eyes with anger in her almond-shaped eyes. Fine, then if Mr. Akaikawa can prove to me that you really have this ability, I will help you find a suitable job. Okay. Akaikawa Kyajuk agreed. I will help you find an audition video now, and you can tell me the director's intentions. Itakura Misaki turned on the computer as she spoke, then entered a long string of passwords to access the desktop. However, before she could click on the shared folder within the company, Akaikawa Kyajuk interrupted her. Don't bother so much, just pretend that Miss Itakura is the writer and director. What does that mean? Itakura Misaki didn't understand Akaikawa Kyaju's intention. However, Akaikawa Kyajuk didn't explain it to Itakura Misaki, but said directly, I guess what Miss Itakura wants to film is a movie with the goal of working with the idol she admires, turning it into a story about a woman who is the manager of an artist. As the heroine of the story, she left her job as a programmer, followed in the footsteps of her idol Okino Yoko, and resolutely changed jobs to become an agent at Okino Yoko's agency. She clearly knows that she's cute, but because she has no talent as an artist, she places her hopes of working with idols on herself as an artist. Who would have thought that our heroine would be assigned the artist with the worst performance in the same batch as her first artist? She saw no qualities in this person that fit the current popularity of male artists. And during her conversation with the artist, our heroine discovered that not only was he incompetent, but his education was poor, and he was very arrogant. Maybe she was right. But she didn't realize that she was too rigid in her sense of common sense and too obsessed with recreating the path to fame of her idol, Okino Yoko, which affected her judgment. Oh, by the way, our heroine is now single, lives alone, losing weight, and occasionally feels pain in her waist and cervical spine. And the reason she can't find a boyfriend, despite being very cute, is probably because her devotion and perseverance in chasing stars go far beyond that of an ordinary person, making her seem a bit unreachable. Akaikawa Kyajuk leaned slightly forward, bringing his cheek close to the white cheek in front of him, and began to rise through the red clouds at a visibly fast speed. His mouth was wide open, and his almond eyes stared at Misaki Itakura as if he had seen a ghost, and he whispered softly, jokingly, "I wonder if I've figured out what the director of Stargirl is thinking, Mrs. Itakura." Chapter 29, You're Definitely a Stalker. Misaki Itakura looked at the light blue eyes of Akaikawa Kyajuk in front of her with a touch of amusement, and confusion arose in her heart. Originally, when she heard Akaikawa say that he considered himself a director, she still didn't understand what Kyajuk was going to do. As a result, after Misaki Itakura heard the first words spoken by Akaikawa Kyajuk, she was completely taken aback. It turned out to be that Akaikawa, whom she had known for just over 10 minutes, wanted to speculate about her. He was different from Misaki Itakura, who had gotten information about Akaikawa from the minister. To avoid new artists being dissatisfied with their managers, Wonderful does not disclose the manager's information to new artists. So, before meeting him today, Kyajuk must have been unaware of her information. Moreover, the communication she had with Akaikawa just moments ago was entirely a one-sided inquiry to obtain her information. She hadn't revealed anything other than her name. In this case, Akaikawa could be considered quite clever if he could guess one or two things. She had never thought of that. Akaikawa had actually put himself in this position even before joining the company up until now. What she had done, her goals for joining the company, and her inner thoughts were completely guessed. This was no longer just surprising. Itakura Misaki was frightened. Listening to the man in front of her, whom she had just met, continuing to say what he thought, even mentioning things her own mother didn't know. Itakura Misaki felt embarrassed and shocked at first, and then she experienced an indescribable, strange, and terrifying sensation throughout her body. It was scary, as if every move she made was being monitored by Akaikawa in front of her. Her chest rose and fell violently, and she did her best to suppress her restless heart. "Continue?" Akaikawa asked, confused. "You're definitely a stalker," Misaki Itakura said to Akaikawa with a horrified expression on her face. "No wonder Miss Yoko showed such a surprised expression when she saw you just now. You must have followed Miss Yoko. I'll call the police." "Hey, did Okino Yoko seem surprised when she saw me?" Akaikawa Kyajuk was also a bit surprised when he heard this. He had only been looking at his own information and hadn't paid attention to Okino Yoko. Just as Akaikawa Kyajuk wondered why Okino Yoko had shown a surprised expression after seeing him, he saw Agent Misakura Misaki in front of him, pulling out her mobile phone and then tremblingly pressing 110 on the screen. "Hey, are you really calling the police? You have to tell me how you know these things. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll call you a stalker." The pale Misaki Itakura incoherently spoke to Akaikawa. She was truly scared. After living for more than 20 years, this was the first time Misaki Itakura had encountered something so strange. "First, put down your phone. Say it first." Originally, the distance between Misaki Itakura and Kyajuk wasn't that great. But at that moment, she had moved away, holding her phone with one hand, her other hand's index finger pressing against her chin, and she stared at Akaikawa Kyajuk with watchful eyes. Fortunately, the workstations assigned by Wonderful to agents are large enough. Also, Misaki Itakura's position was the innermost one against the wall. That's why no one noticed her strange behavior. "Well," Akaikawa sighed and then pointed to Misaki Itakura's dark suit. "Your suit is new. It doesn't even have a trace of being washed or folded. What does that mean? Now it's December, and it's not the day for new employees to join the company. However, today you're wearing a brand new suit that you just bought. This shows that you place great importance on today." Misaki Itakura didn't speak, silently agreeing with Kyajuk's statement. "Although I wasn't looking at you at the moment, I still noticed your excitement when you saw Miss Yoko. If you were really a veteran agent at the company, I don't think you would have been so excited after meeting Miss Yoko. So I guess you just became an artist manager and haven't hired other artists yet." Hearing Kyajuk's story, Misaki Itakura gradually lowered her guard, but the fear in her heart grew stronger. "Then, how did you know that I followed Miss Yoko and became an artist manager to work with her?" "Because we've only met for a total of 10 minutes, and you've already mentioned Miss Yoko no less than 3 times. "Okay." Misaki Itakura suddenly felt embarrassed. There was a feeling of shame that the idol she secretly promoted had been exposed. Combined with your excited expression when you saw Miss Yoko, it's easy to guess your purpose for joining the job. "Then, how did you know that I was transferred here?" The new manager, belonging to the same generation as Misaki Itakura, was also in charge of an artist for the first time today. But Akaikawa was able to guess that she had been transferred, and even knew that her previous job was as a programmer. This was terrible. Because I found that Mrs. Itakura has a deep understanding of the Japanese entertainment industry, and she also has great motivation and enthusiasm, and a pretty sharp mind. Hearing Kyajuk suddenly praise her, Misaki Itakura also felt a little embarrassed. Then she heard Akaikawa change the subject. Miss Itakura, who should have received a good evaluation, was assigned to me as the last person in the crane, so the results of Miss Itakura's evaluation at the end of the training shouldn't be good, right? Well, Misaki Itakura suddenly felt that a sensitive point had been pricked. So I speculate that Mrs. Itakura probably transferred to this company midway. Because the training time was shorter than that of agents in the same period, her results weren't outstanding. Then, how is it possible that you know what I did in my previous job? I don't have the temperament of a stereotypical programmer, right? After all, Misaki Itakura was still very young, so she was very concerned about this matter. That's not true, but Mrs. Itakura still has traces of her old job as a programmer. Akaikawa Kyajuk explained softly. Just like the tips of the index and middle fingers of students who are busy with their studies harden and develop calluses when holding pens, the joints of the index and thumb fingers of programmers also show subtle deformities and pressure marks. Hearing this, Misaki Itakura quickly stretched out her hand and indeed discovered that her index and thumb fingers were slightly deformed, something she had never noticed before. Oh my god. How could he even notice this? I didn't even know. As Misaki Itakura was surprised, she heard Akaikawa Kyajuk continue speaking. One more thing, I'm afraid Miss Itakura doesn't know either. It's just that Miss Itakura normally sits very upright when she talks to me in a chair, but when you just wanted to search for audition videos on the computer, you unconsciously leaned forward and looked at the computer. Miss Itakura obviously wears glasses, but still has this habit, so I think Mrs. Itakura's previous job should have been a profession that requires looking at a computer for long periods and performing precise operations. Along with Mrs. Itakura's fast and skilled typing when unlocking the computer, it's clear what Mrs. Itakura's previous position was. Chapter 30, Revive Hope. Just by these details I never noticed, Mr. Akaikawa was able to detect and determine my occupation before I changed jobs? That's right. It's rumored that he's a high school detective. Hearing Akaikawa Kyajuk's explanation, Misaki Itakura couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although she agreed with Kyajuk's statement, it still seemed unbelievable. Then how did Mr. Akaikawa know that I'm single and live alone? Not only that, but you also know that I'm losing weight and suffer from pain in my waist and cervical spine from time to time. Could it be that Mr. Akaikawa observed these things too? Misaki Itakura initially identified Akaikawa as a stalker because of this. If he wasn't spying on her, how could he know these things? This is even simpler. If Mrs. Itakura didn't live alone, she wouldn't even notice the tag on her shirt without taking it off. Eh? Misaki Itakura was startled and quickly reached up to touch the back of her neck. Indeed, she touched a pair of hard paper tags. And not only had she not taken the tag off, but it was still visible on the outside of her suit jacket. Perhaps because it hung from the back of her neck, she hadn't noticed it at all when she looked in the mirror. Did I really come like this from home to the company? Misaki Itakura awkwardly tucked the tag back into her clothes, preparing to take it off when she went to the bathroom. What about being single? You can't say I'm single just because I live alone, can you? Maybe I'll go see my boyfriend after work. Misaki Itakura still trusted in her appearance. Now that Kyajuk could tell she was single at a glance, she felt a little embarrassed. It seemed to suggest that she wasn't very attractive. This, aside from Mrs. Itakura's strong idol cooking skills I mentioned earlier, is about disguising yourself through makeup. Wonderful doesn't prevent agents from disguising themselves. But Mrs. Itakura's makeup and hairstyle are relatively simple. She probably chose this natural and simple makeup to make it easier to take care of herself in the morning. If it's true that Mrs. Itakura said she'd have a date with her boyfriend after work, I think Mrs. Itakura would put more thought into dressing up nicely. It seems there's no one worthy enough for Miss Itakura to waste her precious sleep time on dressing up. Akaikawa smiled at Misaki Itakura and said. Misaki Itakura was once again stunned by Akaikawa Kyajuk's explanation. It could be said that what Akaikawa Kyajuk said was absolutely correct. It could be seen from the fact that when she woke up this morning, she thought the alarm hadn't gone off and was scared. Misaki Itakura was the type who had difficulty getting up in the morning. She basically had to set several alarms on her phone, and it would take her some time to get out of bed when she had to. At the same time, to save time, Misaki Itakura had always kept her hair short and medium length, which didn't require much care. The same went for her makeup, which was quick and simple. Misaki Itakura had originally thought she could rely on her cuteness to prevent others from seeing her laziness in dressing. but she didn't expect the man she had just met to notice. I want to ask, is it obvious? Misaki Itakura asked Kyajuke quietly. She felt very concerned about this matter. I think it's pretty obvious. Because of Kyajuke's response, Misaki Itakura began to seriously consider whether she should spend more time dressing in the morning starting tomorrow. But after weighing the importance of sleep and hygiene, she chose the former. As Akaikawa said, no one deserved to waste their precious sleep time dressing up. Moreover, Misaki Itakura hadn't thought that ordinary people could have such terrifying observation skills as Kyajuke Akaikawa. Then I'm losing weight and my waist and cervical spine hurt. How did you know? Well, I don't think any woman would be wrong if she guessed she's losing weight. As for the waist and cervical spine issues, this is an old problem among programmers, and it doesn't even need to be analyzed. That makes sense. Misaki Itakura sighed with wide eyes and was speechless for a moment. As for why I can guess the internal evaluation Miss Itakura has of me, it's because I only need to see the overflowing dissatisfaction of Miss Itakura when she faces me. Eh? Did I act so obviously? Misaki Itakura was once again surprised when she heard this. When she received the information from Akaikawa, she felt quite disappointed. At the same time, during the brief conversation with Akaikawa Kyajuke, she was also extremely angry at Akaikawa Kyajuke's bad temper and lack of effort. But Misaki Itakura thought she had hidden her emotions well until Akaikawa finally made her demonstrate her shamelessness. In the end, hadn't all my thoughts been exposed from the beginning? Misaki Itakura felt very embarrassed when she thought about this and sighed inwardly again. It turns out that there really are people like this in reality. Just by observing, they can deduce information about someone they met for the first time. I always thought that everything was invented by everyone. After hearing Akaikawa Kyajuke's rational explanation, Misaki Itakura was convinced, the artist at the end of the crane in front of her definitely wasn't as handsome as she had imagined at first. Relying solely on Kyajuke's miraculous observation skills and excellent analytical abilities, which were like those of a legendary detective, Misaki Itakura was sure that Akaikawa Kyajuke's commercial ability as an artist wouldn't be bad. And she began to believe in her heart that Akaikawa wasn't exaggerating, but truly had the ability to guess the hearts of others. Thinking about her doubts and dissatisfaction with Akaikawa at this moment, in addition to the fact that the other party already knew her thoughts, Misaki Itakura felt extremely embarrassed and ashamed in her heart. After struggling for a while on how to relieve the awkward atmosphere, she finally lowered her head toward Akaikawa Kyajuke. I'm sorry, Mr. Akaikawa, I shouldn't have interrogated you. Now I believe you weren't lying to me. We shouldn't jump to conclusions based only on a person's academic record. As Mr. Akaikawa said, Miss Hueco's path to fame may not be suitable for everyone. Misaki Itakura sincerely apologized to Kyajuke Akaikawa for her rude behavior earlier. Akaikawa Kyajuke waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. Misaki Itakura suddenly had a premonition. That is, if Kyajuke Akaikawa is going to film, it's possible that he could really achieve good results with his skills. Undoubtedly, it's much harder to make a career as an actor than as an idol. For other decent artists, replicating Miss Hueco's path to fame is undoubtedly the safest way. But Mr. Akaikawa's words. Maybe. You could really become famous in the entertainment industry. It's like Ms. Yukiko, whose popularity was even surpassed by Miss Hueco. Misaki Itakura thought to herself. The flame that had been extinguished in her heart was once again reignited with hope. Chapter 31, Isn't it interesting? Akaikawa Kyajuke's analysis of Misaki Itakura, the writer and director, completely changed her view of him. Misaki Itakura was pleasantly surprised to discover that her artist might have talents and potential that other regular artists didn't possess. And she also realized that making a direct debut in the entertainment industry was the fastest way to get closer to her idol, Yoko Okino. After all, Yoko Okino spends most of her time filming. Excitedly, Misaki Itakura opened the company's file-sharing server and began searching for suitable audition information. At the same time, she explained the process to Akaikawa Kyajuke. There are usually 3 ways artists can get auditions. The first is a direct invitation from the production company or director. This is an exclusive opportunity for artists who have achieved good results or have been famous for a long time, so skip. The second is relying on the agent's connections and resources to get audition opportunities. We don't have that either, so skip. Akaikawa Kyajuke. The last option is selecting a role that suits you best from the available public audition information. Our agency, wonderful, has a high status in the industry, so many casting companies and directors send us audition requests. It's like university campus recruitment. If you find a suitable position, you can directly book an audition. After Misaki Itakura finished speaking, she realized that the artist in front of her might not have attended university at all. Ahem, she coughed awkwardly. In short, for us, who lack popularity and connections. This is the only way to get audition opportunities. So, will these types of auditions be for minor roles or works with low popularity? Akaikawa Kyajuk raised a question at that moment. No, the company screens these audition requests. If it's just a minor role, it won't appear on the company's internal audition list. Misaki Itakura firmly denied it. Any audition request we see is at least for characters with some lines, roles with plot significance, and characters with a surname. This is the advantage of being with Wonderful. Of course, if it's a significant role in a high-quality production with a good director, the casting process won't be done this way. As Misaki Itakura explained, she continued to sift through the audition requests. Suddenly, she froze when she saw the title of the top audition request. The Lost Lady, The Voice of the Dead. This is a play where Miss Yoko is the heroine. As a big fan of Yoko Okino, Misaki Itakura naturally knew that Yoko Okino was about to star as the heroine in this popular Japanese detective novel adaptation. So when she saw that this work was still recruiting actors for auditions, she found it quite unbelievable. This wasn't a typical film or television work. The difficulty was generally higher. Typically, a pure newcomer without actual acting experience would never get an opportunity in such a production. Through her brief interaction with Akaikawa Kyajuk, Misaki Itakura secretly hoped that he could bring more surprises. With nervous excitement, she clicked on the audition request and carefully read through the script introduction, character details, and audition requirements. Akaikawa Kyajuk also noticed his manager's nervous behavior. He didn't interrupt but quietly observed. After a few minutes, Akaikawa Kyajuk had a general understanding of the production. This play tells the story of a detective tasked with investigating a series of recent murders in a strange city. From the moment she arrived and began her investigation, she started receiving letters asking for help and identifying the killer. What's bizarre is that the sender of each letter turned out to be the victim who had recently died. And the letters were sent after their deaths. Strangely, the victim's family members confirmed that the notes matched the victim's handwriting. As the detective delves deeper, clues begin to emerge. In the end, she solves the mystery of the strange letters written by the deceased and successfully captures the criminal. The role required for this audition is the last victim in the story, a cheerful and outstanding middle school boy loved by everyone. This seems suitable. Akaikawa Kyajuk spoke up when he noticed Misaki Itakura staring at the computer screen without saying a word. Mr. Akaikawa, do you think you can play this role? Misaki Itakura asked, repeating his words. Yes, although there are some sci-fi elements, the setting and background are still close to real life. The character isn't detached from reality, so I should be able to portray him. However, after hearing Akaikawa Kyajuk's explanation, Misaki Itakura didn't look relieved. Instead, she seemed even more nervous. She looked like a gambler who had bet all her remaining wealth on a horse race. Even though she knew the chances of success were slim, her expectations remained high. Sorry, Mr. Akaikawa. This isn't a movie or TV series. It's a stage play, Misaki Itakura said with a deep voice. A stage play? Yes, a stage play is like a drama. It requires actors to perform live on stage. Misaki Itakura began explaining in a serious tone. The biggest difference between plays, movies, and TV shows is that actors must perform directly in front of the audience. It must be a coherent and complete interpretation of the entire script. Unlike filming movies, there's no chance for retakes. If something goes wrong during the performance, it could affect the other actors and ruin the entire production. Moreover, plays aren't like movies that capture subtle facial expressions with high-definition cameras. The performances are usually more exaggerated and animated. Actors must ensure that even the audience sitting far away can see and feel their emotions and movements. This means their body language and facial expressions need to be more obvious and exaggerated. Overall, for someone without acting experience, stage plays are much higher level of difficulty compared to movies and TV shows. That's why I'm a bit worried about whether you're really qualified, Mr. Akaikawa, Misaki Itakura said with difficulty. At that moment, unseen by Akaikawa Kyajuk, Misaki Itakura nervously twisted her fingers under the table. As Akaikawa Kyajuk's manager, she had to explain all the risks, pros, and cons to him. She refrained from expressing her enthusiasm, fearing it might influence his judgment. However, deep inside, Misaki Itakura was eager for him to participate in this production and have the chance to work alongside her idol, Yoko Okino. Misaki Itakura held her breath nervously, and time seemed to stretch infinitely. Suddenly, Akaikawa Kyajuk's voice brought her back to reality. Wouldn't that be interesting? Hearing this, Misaki Itakura turned to look at him. She didn't see hesitation or doubt on his face. Instead, there was a clear expression of interest. Chapter 32 Another possibility. Alright, send. Misaki Itakura raised her slender index finger in the air and lowered it, and the mouse in her hand made a click sound. At the same time, the computer screen in front of her displayed the words "email successfully sent." She exhaled a long sigh, then turned to look at Akaikawa Kyajuk and smiled. "I always feel more nervous than when I submitted my college entrance exams." 2 hours earlier, Misaki Itakura and Kyajuk Akaikawa had confirmed the roles they would be auditioning for. Then, Misaki Itakura started preparing artist resumes and registration materials for Akaikawa Kyajuk. Although the registration materials and application forms are tedious, they are not complicated. As for Itakura Misaki's biggest challenge, it was how to embellish Akaikawa Kyajuk's extremely sparse resume without violating the facts. For instance, Misaki Itakura replaced "my dance skills are terrible" with "has great potential for growth in dance." Dark personality was replaced with calm and reserved. This kind of thing was easy for Itakura Misaki. But in terms of academic qualifications, it gave her a headache for a long time. Although artists don't pay as much attention to academic qualifications as other professions, Akaikawa Kyajuk's academic record, dropping out in elementary school, was really too bleak. No matter how she embellished it, anyone who saw it would probably frown at first glance and then think preconsciously that Kyajuk Akaikawa had a very poor background. Finally, just now, Misaki Itakura prepared all the materials and sent them via email to the official review mailbox of the play Voice of the Dead. All the registration materials have now been sent by email. If it passes the preliminary review, you can participate in the audition. Since we're from Wonderful, which is the official partner company of The Lost Lady, Voice of the Dead, if our company's artists pass the preliminary review, they can skip the preliminary audition and go directly to the final full audition. If you pass the final audition, you'll successfully get the role. "I hope I don't get rejected in the first review," responded Akaikawa Kyajuk. He also knew that his resume as an artist wasn't impressive. If he didn't pass the initial review, it would be perfectly normal. Akaikawa Kyajuk didn't pay much attention to this matter. On the other hand, his manager, Miss Itakura Misaki, seemed even more nervous than Akaikawa Kyajuk himself. It seems like Miss Itakura chose this play for a special reason. Akaikawa Kyajuk quietly came to a judgment in his heart. "Mr. Akaikawa, no more delays, let's go." Itakura Misaki suddenly stood up. "Where to?" "To buy books, of course," said Misaki Itakura. "Since we registered too late, we don't have much preparation time. If you pass the preliminary review, there will be an on-site audition next week. So go buy the novel The Lost City Detective, Voice of the Dead now and thoroughly understand the character you're about to audition for, Mr. Akaikawa." "Alright," Akaikawa Kyajuk nodded. Half an hour later, Misaki Itakura and Kyajuk Akaikawa walked out of the bookstore and returned to the company. At that moment, the bag in Misaki Itakura's hand contained 2 bunko books of The Lost City Detective, Voice of the Dead. This book was already very popular, and recently it was adapted into a play, so it sold out again. As expected of Mr. Yusaku, he is amazing. Itakura Misaki couldn't help but sigh at the influence of Kuto Yusaku, the world-renowned mystery writer. But I finally understand why Miss Itakura cares so much about this audition. It turns out Miss Hueco is the lead. Kyajuk Akaikawa had just seen the promotional poster for the play in front of the shelf where The Lost City Detective, Voice of the Dead was displayed in the bookstore. Okano Hueco, who plays the heroine in the play, was also positioned at the center of the poster. Upon hearing Akaikawa Kyajuk's words, Itakura Misaki's cheeks flushed red, and she nodded. "After all, this is a chance to be in the same workplace as Miss Hueco, so I want to fight for it." Speaking of which, what surprised me the most was that Mr. Akaikawa, knowing he might have the chance to perform on the same stage as Miss Hueco, didn't seem excited at all. "I'm not like you, chasing stars so enthusiastically. But regular people usually get excited when they see a big star, right? And Miss Hueco is so beautiful, I find it hard to believe there are men who don't like Miss Hueco." Hearing this, Akaikawa Kyajuk also remembered the scene when he returned to the original owner's home for the first time 4 months ago after escaping the matricide case. At that time, he discovered that only the idol discs of Okano Hueco had not been rented out in the original owner's house. From this, it could be concluded that the original owner and his mother considered those discs very valuable and even took them with them when they moved. And this morning, the agent next to him also said that Okano Hueco seemed very surprised when she saw him. Could it be that Okano Hueco knows me? When I was burying the ashes of the original owner's mother, someone heavily wrapped was watching me secretly. Could that person have been Okano Hueco? Wait. It seems I overlooked something. The person was heavily wrapped and afraid that I'd approach, so she ran away. So, I concluded that it was because the other party was familiar with the original owner, and if they exposed even a little, their identity could be revealed. In fact, besides this situation, there is another possibility. It means that the other person is a big star whom anyone would recognize anytime, anywhere. Now it seems that the person who watched me secretly at that time was Yoko Okino. In that case, I still have to maintain the image of a child who has been under house arrest all year and hasn't had much contact with society. If it's discovered that my personality has changed too much from before, although there's no evidence, it will inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, probably not many people actually know the original owner. Akaikawa Kyajuk sighed silently in his heart. Although he was a bit helpless, he had long been accustomed to this kind of thing. Akaikawa Kyajuk looked at the agent in front of him. He always felt that, given the extent of Misaki Itakura's obsession with Yoko Okino, she would probably reveal everything about herself as long as Yoko Okino asked. And the observation skills he demonstrated in front of Itakura Misaki this morning were obviously not in line with the original Akaikawa Kyajuk image. You still need to plant the seeds around the people close to you. Akaikawa Kyajuk thought in his heart and at the same time nodded slightly toward Itakura Misaki. Actually, I quite like Miss Yoko. Hearing this, Itakura Misaki looked at Akaikawa Kyajuk with an "I knew it" expression and felt very satisfied in her heart. After the two returned to the company, Misaki Itakura took out the book she had just bought. Alright. Let's start reading now. You must fully understand the character and plot today. Alright, Miss Itakura, I have a request. Out with it. What's up? Misaki Itakura patted her chest and said confidently. Well, could you help me label the kanji characters in the book with kana? Huh? Chapter 33, Yoko, do you know this Akaikawa? In the exclusive office of the famous artist Yoko Okino, her chief manager, Nakata, gently knocked on the door and entered. She saw Yoko Okino lying on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling with a troubled expression. Nakata approached Yoko and waved her hand in front of Yoko's somewhat distracted gaze. After Yoko's blue eyes focused on her, she asked, Yoko, what's wrong? As Yoko Okino's longest-standing manager, Nakata had noticed that Yoko had been in a daze recently. I'm fine, just a little tired. Liar. If you were just tired, Yoko, you wouldn't be showing that grim expression in front of others. Nakata didn't believe Yoko's words at all. Yoko Okino was known for her professionalism as an artist. Once, during a performance, she had injured her foot, yet none of the 10,000 audience members or even the backstage crew noticed until the end. Only after the performance, when she removed her shoes and revealed her red and swollen ankle with a smile, did everyone realize how severe her injury had been. Yoko Okino's ability to control her emotions was top-notch, so for her to look so somber now clearly meant something had deeply affected her. A worry she thought she'd set aside started to resurface in Nakata's heart. In fact, since late August, she had noticed something odd with Yoko's mood. Yoko had even missed filming sessions for several days without reason. Often, she'd sit in silence like this, gazing off into space, which was unimaginable for a model worker like Yoko Okino. Rumors had spread that Yoko might have a boyfriend. The odd thing was that Yoko, who used to be open about everything, went silent whenever anyone asked her about it. Months later, Nakata saw Yoko's dazed moments gradually decrease. When the absences stopped, she thought nothing more of it. Yet today, the stunned look on Yoko's face was something Nakata had never seen before. Nakata felt Yoko was hiding something very important from her. Yoko, what happened? Can't you tell me? If it's a problem you can't solve alone, we could even enlist the famous detective, Mr. Mari. No, don't involve Mr. Mari. Yoko Okino suddenly raised her voice, directly rejecting C's suggestion. Then she reclined back on the sofa, her gaze once again fixated on the ceiling. If you keep this to yourself, Yoko, things might get worse. Nakata felt increasingly serious about the matter and kept pressing her. She knew that for all Yoko Okino's glamour, she had endured a tough life. Her parents had divorced early, and her father had passed away years ago. She fought her way into the entertainment industry while still in school. After years of working together, she had came to think of Yoko as a sister and wanted to understand what was troubling her. Sister C, among the new artists, there's one named Akaikawa Kyujuk. Could you check his information for me? Akaikawa Kyujuk? Alright. Nakata finally spoke, seeing Yoko look much more relieved. She took a tablet, logged into the company's internal network, and began searching. Found him. Kyujuk Akaikawa, 20 years old, recruited by Kubo in Shibuya 3 months ago. It couldn't have been on September 26th, right? Oh, you're right, Yoko. How did you know? Nakata was very surprised. Yoko Okino didn't answer. She continued, it also says that Akaikawa was initially very reluctant, but he agreed after hearing that you were at Wonderful. Well, Yoko sighed deeply, then raised her arms to cover her eyes. However, Akaikawa's performance in training has been very poor. Besides his good looks, there isn't much else noteworthy. Of course. Tsunakata looked at Yoko, who covered her cheek with one arm and asked, "Do you know Akaikawa, Yoko?" Yoko Okino didn't respond, but continued, "Sister C, I have a request." "Go on. Can you let him leave the company?" Tsunakata had initially thought that if Yoko knew Akaikawa, it might be a simple favor, perhaps some extra resources. Unexpectedly, Yoko wanted Kyajuku Akaikawa gone. "Is there a reason?" "It's just. I feel he's not suited for the entertainment industry, so I hope the company could kindly ask him to leave." "This is..." Tsunakata hesitated. "Yoko, you know how much it costs the company to train these artists. Akaikawa has only been training for 3 months, if he leaves without generating revenue, it'll be a significant loss." "Let me cover the cost," Yoko replied. "No, it's not just about losses. We can't dismiss employees without reason. If this gets out, it could damage the company's reputation. But if that person has harassed you, Yoko, then that's another story." She leaned close to Yoko's ear, suggesting a way out. If Kyajuku Akaikawa was accused of being a stalker, the company would have grounds to terminate his contract. "No." Yoko suddenly sat up, looking seriously at C. "If you can't do it, forget it. Don't harm others." "All right." Seeing Yoko's earnest expression, Tsunakata felt even more confused. "Forget it, Sister C. Treat what I said like I never said it. Please don't tell anyone." Yoko reclined on the sofa again, hiding her face. "Understood." Tsunakata watched her closely, puzzled by Yoko's request. Yoko wanted Kyajuku to leave, but in a gentle way, as if afraid to hurt him. Outside Yoko Okino's office, a handsome young man lowered his raised hand, preparing to knock. At the same time, he muttered softly to himself, "Akaikawa Kyajuku." Chapter 34, Shame. January 5th. The Ginza line of the Tokyo Metro is filled with post-holiday fatigue. Countless office workers, dressed in suits and carrying briefcases, crowd together and take the train to their companies, their expressions blank. Today is the second day after Japan's New Year holiday. But aside from the New Year promotion announcements that haven't yet been removed, there's no sign that the holiday season lingered on the subway. Amid this group of social workers hurrying to work during the morning rush, there is a figure that looks slightly out of place. It's a man who appears somewhat thin. At this moment, he is holding onto the subway ring with one hand, looking at his mobile phone through the maroon bangs that almost cover his eyes. Beside him, a young woman with shoulder-length hair and thick-framed glasses, also dressed in a suit and blending in perfectly with the surrounding crowd, appears pale and takes a deep breath. Before the New Year holidays, Akaikawa Kyajuku and Itakura Misaki had successfully received notice that they'd passed the preliminary review. So today, they were heading to the Imperial Theater in Chiyoda Ward for the comprehensive final audition. After arriving at Ginza Station, Akaikawa and Itakura Misaki got off the subway and walked toward Exit A9, which is close to the Imperial Theater. Miss Itakura seems very nervous. "What's the matter?" Akaikawa looked at Itakura Misaki's pale face and difficulty breathing, asking her with concern. "Are you even thinking about who's responsible for this?" Itakura Misaki looked at Kyajuku and spoke loudly. Since they received the notification about passing the preliminary examination right before the year-end holidays and the official audition was scheduled right after, Kyajuku and Itakura Misaki didn't have much time to prepare. Initially, Itakura Misaki thought about asking Akaikawa to rent a place outside to practice during the holiday, but he refused because he wanted to study novels and directors. As a result, even today, Misaki Itakura hasn't yet seen Kyajuku act. "There's no problem, don't worry. You didn't even know what a play was before signing up. Mr. Akaikawa, your words aren't convincing at all." Although Akaikawa promised that he would seriously study the character over the holiday, Misaki Itakura didn't believe he would practice unsupervised. When they arrived at the Imperial Theater, several artists were already waiting to audition. There are actually so many people. Misaki Itakura looked around, seeing that at least 10 artists were waiting there. There was still half an hour before the audition started. Misaki Itakura estimated that over 20 artists would be auditioning in total. She thought that, since the role was only a high school student, not many people would be interested. But Itakura Misaki realized she had still underestimated Yusaku Kudo's influence. At least half of these 20 people were selected through 2 rounds of interviews, and the rest are contracted artists from well-known agencies. This isn't ordinary competition, Misaki Itakura thought to herself. She noticed that all the artists looked bright and energetic before the audition. Looking back at the artist beside her, exuding a gloomy and lazy atmosphere and unable to recognize kanji in the library, Misaki Itakura felt anxious once more. It's like going to an exam without studying. Just as Misaki Itakura was panicking alone, she suddenly heard the surroundings grow noisier. Koichi Nishihara? Did he really came to this audition? Really? Isn't he filming a TV series? When did he start performing in theater? Misaki Itakura followed the gaze of the artists and managers present, and her dark eyes suddenly widened. Misaki Itakura knew this artist. Like Yasuke Kaikawa, he was signed with Wonderful. Unlike others, Koichi Nishihara didn't start his career as an idol. Instead, he debuted as a child actor at the age of 3 and remains an actor to this day. Though Koichi Nishihara isn't as popular as Yoko Okano, he usually lands roles as the antagonist or major supporting character when he appears. So, Misaki Itakura was amazed to see Koichi Nishihara auditioning for what would, at best, be a minor supporting role. There wasn't any record of other Wonderful artists registering, so did Mr. Nishihara register after us? Itakura Misaki, who had begun to lose hope, felt a new wave of despair. Not to mention that Koichi Nishihara's popularity gives him an advantage during auditions, even if it's just his acting experience. No other artist here could rival him. Many artists present looked anxious at the appearance of Koichi Nishihara. Hey, it's our first time meeting, Akaikawa-kun. Akaikawa Kyajuk, who was sitting there looking at his phone, suddenly heard someone greeting him. He looked up and saw a handsome artist walking toward him. Hello, may I ask who you are? Akaikawa-kun, you don't even know me? My name is Nishihara Koichi, and I'm with Wonderful, like you. Nishihara Koichi smiled at Akaikawa-kyuk. Oh, hello. Akaikawa-kyuk's blue eyes silently observed Koichi Nishihara before him and politely greeted him back. He doesn't change the corners of his eyes when he smiles. It's a fake smile. He came directly to me, so it wasn't by accident. He already knew I was here. Then, is he greeting me just out of courtesy, or does he have another purpose? From a brief exchange with Koichi Nishihara, Akaikawa-kyajuk sensed an inconsistency. Though it was a bit confusing, Akaikawa-kyajuk felt the other party had approached him for a reason. By the way, Akaikawa-kun, why did you decide to audition? Theater is harder for newcomers, right? I joined the theater club when I was in school, so I wanted to give it a try. Is that so? But I heard that Akaikawa-kun dropped out of elementary school. Koichi Nishihara asked with a confused expression. You already know I'm lying. It seems you specifically looked up my information and know there was no chance I could participate in the theater club. So you came specifically for me, but why? Nothing about me would warrant this veteran artist's attention. It must be related to someone else. If someone in Wonderful is more influential and likely connected to me, causing a senior artist to came to me, it must be Yoko Okano. Akaikawa-kyajuk put on an embarrassed expression, scratching his head and looking awkward. In truth, I thought that if I came here, I might have the chance to perform on the same stage as Miss Yoko, so I signed up. Just as I thought. Koichi Nishihara smiled, as if he already knew. But acting isn't like being an idol, something you can do based on looks alone. Especially on stage, where you must face the audience directly. In such a case, even a minor mistake can affect the entire production and embarrass both the work and your agency. Eh? Is it really that serious? Akaikawa-kyaju's eyes widened as he listened to Koichi Nishihara. He knew well that a genuine look of surprise doesn't linger for more than a second, so the expression quickly faded. It's not an exaggeration, it's a fact. Just then, someone called Koichi Nishihara's name. But I'm quite optimistic about you, Akaikawa-kun. If you have the courage to try, you're already ahead of many artists. Good luck. Koichi Nishihara patted Akaikawa-kyajuk on the shoulder and then walked toward the audition room. Are you jealous? Akaikawa-kyajuk stared at Koichi Nishihara's back, thinking to himself. Mr. Akaikawa, do you know Mr. Nishihara? At that moment, Agent Takura Misaki approached, looking curious. I don't know him, but Senior Nishihara told me a lot. He seems like a pretty nice person. A nice person? He is famous and knew we signed up for this audition, yet he still chose to participate. It's absolutely disgusting. Itakura Misaki said angrily. It seems Miss Itakura is quite unhappy. Of course. If he competes with us, we won't have a chance to be on the same stage as Miss Yoko. That's not necessarily true. I overheard someone say he has no experience in theater. Sigh, sometimes I really envy Mr. Akaikawa's optimism. Itakura Misaki sighed, too tired to argue with him further. Even if Koichi Nishihara has little stage experience, he still has far more acting experience than Akaikawa-kyajuk. Moreover, Akaikawa-kyajuk's gloomy demeanor is far from the popular high school student image. Besides, Akaikawa-kyajuk never attended high school. By all logic, there's little hope. Itakura Misaki had all but resigned herself to the idea that Akaikawa-kyajuk wouldn't get the role. If not for the embarrassment of leaving, she wouldn't want to stay. After a while, Koichi Nishihara emerged with a smile after his audition. Once again, he gave Akaikawa Kyajuku some precautions for the audition, doing his best to play the part of a senior artist concerned for the younger generation. After finishing his instructions, Nishihara Koichi said goodbye to Akaikawa Kyajuku and left. After more than a dozen artists auditioned one after another, it was finally Akaikawa Kyajuku's turn. Go for it, Mr. Akaikawa. Even though Misaki Itakura had little hope in her heart, she still encouraged Akaikawa Kyajuku wholeheartedly. After all, just having this audition experience would make future auditions go much smoother. Akaikawa Kyajuku nodded blankly at Misaki Itakura and then walked toward the audition room. If you make a mistake during a performance, you might be humiliated, right? He mentally repeated what Koichi Nishihara had just told him, then reached out and grabbed the door handle. Here, in my place, if people see mistakes in your performance, it kills. Chapter 35. Selected time passed minute by minute. Misaki Itakura, waiting outside, grew more and more anxious. I always feel like Mr. Akaikawa's audition time is longer than other artists. Did he anger the director? Wow. That's very possible. If Mr. Akaikawa acts as he usually does, he'll definitely come off as if he's here just to mess with them. In the end, I signed up for the audition without knowing anything about Mr. Akaikawa's acting skills. It seemed a bit rushed. Just as Misaki Itakura was frantically thinking outside, she suddenly heard the voice of a staff member calling the next artist. Misaki Itakura quickly looked towards the room. She saw Akaikawa Kyajuku walking toward her, looking just as he had when he entered. Misaki Itakura wasn't disappointed. On the contrary, she felt lucky, because she saw that Akaikawa Kyajuku didn't seem to have displeased the directors and judges. 2 days later, the official cast of The Lost Lady, Voice of the Dead was set to announce the final cast list for the play at 10 a.m. However, as Misaki Itakura didn't hold high hopes, she lost interest in checking the results. Around 11:30, Akaikawa Kyajuku, who had finished his morning training, arrived at Misaki Itakura's workstation and asked curiously, "What happened? I haven't looked yet. Want to check together? I thought Miss Itakura wouldn't be able to wait until 10 to check the results." Haha. Misaki Itakura smiled awkwardly. She thought that if Nishihara Koichi hadn't been involved, maybe that would have been the case. She picked up the mouse and clicked on the website. At that moment, she didn't feel curious about the audition result. What she worried about most was that Akaikawa Kyajuku would be devastated by his first failure. Nishihara Koichi's name slid past her eyes. Misaki Itakura had anticipated this, so she wasn't too surprised. "Mr. Akaikawa, there's no need to worry too much about the result of your first audition. Failure can also accumulate experience, as long as you reflect on it and work hard." Just as Misaki Itakura was consoling Akaikawa Kyajuku, she was checking the official list of cast members for the play. A familiar name passed in front of her eyes, making her words suddenly get stuck in her throat halfway through. High school sophomore Otani, Akaikawa Kyajuku, fantastic. Misaki Itakura only felt a buzz in her head. She quickly reopened the website. Then she saw that Nishihara Koichi's name was not listed next to the high school boy Otani, but instead was assigned to the second deceased character in the novel, the company employee Danny Hacker. Misaki Itakura's mouth gradually opened as she turned to look at Kyajuku Akaikawa, who was leaning over her and watching the screen. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak for a moment. "Seems like I'm pretty lucky." The advice from Senior Nishihara was also very helpful. Akaikawa Kyajuku smiled at Misaki Itakura. What's going on? I remember that Mr. Nishihara also auditioned for Kodanisi. How did he end up as a corporate worker?" Just as Misaki Itakura was confused, her phone suddenly rang. She answered the phone and gave her name. "This is the official production team for the play The Lost Lady, Voice of the Dead. Miss Itakura should have seen it. Your artist Akaikawa Kyajuku passed the audition and was chosen to play Otanisi. Please ask Mr. Akaikawa to come to the Imperial Theater at 9 a.m. in 2 days to begin formal rehearsals. The rehearsal time is 5 weeks, and the play will officially premiere on February 11th. We've also invited many guests to the premiere, such as the great detective Mori Kogoro." The person on the other end of the line spoke at length. Misaki Itakura, who answered the phone, was suddenly overwhelmed by the surprise after hearing the first few words spoken by the caller. So much so that she couldn't hear what the person on the other end was saying at all. After the other party finished speaking and asked her twice if she had any questions, she finally woke up as if from a dream. She quickly asked, "Well, may I ask, did Mr. Nishihara from our company also audition for Otani?" "Why? I just checked the list, and the role he ended up with was Danny Hacker." "Yes, the director believes that Mr. Nishihara is more suitable for Danny." After hearing this, Misaki Itakura thanked the other person and hung up. She understood the underlying meaning in the other person's words. The director thought Akaikawa Kyujuku was more suitable for playing Kotonisi than Nishihara Koichi, so he asked Nishihara Koichi to change roles. Mr. Akaikawa. This is incredible. He can't even compete with Mr. Nishihara. Misaki Itakura looked at the calm Akaikawa Kyujuku beside her in surprise, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Could it be that Mr. Akaikawa is really good at acting? Didn't I say so from the beginning? I used to imitate TV characters at home. But who would have thought? Mr. Nishihara has been a child actor since he was young. Acting isn't everything, the key is understanding the director's ideas. Regardless, Mr. Akaikawa is amazing. This is great. Misaki Itakura hadn't expected that in her first job as an official agent, she would be in the same workplace as Okino Yoko. If it weren't for Akaikawa Kyujuku, she would never have had this opportunity. Mr. Akaikawa, you're my lucky star. I'll treat you tonight, you can have anything you want. Miss Itakura is very generous, knowing I can't eat much. What? That's definitely not what I meant. On the other side, Okino Yoko, who had just finished presenting special programs on Nippon TV, walked towards the elevator surrounded by a group of old colleagues. Yoko, please stay a little longer. We haven't seen you in so long. Let's have lunch together. Sorry, I have to hurry to the Empire Theater for rehearsals. Okino Yoko gave a polite smile to her old colleagues. Honestly, our ratings have plummeted since Yoko and Reina left Japan. Reina. I can't contact her at all now. Okino Yoko thought of her old friend, the beautiful host Reina Mizuno with cat-like eyes, and felt a deep nostalgia. She looked at her old colleagues with a lonely expression and quickly said in a cheerful tone, "But don't worry, I'm still here. As long as everyone needs me, Okino Yoko will return to Japanese TV anytime." Haha, Yoko is so reliable. The staff around from Nippon TV were immediately touched by Okino Yoko's energy, and everyone smiled. After bidding farewell to her old colleagues, Okino Yoko took the elevator to the first floor. There she met her agent, C. Nakata. Sister C. Okino Yoko greeted Nakata C. gently. Yoko, the remaining cast members of The Lost Lady, Voice of the Dead have been finalized. Oh, is that so? Okino Yoko took the drink to soothe her throat from Nakata C., then lifted her graceful neck and took a small sip. Her movements were elegant and slow. However, I noticed two interesting things. First, Nishihara-kun auditioned for Sikotani but wasn't chosen and ultimately got the role of Danny Hicker. Here we go again. Okino Yoko sighed helplessly. Obviously, with Nishihara Koichi's acting skills and reputation, he could definitely get better roles in regular film and TV projects. But he always had to choose his own work. This time, he chose a play he had no experience with, and he was compared to others. It's honestly a bit embarrassing. But if he could be compared with Mr. Nishihara, his acting skills shouldn't be bad. Is he from the company? Okino Yoko asked as she walked outside the Nippon TV building. Actors from theater companies definitely perform better on stage than film and television actors. No wonder Nishihara Koichi wasn't chosen. No, that's the second interesting thing. The actor who was ultimately chosen as Kotonisi is named Akaikawa Kyujuku. As soon as Nakata finished speaking, Okino Yoko, walking in front, suddenly stopped in her tracks. At that moment, her blue eyes began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Chapter 36, Feeling flattered. 2 days passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time to rehearse for the play. Compared to Akaikawa Kyujuku, who, as always, lacked energy, today Misaki Itakura seemed particularly excited. There was no need to say why. Today, this young agent finally had the chance to work with her idol, Okino Yoko. Akaikawa Kyujuku and the others arrived at the Imperial Theater half an hour before the agreed time. As the time gradually approached, more and more artists gathered at the venue. Okino Yoko, who had started rehearsing a week ago, arrived 15 minutes early. A vigorous and sweet good morning instantly swept away the residual fatigue in the minds of many present. Hurry up, Mr. Akaikawa. Let's go greet Miss Yoko, too. Itakura Misaki seemed particularly excited. She looked at Okino Yoko, who had immediately been surrounded by many artists upon her arrival. She reached out and grabbed Akaikawa Kyujuku's arm, trying to drag him toward Okino Yoko. Mr. Akaikawa also said he really likes Miss Yoko, right? Miss Itakura, it's better if you go alone. I'll go greet Nishihara-senpai. Akaikawa Kyujuku wasn't very interested in Okino Yoko. Moreover, he had already deduced that Okino Yoko was very likely acquainted with his original self, so he didn't want to initiate contact. Anyway, he knew that Okino Yoko would avoid him and wouldn't make an effort to speak with him. Oh, Mr. Akaikawa is really shy. Itakura Misaki misunderstood. She teased Akaikawa Kyujuku playfully, then quickly walked in Okino Yoko's direction. Meanwhile, Akaikawa Kyajuku moved toward another acquaintance from his company who was also present. Not long ago, Koichi Nishihara had been eliminated by him during the audition for the high school student role, Otani. Nishihara-senpai, good morning. Thanks to Nishihara-senpai's guidance during the last audition, I successfully got the role. Nishihara Koichi, who had been watching Yoko from afar, couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corners of his mouth upon hearing Akaikawa Kyajuku's words. Barely holding a neutral expression, he forced a kind smile for Akaikawa Kyajuku. Congratulations, Akaikawa-kun. It seems Akaikawa-kun's temperament really suits a high school student. Really? Thank you, Nishihara-senpai. Akaikawa Kyajuku smiled shyly at Nishihara Koichi. Nishihara's face twitched again, feeling even more disgusted with Akaikawa Kyajuku. What an idiot. I'm mocking him for being childish, and he doesn't even realize it. Takemura's current directing level isn't good enough if he actually cast an inexperienced fool like this. Before the New Year holiday last year, Koichi Nishihara, who had been heading to meet Yoko, had accidentally overheard her conversation with her agent, Nakatase. He learned that Yoko wanted Akaikawa Kyajuku out of the company but didn't have a suitable reason. Later, Nishihara Koichi researched Akaikawa Kyajuku's information and discovered he had also signed up for the same play audition as Yoko. Thus, Koichi Nishihara also signed up for the same role audition. Not only did he want to crush Akaikawa Kyajuku's acting dreams, but he also wanted a chance to perform alongside Yoko. Little did he expect to lose the role. And the director assigned him a minor supporting role as a consolation. This was a huge humiliation for Koichi Nishihara, who had always prided himself on his acting skills. Naturally, this made him dislike Akaikawa Kyajuku even more. I'm furious. Akaikawa Kyajuku noticed Nishihara slightly raising his head, which struck him as strange. This was a micro-expression indicating inner anger. Though he didn't know these things before, he had learned to recognize them now. But Akaikawa Kyajuku wouldn't swallow his anger if someone caused trouble out of nowhere. He knew exactly how to effectively stir up someone's anger. And he knew the other person couldn't do anything about it. Meanwhile, he could maintain his pure image with others, two birds with one stone. On the other side, Yoko, who was chatting with a group of artists around her, was suddenly approached by Misaki Itakura, who squeezed through the crowd. Miss Yoko, I've been a fan since your days with Earth Lady. I never imagined I'd get to work with you. It's such an honor. Ahaha, thank you for liking me. Yoko was accustomed to such situations and smiled warmly at Misaki Itakura. I remember, your surname is Itakura, right? Wow. Miss Yoko actually remembers my name. Itakura Misaki was instantly thrilled, feeling deeply flattered. She didn't remain lost in her happiness for long. Misaki remembered she was Akaikawa Kyajuku's manager and knew she should leave a good impression of him on Yoko. Well, my client, Mr. Akaikawa, said he really likes Miss Yoko too. It's just that he's a bit shy and embarrassed to approach you, so... Yeah. Misaki was mid-sentence when she suddenly heard a cute gasp in front of her. She then saw Yoko suddenly cover her mouth with both hands as a light pink blush appeared on her cheeks. The scene didn't only captivate the men present, even women, including Itakura Misaki, were momentarily stunned. Oh my gosh, Miss Yoko is so cute when she's shy. Misaki felt as though a nosebleed was imminent and might erupt at any moment. Yoko, covering her slightly heated cheeks, looked slowly toward a certain figure whom she had noticed but deliberately ignored. However, after seeing Nishihara Koichi conversing with Akaikawa Kyajuku, her slight confusion immediately settled. Miss Itakura, does Mr. Akaikawa know Mr. Nishihara? No, it's just that Mr. Akaikawa said he wanted to thank Mr. Nishihara for his guidance during the audition, so he went to chat. Guidance? Yoko's long-lashed eyes flickered slightly, and she asked softly, speaking of which, between Akaikawa-kun and Nishihara-san, who signed up first for the Otanisi audition? We did. If we'd known Mr. Nishihara, a former child actor, was competing, we wouldn't have applied. Oh, I see. Yoko's voice was even-toned. When artists from the same company register for an audition for the same role, the company's internal system displays if another artist has already registered. While the company doesn't prohibit competition, Yoko knew Nishihara Koichi couldn't have known Akaikawa Kyajuku personally. The only reason Nishihara would stoop to take a minor role was because Akaikawa Kyajuku was also cast. Additionally, Nishihara Koichi deliberately signed up for a role Akaikawa Kyajuku had already registered for. Even though Akaikawa was just a junior artist in Yoko's company, Nishihara's actions were enough to disgust her. Not to mention that Akaikawa Kyajuku's relationship with Yoko was far from ordinary. Miss Itakura, please try to keep Akaikawa-kun away from Mr. Nishihara in the future. Nishihara was once a very popular child actor in Japan. His popularity waned not because of poor acting skills. Okino Yoko hinted to Misaki. Her words greatly shocked Takura Misaki. So his popularity didn't drop due to his acting? In other words, because of his character? Itakura Misaki knew the strict standards of Japan's entertainment industry. No matter how talented an artist is, if they're unpleasant to work with, their career suffers. Unexpectedly, that's how people perceived Koichi Nishihara. Wow. Then we absolutely can't let Mr. Akaikawa continue interacting with Mr. Nishihara. Misaki Itakura knew her artist was skilled at aggravating people. If he offended Nishihara Koichi, future work might suffer greatly. As soon as Misaki ran toward Akaikawa Kyajuku, she saw him walking toward her. Looking at Nishihara Koichi, who was still smiling, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Mr. Akaikawa doesn't seem to have done anything to offend Mr. Nishihara. Chapter 37, Akaikawa Kyajuku's acting skills. It was 10 in the morning. Director Takemura Mine arrived on set. After briefly giving several instructions, all the actors present introduced themselves one by one according to the importance of their roles in the play. After the introductions, the actors found their scene partners and gathered to read the script together. 3 days later, separate rehearsals began. The so-called separate rehearsals are a method of rehearsing scene by scene, following the script. Since Akaikawa Kyajuku plays the last person to die, he is one of the last to perform. Everyone is incredible. Even though they only read the script before, now they are all acting so well. Misaki Itakura, who was watching, thought this to herself and, for a moment, began to worry about her artist Akaikawa Kyajuku. Everyone performing before you did so well. I hope Mr. Akaikawa doesn't perform too poorly. And Misaki Itakura was thinking to herself, secretly glancing to the side with her peripheral vision. Not far away, she saw Yoko Okino, with her beautiful long brown hair. Like the other artists present, she was quietly observing the actors' performances on stage. I really hope Mr. Akaikawa can make a good impression on Miss Yoko. Act 5, Scene 1. The assistant director called the next scene number, and finally, it was Akaikawa Kyajuku's turn. Misaki Itakura immediately perked up. She couldn't help but feel nervous inside. Come to think of it, it seems I've never seen Mr. Akaikawa in action until now. Misaki Itakura was panicking but also looking forward to it. While she was worried about Akaikawa Kyajuku's poor performance, she secretly hoped that Akaikawa Kyajuku would surprise her. Act 5 begins with an introduction to the background of Otani, a high school sophomore. The actor must portray the image of a popular and energetic sophomore. In films, you can set scenes on campus and use background actors to highlight the protagonist's popularity. But since plays have fewer actors than film scenes, Mr. Akaikawa has to rely solely on his acting skills to make the audience think he's very popular. This is quite challenging without supporting roles. Misaki Itakura clasped her hands tightly, so nervous that her palms were sweating. All eyes were on Akaikawa Kyajuku. At that moment, Akaikawa Kyajuku stood in front of the classroom door, with his head slightly lowered, his garnet bangs naturally falling with gravity, covering the upper half of his face. Akaikawa Kyajuku already had a gloomy temperament, but now that his cheeks were covered by his bangs, he looked even more somber and withdrawn. Many artists in the audience frowned. This image of Akaikawa Kyajuku could be said to be completely opposite to the energetic and popular class president, Otani, from the book. And unnoticed by anyone, Yoko Okino, who seemed as calm as always in the audience, had her hands clasped at that moment. Ready, scene 5 2 1, start. When the assistant director's voice faded, Akaikawa Kyajuku extended his hand, opened the door, and entered the classroom. However, the moment he stepped into the classroom and lifted his head, everything changed. The gloomy young man who seemed to always have a dark cloud hanging over his head had disappeared. Instead, there was a young man with piercing eyes and a sunny aura that made his whole being seem to shine. It was as if a flame had suddenly ignited in a dark world with no trace of light. Everyone present was instantly captivated by Akaikawa Kyajuku. Hello, everyone, good morning. The energetic voice that Misaki Itakura and Akaikawa Kyajuku had never heard after knowing each other for so long filled the theater with a touch of youth. Akaikawa Kyajuku gently greeted the classroom, a smile naturally appearing on his face. At this moment, except for the corner where Akaikawa Kyajuku, disguised as Otani, stood, the whole world seemed to lose its color. Blue eyes shining like gems, facial lines that seemed carefully drawn with a pen, and a smile as clear as morning dew, full of youth. There was no need to debate if Akaikawa Kyajuku successfully portrayed the role of a popular high school student. Just by greeting and smiling, he drew the attention of almost the entire audience. They no longer had time to focus elsewhere. Although the stage dressed as a classroom was actually empty, no one felt uncomfortable with Uchiha Kyajuke's performance. Because Uchiha Kyajuke's acting had a strong authenticity that was believable. There was no doubt that with the overwhelming presence of Otanisi, he would definitely be the center of attention wherever he was. Annoying? This was impossible. By now, many people realized something. This artist, who had exuded an inaccessible aura from the start, was actually so handsome that he overshadowed all the other artists present. Even in an entertainment industry with so many handsome guys, Uchiha Kyajuke's appearance was still outstanding. The look of astonishment on Misaki Itakura's face lasted almost from the beginning of Uchiha Kyajuke's performance until the end. Her black eyes reflected the figure on stage that had drawn the entire audience's attention, and a wave of emotion surged in her heart. It's like in a game, where you can instantly change characters by pressing a button. Is this really the Mr. Uchiha I know? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Uchiha Kyajuke stepping onto the stage and opening the door, she feared that if she had seen the brilliant high school student Otanisi on stage in person, she wouldn't have recognized him as the gloomy artist she'd been with for half a month. Misaki Itakura looked at Uchiha Kyajuke on stage, deeply surprised in her heart. This feeling was very similar to when she first saw Yoko Okino on television. The overwhelming sense of presence that makes people unable to look away and the delicate face that makes people feel no jealousy. It was as if he were destined to be the protagonist of the stage from the moment he was born. Originally, Misaki Itakura had hoped that Uchiha Kyajuke would surprise her, but at that moment, she was confused and overwhelmed by the bombshell Uchiha Kyajuke had just dropped. On the other side, Yoko Okino, who watched Uchiha Kyajuke's performance, also widened her eyes, her mouth open in amazement. However, it was different from Misaki Itakura, who was full of surprises. At this moment, Yoko Okino's hands were tightly clenched, but they trembled uncontrollably. It shouldn't be like this. How could it be like this? Yoko Okino whispered words only she could hear, "Did in high school. Class B, second year." The melodious bell rang, and the teacher took the textbook and left the classroom. Suramasumi took out the sandwich she had bought earlier at the store and walked over to her classmate, Mori Ran. She was going to have lunch with Mori Ran. "Ran-chan, you're so slow." Suzuki Sanoko complained beside her, her voice full of displeasure. "Don't worry, I have something for both of you." As Mori Ran spoke, she took 2 tickets from her bag and placed them in the hands of Suzuki Sanoko and Suramasumi. "These are tickets for the first day of the upcoming play The Lost Lady, Voice of the Dead. The organizer invited Dad, so he gave away a lot of tickets. Conan-kun will also be there. There are 2 more, so I want to invite Sanoko and Sura to go together." "Oh, so Uncle is interested in plays." Suramasumi took the ticket and said with interest. In her impression, Mori Kogoro, who was usually lazy, didn't seem to enjoy sitting through a play. "Because Miss Yoko is the lead actress." Mori Ran sighed and said helplessly. "Oh, right, Ran-chan's dad is Miss Yoko's #1 fan." Suzuki Sanoko also laughed. "However, I think the reason Ran-chan invited me and Sanoko to watch with her wasn't because of Uncle." Sura's pure, dark green eyes looked intently at Mori Ran. Mori Ran couldn't help but look away, her cheeks slightly blushing. "Huh? What do you mean?" Suzuki Sanoko was confused. "Because the author of this play is Kudo Shinichi's father." Chapter 38, Incident of Violent Injuries. "Mr. Uchiha, your acting skills were amazing just now, right? Maybe you've been in a theater group before, but why haven't I heard your name? Wow, I just noticed that Mr. Uchiha is really handsome. When he acts, it's like he's a completely different person." As soon as Uchiha Kyajuke finished the 5th act, he was surrounded by many actors as he stepped off the stage. A lot of people were surprised by Uchiha Kyajuke's performance and felt a strong curiosity toward him. Off to the side, the assistant director observed Uchiha Kyajuke, who was surrounded by other actors chatting and questioning him excitedly. He turned to the director, Takemura Mine, beside him and said, "Mr. Takemura, don't you think Uchiha might be putting in too much effort? Even though Mr. Kudo describes Otani as a very popular high school student in the book, it doesn't go this far, does it? Otani is just an ordinary high school student, but Uchiha is portraying him like an idol. Isn't that a bit out of character?" "No, I don't think there's a problem." Director Takemura Mine laughed. "The play itself can't convey everything as clearly as a movie. After all, the audience has to be able to feel the character's charm from a distance, so a more exaggerated performance will enhance the impression the audience has of the character. Besides, the character Otanisi won't share the stage with Quinn, the heroine, until his death, so there's no concern about the supporting characters stealing the spotlight from her. Before Otanisi dies, he's the protagonist of the 5th act, so I think Uchiha did an excellent job. Thanks to Uchiha's acting, Otanisi's death will have a greater impact." I think I understand why Mr. Takemura chose him over Nishihara, the assistant director nodded. Nishihara's acting skills are good, but they're limited to film and TV. As a theater actor, he lacks the expressiveness Akaikawa has. Takemura nodded in approval. Offstage, Misaki Itakura, who had been waiting impatiently, finally saw Akaikawa Kyajuk finish greeting the other actors. When Akaikawa returned, she placed her hands firmly on his shoulders, her voice lowered and filled with excitement. Mr. Akaikawa. What was that just now? It was like you were a different person. What on earth was that? Mr. Akaikawa, is your acting really that good? Can you really perfect your acting skills just by watching imitation discs at home? If Mr. Akaikawa can keep up that personality you just had, you're definitely going to become popular. Itakura Misaki realized that, despite being with Akaikawa Kyajuk for half a month, she still didn't really know anything about him. Is it possible that Mr. Akaikawa is actually a genius? A genius like Miss Yukiko? The excited agent took over 10 minutes to gradually calm down. Realizing once again Akaikawa Kyajuk's unique talents, she felt more confident that Akaikawa Kyajuk could become successful in the future. I'm so lucky to have been assigned as Mr. Akaikawa's manager. Maybe it's not impossible to work with Miss Yoko often in the future. Thinking of Yoko Okano, Itakura Misaki quickly turned her head. Then she saw Yoko Okano leaving the auditorium without any expression. Not long after she left, Misaki Itakura noticed Nishihara Koichi, an actor from the same agency, following after her. How can he have that level of acting skill? He is clearly someone who hasn't even completed elementary school. Akaikawa Kyajuk's acting made Koichi Nishihara feel humiliated. But Miss Yoko didn't seem surprised by Akaikawa's acting skills at all. Based on what I overheard before, Miss Yoko's comments about wanting Akaikawa to leave the agency indicate she probably dislikes him quite a bit. Koichi Nishihara hurried a few steps and caught up with Yoko Okano, who was walking briskly in front of him. Miss Yoko. Mr. Nishihara? Yoko Okano stopped when she heard him, turning with a kind smile. It's my turn to perform soon. Is there something you need, Mr. Nishihara? Miss Yoko, you know Akaikawa-kun, don't you? Yoko Okano's smile didn't change, and she nodded slightly. We know each other. But how does Mr. Nishihara know him? It's just that I noticed, Miss Yoko, you looked really shocked when you saw Akaikawa-kun's performance. You probably don't like Akaikawa much either, do you? Koichi Nishihara watched Yoko Okano's face with a smile. He was sure Yoko Okano disliked Akaikawa Kyajuk's acting skills as much as he did, so he wanted to bond with her over their shared opinion. He expected Yoko Okano to look scared or surprised when he said this since she rarely showed negative emotions publicly. But instead, she still wore that same kind smile. In fact, her expression seemed even more charming than before. Mr. Nishihara, you overheard my conversation with Sister Shahui, didn't you? Yoko Okano's unexpected response took Koichi Nishihara aback. It happened half a month ago. But could she have guessed it just from his words now? Is this a woman's sixth sense? Koichi Nishihara thought to himself, quickly waving his hands to explain, No, I just accidentally saw Miss Yoko's expression and made that assumption. So, did you also accidentally register for the same audition as Akaikawa-kun? That's only because I originally wanted to be part of this production. Koichi Nishihara was shocked Yoko Okano knew something like that. Doesn't this mean she's aware of the comparison between him and Akaikawa Kyajuk? That's all. Yoko Okano didn't ask any further but smiled at Nishihara Koichi and said, Mr. Nishihara, please avoid interacting with Akaikawa-kun in the future. The matter between Akaikawa-kun and me has nothing to do with you. Excuse me, I have to go on stage. With a slight bow to Koichi Nishihara, Yoko Okano then turned and walked backstage, leaving Nishihara looking embarrassed. Meanwhile, Misaki Itakura saw Koichi Nishihara returning from backstage with an unhappy expression. She remembered what Yoko Okano had told her during the first rehearsal, Miss Itakura, please let Akaikawa-kun have less contact with Mr. Nishihara from now on. Nishihara, who was once a very popular child actor in Japan, lost his popularity as he grew up, not because his acting skills declined. Itakura Misaki became curious about the specific personality issues Koichi Nishihara had, so she took out her phone and searched for keywords like Koichi Nishihara, child star, and misconduct. After over 10 minutes of searching, she found several reports from more than 10 years ago. Oh my! How can someone like that still be in Japan's entertainment industry? Itakura Misaki's eyes widened in shock. The reports she found were all similar, detailing 2 incidents of violence and injuries Koichi Nishihara committed during middle and high school. Chapter 39, Sara's Suspicion in the Blink of an Eye. It was February 11th, the day the play The Detective of the Lost City, The Voice of the Dead was publicly performed for the first time. The famous detective Mori Kogoro took a taxi with his daughter Mori Ran and Edogawa Conan, who was staying at his house, to the Imperial Theater in the Chiyoda district. The three of them met two of Mori Ran classmates, Saramas Yumi and Suzuki Sanogo, and then walked together to the Imperial Theater. Upon arriving at the ticket registration area, Mori Kogoro looked at the huge line at the door and couldn't help but show a look of impatience on his face. "I'm telling you, we should have arrived earlier. It takes 10 minutes to queue up, right? Dad, even if we came early, you still won't be able to see Miss Yoko." Mori Ran ruthlessly guessed what her father was thinking. "Who said that?" "Yoko-chan admires my famous detective, Mori Kogoro. And this time, the organizer took the initiative to invite me. It's not easy to meet Yoko-chan," Mori Kogoro said proudly and loudly. Conan, who was standing beside them with his hands in his pockets, also felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. The day Mori Kogoro received the invitation, he went home and showed off how famous he was all night long. Even through his excellent reasoning ability, he deduced that Okino Yoko must have wanted to invite him to watch, but since she was embarrassed, she asked the organizer to invite him on her behalf. And today is the first public performance of the play. As expected, Mori Kogoro found the right moment and once again showed off in front of his daughter's two classmates. "Boy, are you looking forward to it? Seeing my father's novel adapted into a play and also starring a famous actress." Saramas Yumi approached Conan, bent down, and joked in his ear. "Actually, it's fine. After all, I've already seen the ending. But I think this novel is quite interesting. Although I still don't know how the play will turn out, I think the tricks in this novel should allow Mrs. Sarah to fully enjoy the fun of reasoning and compete with Mrs. Quinn to uncover the truth faster. Quinn is the heroine of the Lost Lady series and the detective in the novel. Since you said that, boy, I'm starting to look forward to it. After all, there aren't many opportunities to enjoy only the fun of reasoning." Saramas Yumi also became interested after hearing this. While waiting in line for registration, she turned around to look at the promotional poster of the play. The Lost Lady, Voice of the Dead is a best-selling book worldwide. Saramas Yumi had heard of it a long time ago, but had never seen it. Suddenly, Sarah's dark green eyes blinked, and she gently nudged Conan beside her. "Hey, boy, look at that poster, what's wrong?" Conan was confused. "Look at the high school student Otani who plays the role." Conan listened, looked at the poster, and then saw a familiar name. Akaikawa Kyajuk? Although nearly half a year had passed, Conan still remembered this name. After all, this was one of the few cases in which he couldn't find the real culprit and mistakenly accused an innocent person. If it were anyone else, Conan might not care. But Akaikawa Kyujuk's extremely unusual experience was quite inconsistent with the profession of being an artist. Is it really possible for someone who has been under house arrest for more than half of their life to become an artist after their mother passed away? Saramas Yumi said softly. It's not impossible, after all, Akaikawa's appearance is quite attractive. With his little social experience, he went out, was discovered by a talent scout, and then tricked a couple of times. It's very likely he became a contracted artist. After all, the greatest attribute of an artist is being popular. This should be a huge attraction for Akaikawa, who has always been eager to communicate with others. Conan said. I can understand it if he's just an artist. Saramas Yumi frowned. But it can be said that Akaikawa is covered in injuries. It will take at least 1 or 2 months for him to recover from his injuries. Is it really possible for him to get a theater role in such a short time? Still, the role of your father, a play adapted from this worldwide bestseller. And I see the character shown above is a second-year high school student. That Akaikawa didn't even attend high school, so how did he play the role? The fact that he didn't go to high school doesn't mean he can't play a high school student. After all, Officer Takagi said at the beginning that Akaikawa had many DVDs of all kinds, so he could imagine what a high school student looks like watching movies. As for what you said, Sarah, whether Akaikawa can land a role in such a short time depends entirely on his personal talent. Maybe he's that kind of acting genius. Conan's words weren't without foundation, as his mother, Kudo Yukiko, is one of those people. However, Conan's statement didn't fully convince Saramas Yumi. You and I saw Akaikawa in the room before. Not to mention his acting skills, he looks like a child. Any emotion in his heart almost instantly shows on his face. If someone like Akaikawa has exceptional acting talent, I can't accept it. Saramas Yumi retorted. Then, Ms. Sarah, what you're saying is that Akaikawa's acting skills are actually very good. Even when he faced the detective and us in the room, was he acting? Conan glanced sideways at Saramas Yumi. When he saw the serious expression on her face, he nodded solemnly. The real culprit of the car accident from half a year ago still hasn't been found. And, wow, you also said at that time that besides the real killer, There is another possibility, actually. Akaikawa was the killer. Everything in that room was staged by him. Actually, he's very good in terms of observation, intelligence, and acting ability. Mrs. Sarah, you want to use the fact that Akaikawa has been under house arrest by his mother for the whole year and couldn't possibly have talent for acting to prove that he has excellent acting skills. Sarah Miss Yumi listened to Conan's words and nodded again. But have you ever thought that if what you said is true, Akaikawa must have been under house arrest by his mother for over 10 years and developed magnificent criminal and acting skills that could deceive even detectives and police officers? Isn't the possibility of this situation even smaller than Akaikawa simply having untapped acting talent? Sarama's Yumi was stunned when she heard this. Then she heard Conan continue speaking. To take a step back, let's assume Akaikawa really has acting skills, insight, and analytical abilities, and also managed to cover up the truth of the crime to the point where you and I didn't notice it. Then, why did he become an artist knowing that the police couldn't find the killer and it was impossible to solve the case? Doesn't this amount to revealing to all of Japan that my acting skills are excellent and inconsistent with the image I had when I was interrogated that day? Such a thing is inconsistent with our inferred image of his cunning mind. Conan handed the ticket to the ticket checker and entered the venue. Then he heard Sarama's Yumi's low voice behind him. That Akaikawa dares to be so unscrupulous. I think there's another possibility. That is, Akaikawa is actually extremely arrogant. From the bottom of his heart, he doesn't believe that you, I, or the Metropolitan Police Department can detect the truth. Even if he exposed to everyone that he has great acting skills. When Conan heard this, his legs suddenly froze in place as if they were filled with lead. Chapter 40, opening. The audience was seating one by one, and the stage and backstage of the Empire Theater were also busy at that moment. The director and backstage staff did not dare to stop even for a second, making the final preparations before the official performance. In the dressing room of the Empire Theater, Akaikawa Kyajuk was sitting in front of the mirror, receiving makeup from a professional makeup artist. Beside him, his agent, Miss Takura Misaki, was also talking non-stop. The Imperial Theater is almost the biggest theater in Tokyo. It has a capacity of more than 1,800 spectators. Although this is the first time Mr. Akaikawa is performing in front of such a large audience, we've rehearsed so many times in the past days, so there shouldn't be any problem. Speaking of that, the only thing I regret is Mr. Akaikawa's figure being too thin. If it were perfect as it is now, it would be great. To avoid the makeup getting ruined when changing clothes, Akaikawa Kyujuk only started putting on makeup after changing into the costume for the fifth act. Because the novels in the Detective of the Lost City series have a Western fictional background, the uniform worn by Akaikawa Kyujuk in the fifth act was also similar to the style of British school uniforms from the Victorian and Edwardian eras. The upper body is a white shirt with a tie, a black vest over the shirt, and a dark suit jacket on top. On the chest of the jacket, there is also the school emblem. The bottom part consists of knee-length pants, stockings, and hard black leather shoes. Finally, when he steps on stage, he has to wear a bowler hat. It can be said that Akaikawa Kyajuk, dressed in this British schoolboy uniform, looked quite handsome. But as Misaki Takura said, Kyajuk Akaikawa's figure was too thin. Even with so many clothes on, he still looked very thin. In particular, this type of uniform also exposed his knees, which further highlighted the thinness of his legs. For this reason, the makeup artist's solution was to add padding to the upper body of Akaikawa Kyajuk. The legs, which wore knee-length pants, were filled with flesh-colored silicone. This made Akaikawa Kyujuk's overall figure appear more symmetrical. Of course, there were disadvantages. The British school uniforms are relatively tight, and the leather shoe soles are hard and inelastic. Additionally, there was a lot of padding. This made Akaikawa Kyujuk's movements a bit uncomfortable. However, since Akaikawa Kyujuk's character had no violent scenes, this flaw naturally wouldn't impact his performance. I know. I've been gradually increasing my food intake. Of course, Akaikawa Kyajuk knew that his body was very weak. But gaining weight and increasing food intake are not things that can be achieved overnight. And after entering ordinary life, for some reason, the system had not shown any options during this period. After Misaki Takura placed a small bag on the dressing table, she gave one last reminder, Mr. Akaikawa, remember to rinse your mouth before going on stage. I've placed the mouthwash in the bag for you. It's very important for artists to keep their breath fresh. After all, after Mr. Akaikawa's death, Mrs. Yoko will have to perform the autopsy. I'm Saya Otani, not me. Kyajuk Akaikawa corrected. Same. Misaki Takura said with a smile. The show is about to start, so I'll go to the audience first. Okay. After finishing her instructions, Misaki Takura quickly left the dressing room. For her, today was an important day to test the first results of her work. Moreover, It was the first day of the play starring her idol Hueco. Therefore, Misaki Itakura wanted to get closer to the audience before the program started to fully appreciate the work. This work is really a blessing. I meet handsome guys and beautiful women every day, and I get to watch TV dramas for free. Misaki Itakura couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lights? Where are the lights? Where did that boy Asugi go? Did anyone see him? Just as Misaki Itakura passed behind the stage and was about to head to the auditorium, she heard the assistant director shouting loudly, as if looking for the lighting engineer named Asugi. Although we've rehearsed many times before, it seems like everyone is still nervous during the official performance. Misaki Itakura muttered inwardly, secretly praying that the play would go smoothly. Misaki Itakura approached the audience, found her seat, and sat down. That is, 5 minutes after Misaki Itakura took her seat, an announcement came that the performance was about to begin, and the theater lights dimmed. This process is called lights out. It directs the audience's attention to the stage and creates an atmosphere suitable for the performance. The audience's chatter gradually subsided, and everyone began focusing on the direction of the stage. As the curtain gradually opened, the streets of late 19th to early 20th century Britain were displayed in front of the entire audience. Immediately, the audience's attention focused on Hueco, who had striking blonde hair and was wearing a beige jacket at the center of the stage. At that moment, Hueco's usual vitality, full of sunshine and energy, had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a serious atmosphere emanating from her whole body. This was the image of the heroine Detective Quinn in the Lost City book series. This time, the story began with Detective Quinn solving a cruel murder case. It was clear that the police couldn't identify the modus operandi after several days of investigation, but just a few minutes after Detective Quinn arrived at the scene, it was completely deduced. By the way, Detective Quinn also profiled the character and image of the killer through the methods the killer used to commit crimes. In the end, the killer was arrested and brought to justice. After closing this case, Detective Quinn also received praise from the local police and many local residents. At the same time, Detective Quinn received a letter from the police of another city. A strange case had been registered locally. The local police had suddenly received a strange letter, and the sender was the deceased who had mysteriously died 2 days ago. How can a dead person write a letter? After a long period of unsuccessful investigation, the police finally decided to ask for help from the famous Detective Quinn. Detective Quinn also successfully drew attention to this case and was ready to head to that city. At this point, the official story of the first act ended. The curtain slowly closed, and the lights dimmed. When the staff quickly entered the stage to change the set and props, Mori Ran and Suzuki Sanogo, who were sitting in the front row, also began to whisper. God. It's the first time I've seen Miss Yoko as a detective. She's so beautiful. Mori Ran sighed. Yes, yes. Suddenly, I feel like I've fallen in love with Miss Yoko. The brave Detective Quinn, I can really do it. Suzuki Sanogo seemed like a fan, recalling in her mind the image of the detective she had just seen, Yoko. Do you think Yoko-chan's detective image matches anyone's image? From the side, the deep voice of Mori Kogoro was heard. Suzuki Sanogo, who already knew what he meant, seemed puzzled and curiously asked, then, who is that person? When Mori Kogoro heard Suzuki Sanogo's question, his blood immediately rushed to his head, and he said loudly, of course, it's me, the famous detective Kogoro Mori. Whoosh! Suzuki Sanogo and Saramis Yumi instantly laughed when they heard this. Mori Kogoro's obscene and extremely conceited smile made Mori Ran and Conan, who were standing nearby, cover their faces in embarrassment. Chapter 41 Attack-to, ooh, 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 ooh. Miss Yoko is so beautiful. How beautiful, so beautiful. In the audience of the Imperial Theater at this moment, there was another person who, like Mori Kogoro, was extremely excited about Yoko's performance. That person was Misaki Itakura, sitting in the last row. The agent seemed to have completely forgotten about her work at that moment. She looked like a little girl deeply captivated by her idol. Miss Yoko is truly a talented artist in the Japanese entertainment industry. She is obviously an idol, but she's also perfect in her acting skills. In Detective Quinn, aside from her overwhelming presence that makes it impossible to look away, there's really no trace of the original Miss Yoko. Is this Miss Yoko's control over the stage? It's too strong. Itakura Misaki sighed in her heart at Yoko's strength, while also thinking about her own role as an artist. Speaking of that, Akaikawa-san is very similar to Yoko-san in this regard. The same overwhelming presence that's impossible to ignore, and the acting skills are also extremely good. Itakura Misaki remembered the acting skills she had seen in Akaikawa Kyujuk during previous rehearsals. She couldn't help but look forward to it in her heart. Itakura Misaki hadn't accompanied Akaikawa throughout the entire rehearsal. After all, if an artist always had to be accompanied by a manager, they would inevitably be looked down upon. So Misaki Itakura didn't actually know how the final product of this play would turn out. After watching the first act, Itakura Misaki realized that the production of this play was much better than she had imagined. Therefore, she looked forward even more to her artist's performance on stage and the audience's reaction. At that moment, the closed curtain slowly opened again. Itakura Misaki quickly focused her attention and began to observe the second act of the performance. At the same time, Akaikawa sat alone in the dressing room, watching the live broadcast of the stage performance on the TV. In his previous life, he had watched many traditional and modern plays to have enough conversation skills when communicating with people from high society. But, like today, being able to calm down and watch a movie that didn't use art as its selling point. This was Akaikawa's first commercial play, which mainly relied on easy-to-understand plots to attract the audience to pay. Although the training when he first signed an artist contract was quite boring, the current work was quite interesting for Akaikawa. For Akaikawa, who had never had freedom in his previous life and didn't have the opportunity to do something he truly wanted, now that he no longer needed to walk on eggshells every day, he felt satisfied enough to sleep peacefully and live in peace. Mr. Akaikawa, Director Takemura asked you to wear a bowler hat. Could you go to the laundry to find it? Suddenly, at that moment, someone knocked on the door of the room where Akaikawa Kyajuk was. A voice came from outside. All right, I understand. Akaikawa Kyajuk replied softly, then got up and looked at his original bowler hat, not understanding why it needed to be replaced. Before auditioning for Otanisi, Akaikawa Kyajuk had done thorough research on Takemura Mine. He knew that Takemura was a director so obsessed with details that it was hard to understand. Moreover, during this time together, the many strange obsessions of Takemura Mine had also caused the artists rehearsing to constantly complain. Akaikawa Kyajuk grabbed his bag, stood up, and left the dressing room. There was no sign of the person who had delivered the message outside the door. Akaikawa Kyajuk knew that the play was being performed at that moment, and everyone was very busy. Therefore, after the other party conveyed the message to him, there was no need to stay here. The laundry room of the Empire Theater was quite far from the backstage area. Additionally, Akaikawa Kyujuk's clothes were tight and thick, and his leather shoes were hard and uncomfortable. It took him quite a while to reach the laundry room. Although the door to the laundry room was closed at that moment, Akaikawa Kyujuk could still hear the roaring sound of the drum washer and the dryer from inside. Akaikawa Kyujuk grabbed the door handle and opened it. Without the door blocking the sound, the noise of the washer and dryer amplified several times in Akaikawa's ears. Akaikawa Kyujuk entered. Just as he was about to press the light switch on the wall, he suddenly heard the sound of wind cutting through the loud roar. A strong sense of crisis hit him, and Akaikawa Kyujuk unconsciously hid in the opposite direction. Then he saw a chair flying past just in front of him. Thanks to reaction power, extracted earlier from Misuyumi Sora, Akaikawa Kyujuk successfully dodged the attack. Through the light coming from the open door, Akaikawa Kyujuk clearly saw that in front of him was a man dressed in heavy medical protective gear, gloves, and a motorcycle helmet with a black mask. Do you want to kill me? The other party's outfit made it almost impossible for Akaikawa Kyujuk to discern anything about him through observation. But one thing was clear. Since the other party had camped here in advance, it was highly probable that he knew Akaikawa would come here. A noisy place like the laundry room was deliberately chosen to cover the sound of the murder. In other words, it wasn't that he stumbled into a suspect's hideout, the other party attacked him so as not to reveal his identity. But from the beginning, the other party's target was himself. Wait, don't attack me. If you need something, tell me and I will definitely agree. Akaikawa Kyujuk seemed extremely nervous. As he stepped back, he used his eyes to check his surroundings for anything that could be used as a weapon or shield. Although he had a small bag brought by Misaki Itakura, it was too small and had nothing inside. It was completely impossible to use it to resist an adult's chair attack. Perhaps the other party had been prepared for a long time. There was nothing in the laundry room that could be used as a weapon or that could resist the opponent's attack. The man holding the chair walked step by step toward Akaikawa Kyujuk, without any reaction to his proposal. Akaikawa Kyujuk gradually retreated to the back of the laundry room. At the same time, his heart sank to the bottom. There was no weapon or anything to block the man's path in front of him. The only exit was in the opposite direction. However, the laundry room wasn't that large, so Akaikawa Kyujuk couldn't avoid him and ran toward the door. It could be said that there were no more means to resolve the current crisis. This body is too weak. Even if you can dodge a blow, I'm afraid it will be difficult to cause damage to the opponent without a weapon. Try dodging one more blow and then attack Zayan. Akaikawa Kyujuk wanted to try his luck, betting on the opponent's lack of combat experience. Then he saw the person in front of him take the chair again and throw it at his head. Uchiha Kyujuk suddenly wanted to duck. However, the too heavy clothes on his body and the heavily padded legs made Uchiha Kyujuk move much slower. No matter how fast your reflexes are, it doesn't mean anything if your body can't move easily. A severe pain, accompanied by a dull crack, exploded in Uchiha Kyujuk's head. Uchiha Kyujuk was struck firmly on the forehead with a chair. His consciousness also fell into darkness in an instant, at the theater. Around 1900 spectators watched attentively as the fourth act was being performed on stage. Suddenly, the lights in the theater turned on abruptly without any warning. The audience and the actors present were stunned. The show has been cancelled. The announcement reached everyone's ears through the speakers. The audience at the scene was immediately confused. Something is wrong. Saramis Yumi whispered in Conan's ear. The next moment, they saw the staff running toward them. Is this the famous Detective Mori? Yes, what's going on? The play had been interrupted halfway, and Mori Kogoro seemed a bit unhappy, so he asked angrily. The body of a young man was found in the laundry room of the Empire Theater. Chapter 42, Reciprocity. The roar of the machine flooded his mind like a torrent, and Uchiha Kyujuk slowly opened his eyes. What he saw was like a constantly shifting camera screen, with delays and overlapping images. You're not dead? Uchiha Kyujuk remembered being hit on the head with a chair. He thought he would die from it, but he was surprised to find that he didn't seem to be dead. Uchiha Kyujuk suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. To regain clarity from a state of confusion, relying on pain as stimulation isn't ideal. But it's the most effective method in the short term. Accompanied by intense pain and a metallic taste gradually spreading in his mouth, the delayed image before Uchiha Kyujuk finally steadied, and the blurred vision became clear. However, what he saw upon waking was completely different from what he remembered before his memory was cut off. Uchiha Kyujuk saw a man lying beneath him. An inexplicable fishy smell filled his nasal cavity, irritating his olfactory nerves. At the same time, Uchiha Kyujuk realized that he had a double-stranded hemp rope in his hand. The central section of the hemp rope was pressed against the neck of the man below him. Uchiha Kyujuk had a feeling in his gut. He used his hands and legs to flip the man over. Seeing the man's face, Uchiha Kyujuk laughed. Not because he found it amusing, but because he felt a surge of helpless anger as he understood the situation. No pulse, the man is dead. There are obvious strangulation marks on the neck, with significant subcutaneous bleeding and bruising near the marks. There's also facial and neck congestion, conjunctival hemorrhage, and the tongue is protruding. It's clear that the man was strangled. With a single glance, Uchiha Kyujuk determined the cause of the man's death. Having marks on the neck alone isn't enough to prove death by strangulation. However, the state of the deceased's face, neck, and conjunctiva indicated blocked blood flow. Thus, Uchiha Kyujuk could confirm that the deceased died from someone strangling him. The fishy smell filling the washroom now likely came from the deceased's incontinence upon strangulation. Realizing this, combined with the fact that he was attacked but survived, and the rope in his hand still in a strangling position, Uchiha Kyujuk was sure he was being framed. This scene was very similar to what he saw when he woke up after his time travel experience 6 months ago, only, this time the situation was even more vulgar and absurd. Uchiha Kyujuk turned to look at the dryer in the center of the room, which read, 42 minutes and 14 seconds. When I entered the laundry room just now, there were 64 minutes left, meaning I was only unconscious for 22 minutes. Clearly, I was struck on the head, but I woke up so quickly, suggesting the person who attacked me deliberately controlled the force, intending to frame me from the start. And for the other person to fake the crime scene in such a short time, it's clear they came prepared. They had prepared the victim and the murder weapon in advance, selected the location, and then called me here. As for the true culprit, it's also very obvious. Since the other person is so familiar with the layout of the Imperial Theater, they must have spent a lot of time there. Uchiha Kyujuk remembered the attire of his attacker. They intentionally wore protective clothing to conceal their body shape, along with a motorcycle helmet and gloves, showing there's a high chance their identity could be determined just by seeing them wear it. If they were theater staff, they could have prepared an extra set of clothes beforehand. The only reason they didn't do that is that they can't change clothes at will. At the Imperial Theater at this moment, only one type of person can't change their costume, Uchiha Kyujuk thought to himself, glancing at his own clothes. That is, actors who have already applied makeup and are ready to go on stage. Also, there's another clue. When this person attacked me, I said I could meet all of their demands, yet they didn't even respond. If they went as far as to conceal their voice, there's a high chance they're a character with lines. The fact they wore a motorcycle helmet instead of a mask suggests they had to protect their facial makeup. Then, They can only be actors appearing in the third act or later. At this point, the killer's identity was evident. After ruling out the actors appearing in the first and second acts, only one actor remains who has had conflicts with me, Koichi Nishihara. Uchiha Kyajuk narrowed his eyes, reaching a conclusion. Though he identified the killer, Uchiha Kyajuk was still puzzled. But calling it a conflict, it's really just jealousy over Yoko Okano and my previous behavior that annoyed him. Would anyone really decide to kill someone over this kind of friction? Is there something wrong with his brain? Or maybe he originally bore a grudge against the deceased and just wanted to blame me because he didn't like me? On this point, Uchiha Kyajuk preferred the first explanation. Because from a killer's perspective, one would consider the suspicion level after committing the murder. If the deceased truly bore a deep grudge against Koichi Nishihara, he would be suspect even if I were the main one implicated. If Koichi Nishihara's goal was to frame me, then having no connection with the deceased actually lowers suspicion against him.